electors, right?
If it's in my affidavit, yes, that's what I said.
Do you need to look at your affidavit in order to refresh your memory?
That would be fine, but just let me finish for a moment. So
Okay.
again, that's Mr. Renner speaking. I don't have your client, Mr. Choate, telling me the same thing.
Okay. Is it your position that Mr. Choate did not hear the statement then that they were there as an alternate slate of electors? Is that your position?
It is my belief that the information provided in my affidavit is true and accurate.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. This is not responsible.
I'm going to follow that.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yes, so if you want to have me
let me
review
read
it,
you-
then I'll.
Yeah, let me read you from paragraph 35 of your affidavit.
I withdraw the objection.
Of your sworn affidavit. You said, quote, Trump campaign aide Sean Flynn spoke to the Republican candidate for electors. You got that phrase in quotes.
Yeah.
Republican candidate for electors. At the Republican headquarters in Lansing about an, quote, alternate slate of electors, right? You recall putting that in your affidavit?
Yes, sir.
So, are you trying to say Sean Flynn didn't tell all the electors that were there that they were an alternate slate?
No.
Okay, so he did tell them that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when Mr. Renner says he heard the same thing, that we were an alternate slate of electors, why would you try to limit it to just Mr. Renner? We know everybody was told that.
Because as Mr. Renner had indicated, there were people arriving at different times of the meeting. Mr. Renner had also indicated that he appeared to be the last one there, called last moment.
And he said all the other electors were there. He saw them. He testified to that, right?
Yes, I believe he did. Yeah.
Okay, so that's not an answer to my question. So why would you, are you trying to claim Mr. Choate never heard that statement, that he was an alternate slate, that he was part of the alternate slate?
No, I'm not trying to claim that.
Okay. Why did you not include in your affidavit
I'll be right
what Mr.
there.
Renner said about the alternate slate and the purpose for the meeting? And he wanted to know, I'm not going to go into everything he said, but he gave other reasons for what he thought he was doing. Why was that not included in your affidavit?
Because that was after the fact. I learned that after the fact. So.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'd like to get back to the elements then. We were starting to talk about count one, the conspiracy to commit forgery. And it's your position that Mr. Choate was part of a conspiracy to commit forgery, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's look at the elements. And you say here in the complaint that my client did unlawfully conspire, combine, confederate, and agree together. So, and agree. So he did all of those things. Unlawfully conspired, combined, confederated, and agreed. He did all those things with Maya Rodriguez, Lishawn Maddock, and other persons to, and then it's the same elements for forgery, to falsely forge documents, right? You understand that that's the charge?
Yes.
No, let me just go back briefly. When you say that you found out after the fact that from Mr. Renner about, what he said about the purpose of the meeting, when did you find that out?
Whenever his interview was,
You don't remember offhand?
It was after July.
Okay. Did you make any effort to go back and correct your affidavit or add to it or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. So back to count one. Let's start with Myra Rodriguez. You claim that you have evidence that Hank Choate conspired, combined, confederated, and agreed with Maya Rodriguez to commit the crime of forgery. What evidence specifically do you have about Mr. Choate that would support that?
Again, going back to November 23rd, it was the official or the Board of Canvassers met. They certified the vote. This was not there was no recount. There was no joint meeting at the state level. These folks were not summoned through the state of Michigan to appear at the Capitol building, as the statute says, at 2 p.m. They decided to meet together, for the most part, in a private meeting where cameras, there was an effort made to conceal any cameras or any information, you know, and meet together, sign this document, proclaim it as a public document, and submit it to the National Archives and submit it to the Capitol building as well. So there was more than obviously your client, Mr. Choate, there. They were all in agreement that they were going to sign this document together.
Okay, so after all of that, what it comes down to is Mr. Choate signed the page 3 of Exhibit 11 that day. That's your evidence that he conspired, combined, confederated, and agreed with Maya Rodriguez.
Yes, along with all the other things
Okay.
that come together to
Okay.
bring that together.
So it's the mere fact of his signature on the signature.
That's part of it. Not, I wouldn't
Okay,
say.
what else? What else? That's what I'm trying to get down
Oh,
to.
that's
What-
why I was just.
What evidence do you have? So his signature, what else?
I'll go over it again, I guess. Knowing that the Board of Canvassers certified the
Okay.
vote.
Let me, I know you said all that.
Okay,
My question is very specific. Please try to answer. What evidence do you have that Hank Choate conspired, combined, confederated, or agreed with Maya Rodriguez? Okay. Not,
they-
did they know about some Board of Canvasser meeting or lawsuits that were going, or the legislature might have done something? What's that got to do with, did he conspire with Maya Rodriguez to forge a public document? So do you understand my question?
I believe I do.
Okay.
And I'm trying to add, when you keep saying what else, so I'm trying to add the additional information.
Well,
So
it's not responsive to my question. That doesn't prove a conspiracy or agreement, or that they conspired together because the Board of Canvassers met, or the legislature did something. What's it got to do between Mr. Choate and Maya Rodriguez?
they were all together in the room, as Mr.
Okay,
Renner.
please answer my question. What is the, I'll do this one at a time. Well, he's not answering my question, Judge. What is the Board of Canvassers meeting in
Trying to
November
object.
to
There's an
certify?
objection.
The witness is not being allowed to answer the question. I believe
not
counsel wants the witness to answer a specific way, and the witness is trying to give an answer, but he keeps getting interrupted. So we can't even determine if it's non-responsive or not, because he's not being allowed to respond.
Because he keeps saying the same thing, Judge. He talks about, I'll just use the first example. The Board of Canvassers met. What does that have to do with my client conspiring with Maya Rodriguez to commit a crime?
His answer is that their meeting was part of the conspiracy. That's what I'm assuming that's his
So the
answer.
Board of Canvassers is in on the conspiracy?
Well,
I mean, I don't get it.
If the witness would be allowed to complete his answer, we might know how that ties into the evidence.
you should allow him
All
to
right.
complete the statement.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Objection sustained.
So I'll skip over the first part. The other part that I was trying to add was that the fact that they were all gathered there together, all 16 of them. There was 2 vacancies there. There was an explanation that was offered as to why they were there, and a document that was provided.
Okay. And again, we established yesterday, my client had absolutely nothing to do with that document. He didn't create it, he didn't make it, he didn't forge it, we went through all the things, he didn't counterfeit it. So he had nothing to do with that document. So you're saying, again, what it sounds to me like what you're saying is the mere fact that my client signed it, he signed a signature page. Okay. That's evidence, that's the evidence you're relying on to say he conspired with what Maya Rodriguez.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is that what you're saying?
yeah.
So it's a signature.
That's part of it. But the fact that they, like I just explained, that they met together, there was discussion about the document, all agreed to sign the document. So that together is what I'm trying to say.
And so at the meeting, you heard Mr. Renner yesterday. He was asked specifically, did you guys talk about committing a crime? Did you guys talk about how you were going to do things to, break the law? Or anything? There was no discussions like that. So what discussion are you talking about that was part of a conspiracy to commit a crime?
Well, the discussion itself to sign a document that is not the legitimate document.
Okay. Anything else? No?
I know.
Okay. Then, let me ask you this. Count one says, my client unlawfully conspired, not just he conspired. It's he unlawfully conspired. What did Hank Choate do illegally by attending this meeting of the electors? What was unlawful about that?
Well, the fact that it wasn't a legitimate meeting of the duly and qualified electors.
Sir, I understand you don't agree with it. You think they shouldn't have done it. I'm asking you what's unlawful, what's illegal about it. Point to anything. Is there a statute? Is there a law? Is there a court case? Something
And I
that would
believe
point to it being unlawful.
I believe the witness has provided an answer to that
He
question.
didn't answer it. I'm trying to pin him down.
I believe he
You
did
said
answer.
he did answer? You trying
He
to?
did not, no. Asking what's unlawful about, I understand they were at a meeting. He thinks the meeting was wrong. I get it. That doesn't make it unlawful. I'm asking, he's the one that brought this charge. He's the.
What about the meeting violated the law?
Right,
I agree.
exactly.
He
What's
can-
illegal?
He could be more specific.
So the
Here we
to be more-
are
to be
together
more specific
again.
then, would be the fact that
we didn't
these
plan to rob
individuals
the
were not
bank, and
summoned by the state.
we didn't actually
appear.
get
They
any
were not-
money, Your
They were not
Honor.
considered as electors according to the popular vote. There was no official request or summons for them to appear at this meeting and complete this
Lee,
document.
good morning, Good morning, Lee.
So you're
Good
saying that's
morning, Jen.
unlawful?
Good morning,
So,
Badger. Good morning, Tom.
American
Good
history
morning, Aisley.
Have,
That's right,
have
God.
alternate slates of electors ever been done?
Happy first day of Trump
Oh.
being a felon.
It's been done at least 6 times, right?
I wish I could have
in other
celebrated it
states.
with you guys yesterday. I was out.
The exact figure,
I was really
I don't
excited,
recall, but
and I was
it's been
yelling at
done, yes,
people
more
at the
more than once.
stores,
All right.
and they were looking at me
So,
like I was
do
crazy.
you think then all those other people should have been prosecuted because they met and they did unlawful, they did
Objection.
alternate
relevance.
slates?
You said relevance. What's the relevance?
Well, he's saying, I asked him, what's the reason? He goes, because they met and they weren't summoned. I'm not aware, he hasn't cited any law that says that the electors have to be summoned, but whatever. I asked him then, so has it ever been done before in any other
Is
state?
there a correlation that maybe they weren't summoned in these other instances?
That, and is it, it's going to be unlawful in this issue, Judge. It's been done other times in our history. He knows that. I'm trying to pin him down on why is it unlawful, just because he doesn't agree with it.
Whether alternate slates were generated in other states at other times has no relevance to this particular incident that we're here for today.
It does when he's saying that's the reason that it's
He
unlawful.
gave a broad reason that
No,
was
the
what made it
judge
unlawful.
decides
Our-
what's
the law that
reasonable. So
they're being
fucking sit
charged under
down.
doesn't say that they can't come together on December 14th unless summoned. So he's got to explain what about this meeting is unlawful.
But other slates meeting in other states, which may have different laws, which are not before this court today, have no bearing on why this particular meeting was illegal. And if the court, if council wants to flesh
Because
out
it
more about
was
this particular
fraud, they
meeting,
weren't
that's
the
fine, but there's no
ballot
relevance to
electors.
alternate slates, other states at other times under other laws.
Counsel.
Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Sheridan, I would interject that it also goes to the state of mind of the elected
Hi, Jen.
on the 14th of December.
It goes to the intent.
But I would agree. I would agree because we're not talking about them just dealing with a Michigan issue. This is something that is- it teeters on the line of a federal issue. And so if he's saying that the law that violated what made this illegal, unlawful, was that they met, they weren't summoned, and they signed this document. Meeting when you're not being summoned is not unlawful. Meeting and signing a document in and of itself without someone telling you to do so is not breaking the law. So he's got to be specific as what about this meeting and this document made it unlawful and made it actionable under Michigan law, and he's not done that.
Yeah, I may have heard the testimony differently, because not only did I hear the part about the meeting and not being summoned, but I believe he said that the document that they signed, they did not have authority to sign, and it wasn't a legitimate document. I'm sorry, that's how I heard the testimony.
Right, but he said it wasn't a legitimate document, and that's pretty broad too, because what does that mean? It wasn't a legitimate document, and then they didn't have the authority. They made the document supposedly, so then how do they not have the authority to sign something they made?
I'll be specific.
Whether or not I can go home and create anything I want and sign it, it doesn't mean that
it
I'm
wasn't
committing an
contingent.
unlawful
They tried
action.
to do it behind the
Unless
scenes.
now
Stop
I'm
it.
trying to use that for an unlawful purpose. He's not articulating that well on the record.
I'm not objecting to any questions about this meeting in Michigan on
Oh, so
December
it doesn't
14th,
count
2020.
if he
What I'm
doesn't say
objecting
exactly
to
what
is
the.
what happened
he's
in
the
other states
investigator,
that may be
right?
subject to different laws and different rules.
I completely agree. Are you suggesting that there's a law in the state of Michigan that's specific as to how we tender our elector?
No, what I'm objecting to is the question about whether or not those other slates that were in other states at other times under subject to other laws, whether that testimony about whether those slates were charged is relevant here. I'm not trying to limit.
I don't know if he asked what they charged.
He did.
Oh,
That's what I objected to. That's it.
I asked, do you think they should have been charged?
And that's not relevant either.
And Kevin Kievsky on behalf of Mr. Frost, when we were actually taking a look at the very first witness, she was able to talk about an alternate certificate that was submitted back in 2012. That is in evidence. So we have previously spoken about this issue.
Yeah.
And I believe that
your witness provided
Correct.
testimony about them receiving other alternate slates or communications and what they did with them.
Correct.
And why they did them with those things. So we can now limit his understanding.
Yes, Tom, I got your email.
Objection.
The Wizard.
Your objection is what?
My objection is whether or not the alternate slates that were produced in other states, whether or not he can ask whether or not those, I guess, signees should have been charged. That is not
I'll
relevant
withdraw
here.
that question.
Well, yeah,
I
I don't even know how you could answer that.
That's the only thing I'm objecting
Yeah,
to.
he would, that specific, I thought you said the line of questioning as to the other slates. I believe that the line of questioning as to other slates is relevant. I don't even see how he could answer whether or not they should be charged because he's not seeing these other alternate slates.
I will try.
Yeah, that was my objection. I'm sorry.
So that's sustained.
Thank you.
Thanks. I will try. So let me
That's the
ask,
scenic route, Judge. I've heard you say that.
Sometimes we have to go the scenic route.
so Mr. Shock, let me ask you this. In all those other situations, including the one in 2012 that we heard about earlier, we all know about the Hawaii one in 1960. We know there's some back in the 1800s. There's plenty of times that this has happened. Have you ever heard in any of those other situations where alternate electors did an alternate slate that any of them got prosecuted for holding a meeting to do that? Are you aware of anybody getting prosecuted for that?
Yes.
Who?
Just recently, within the past year, Arizona has,
Okay.
has brought charges.
Which was after this case, right?
Georgia,
You asked.
yes.
Okay, let me rephrase my
so-
question. Prior
Well,
to
yeah,
that,
I-
Georgia was before.
The question
Georgia
was asked
before.
and the witnesses answered. I would have asked that he at least be afforded the courtesy to finish his answer.
So you can allow him to finish and then you can ask your follow-up.
fine, thank you, Judge.
I'm gonna put on a
Continue, Agent John.
sweatshirt. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Nevada.
It's really
Georgia,
cold this
I think
morning.
there's 4 or 5 states now.
Okay, and they've all charged after this case was charged, right?
Yes.
Okay, so prior to this case being charged,
Oh,
were you aware of anybody in the prior instances where alternate slates of electors, they met to do that, where any of them got prosecuted for that?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware of any in the prior instances of electors meetings where they signed saying they were alternate slates of electors or just the other party's electors? Any of those people ever get prosecuted?
I'm not aware.
Okay. you're not aware of any specific law that says anything to criminalize the electoral process for either party in nominating or handling their electors, right? Are you aware of any statute that criminalizes that process specifically?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you brought the AG's office and you have supported 8 counts here. Forgery, election law forgery, and uttering and publishing. You would agree those have absolutely nothing to do on their face with electoral representatives for either party, right? You have to read into these statutes what you're trying to do here.
I don't understand what the question is.
Is there a specific statute that you're aware of that makes it illegal for either party, their electoral representatives, to get together and prepare a slate for the electoral process to cast their votes as electors? Are you aware of any statute that regulates that or criminalizes that if they do it wrong?
That is specific to the party's meeting?
Right, I'm talking about the meeting, the electors
No,
meeting to
no.
do that. Are you aware of any crime on the books for that?
No, I said,
Okay. And are you aware of any crime on the books that for electors to get
Is there
together at a
fraud?
meeting to sign?
Is there
A
fraud?
document.
Is there a
Is
fraud
a
part
crime?
of that?
Are you aware
Can
of
I
any
have a fraud
specific
part?
statute in Michigan that makes that a crime?
could you repeat that one more time? I
Sure.
just want to make sure.
Are you aware of any specific criminal statute in Michigan that makes it a crime for electors to get together and meet and sign a document?
Sign any document? No.
Okay. Or to sign a document dealing with their role as electors? Any crime, any statute that makes that a crime?
Testing.
Could you clarify that for me, please?
Well, I think it's pretty straightforward, and it's yes or no.
I
And if you've got a
understand yes or no.
statute that says it's a crime for an elector to come to a meeting and sign a document dealing with his or her status as an elector, I'd like to know what criminal statute you're referring to.
No,
There is no statute, right? Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, thank you. So, if Mr. Choate, there's no law that says to sign, again, the 2 reasons you've given.
That's
Signature
it.
on the page,
Fraud and the
gathered
conspiracy
together.
to commit fraud. What? I
Just
don't get it.
acknowledge
They
There's
lied.
nothing unlawful about that. As
I get there might
electors.
not be a
under the law.
particular law against
How is it possible for
lying.
Mr. Choate to have committed
Isn't it a crime for? Yeah, isn't it a
unlawfully
crime
an
to
unlawful conspiracy with
impersonate
my
an
rights?
officer like an elect? I don't know.
Oh,
Something's not
walk
right
through it
here.
Again, the 2020 certificate of votes is a public document.
Okay, we'll go through it point by point.
Didn't we just go
How is
through
it-
this?
oh,
Didn't we just go
How
through
is that
this?
certificate of vote that was
With the-
signed at the meeting on December 14th by the Republicans? How is that a public
Depends on where
document?
they're doing it, probably. No, I mean, I
It's
think
been
if you
filed with the
falsely
National
claim to be
Archives
the
who have
elector of your
maintained it,
state,
published
that's
it.
wrong.
as a public document.
Okay.
Let me stop there. That's your definition of a public document?
No,
that-
he's,
Because he's asking you, how does that become, how is that a public document? So this would mean, I need you to explain to me your understanding of what a public document is and how this is a public document.
so my understanding by statute, the certificate of votes, certificate of ascertainment is a public document.
Okay.
And how this became a public document was it was filed and published and maintained by, like I said, the National Archives, the Senate, and the Secretary of State, the Michigan Secretary of State.
Oops,
Let
I
me
did
question you on
it again.
That's not my understanding. We all heard Ms. Vincent testify earlier this week.
I'd lost in the game.
Nothing was filed. She said, I got a letter. I got correspondence. That's what she called
Okay,
it.
yeah,
Correspondence.
which was fraudulent.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Recall that
I get
testimony
it.
from Ms.
I
Vincent?
get your
Yeah.
defense. I
Okay.
totally do.
So if I
I'm
send
just
a
saying it's not
letter
good enough.
to the Secretary of State, or I send a letter
Case,
to the
Case,
Senate Vice
you're
President's
guilty.
office, the President of the Senate's office. That makes it a public record
ooh,
because I sent a letter.
ooh, What are you, like fucking 13?
If they hold,
I'm
if they
so
hold
done
that
with
letter
men. Can
and
I
it's
just tell you that?
subject to Freedom
Fuck
of
all y'all.
Information Act, then yes, I would consider that a public document.
That's your definition.
I've never had-
What, when was anything filed or sent to the Secretary of State by anybody involved in this case of that document we're talking about, the certificate of vote of the electors? When was that sent directly to the Secretary of State?
I believe it was sometime in January of, I don't have the exact date, January of 2021.
And you told us who sent it, right? The National Archives sent it to them, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying the National Archives filed a public document with our Secretary of State, the certificate? Is that what your testimony is? Seriously?
Yes, I'm telling you that that's what happened.
Who would lie about that? I don't get it.
Well,
Unless you're trying to pull something over on some people. Do I believe
know,
that maybe some of these
sir,
people
my
thought they were
understanding
truly
of-
contingent? I don't
I mean,
know. I guess
maybe
that's
you
for
can
the judge
educate
to
me.
decide.
But
I
forgery
still think they
cases,
knew better
okay,
because
when you're
I
talking in
certainly knew
general
he didn't
about that,
win.
usually it's like somebody
So
forges a
I don't
deed.
know. I'm not
They
giving them
forged
grace
the
on this.
document.
I'm sorry.
They forge a check. They forge a stock certificate. There's some kind of document that's being altered, changed. They're trying to
I think
pass
you
it
should go
off as
fuck
real, and
yourselves.
it's not real. Okay? What you're talking about has nothing to do with anything like that. That's why I'm struggling with this. Can you explain how it's a forgery of a public document to do the certificate of vote that was done?
So the original
Because
certificate
those
of
weren't the
vote,
votes.
it was altered to this document. So to pass it off as a certificate of vote.
That's your answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
I think it's really gross that these guys think
So
that.
again, just so
No,
I'm clear,
alternate
the only two
electors.
things that you're
I
claiming
think it was
support your
Chesbro
assertion
too,
that Hank
Tom.
Cho
Chesbro.
conspired with Maya Rodriguez is he went to this meeting
What I
on
haven't
December
heard is
14th
how
and
did
signed the
Chesbro
document, the
and
certificate of vote.
Eastman really
That's
work
it.
together? Because I only heard a little bit on the Eastman disbarment of them like connecting with each other, but they pretended like they didn't really know each other, except for they met each other when they both
Answer
worked
your
on the Bush
question,
Gore
yes.
thing.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that
Jeffrey
Hank Cho
Clark,
talked with Maya Rodriguez?
or no, Eastman,
at
I
the
think, was
meeting
on the
or at any
Gore
time
side,
to
and
discuss his signing? the
shithead
No.
Cheesebro was on
document? Do you have any
the
evidence that
no.
my client at any
Eastman
time
was on the
talked
Bush
with Maya
side,
Rodriguez
and then Cheesebro was
regarding
on
coming to the
the
meeting on December 14th?
Gore side.
No.
So my client did not conspire with Maya Rodriguez then, because he didn't talk to her about his signature on it. And he
Right?
didn't talk with her
What?
about coming to the
I
meeting,
hear about
right?
him, but I never see him. I don't think I've ever seen him.
He didn't talk
Who
to.
is this?
I
Who is
don't
this
have any evidence
mysterious
to show that
Sean
he talked to Maya
Flynn?
Rodriguez.
Okay.
I know the men are the ones who get hysterical. Not
Now,
all of
I
them,
don't
but
want to
you
go through the
know.
whole thing again here, but Mishon Maddox, the charge here says my client conspired, combined, confederated, and agreed with Mishon Maddox. Would your answers be the same to all my questions regarding Mishon Maddox and Hank Cho?
What? If
My
you were
understanding is
this,
Mr. Renner testified
Woobsden, where the hell
yesterday
you been?
that Maya
You're
Rodriguez
back.
and Mrs. Burden are the ones that talked to them. So to clarify that, when you say your client talked to Maya,
I'm packing a bowl.
I think the witness
Yeah, more than
misstated
usual.
the testimony from yesterday, which is there were 3 people that were talking to them. Except that the witness
I'm
meant to
packing a bowl.
say there were only 2. I just want to correct that.
Where's my? Oh, it's right here.
And again,
Nope, it's right
Your
there.
Honor, I would add, this is not responsive to my question. My question is, he's answered all this stuff now. What were the reasons why there was a conspiracy between Ms. Rodriguez and my client? He gave the 2 reasons. I've gone through all of this. I don't want him to do it all over again. I'm just simply asking as to Mishon Maddox. I'm not asking him who else talked or who else did anything. as to Meshawn Maddock, which is who they're claiming my client conspired with,
Oh, that's
would his answers be the
yeah,
same
I've heard that
for
before.
Meshawn Maddock as it was for
That's what they
Myra
all say.
Rodriguez?
It's good to see you.
No,
Okay, what would be different?
I had information from the GOP workers that Meshawn Maddock also thought.
Nice.
that was
Love
down.
it.
Okay, again, my question was, do you have any evidence that Meshawn Maddock talked directly to Hank Cho?
He was down there at the time. So yes.
Just Hank Cho, not as part of the crowd.
Okay.
That she
You're
talked
clarifying.
with.
No, I
Hank Cho.
don't.
Okay,
You're trying to say a one-on-one conversation.
right,
Okay, I misunderstood you. So
Okay.
to clarify, no.
all right. So you're saying because the electors, just so I'm clear here, we're at a meeting and they're told, you're an alternate slate of electors. There are other things that are going on, legislature might do, whatever, everything they were being told. Okay, and as Mr. Renner testified, the purpose of the meeting, that's what they're being told. That all those electors then knew they were conspiring with Ms. Bearden, Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Maddock to commit a crime.
That's your
Is
answer.
that
I can't
really
even
what
do
you're
it. I
arguing?
can't even like. You've been
That's what
watching
I
the
said in
trumpets
my
cry on live.
statements, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm asking is, what evidence do you have
It's
to
so many
refute
tears.
what the real purpose of the meeting was that you heard Mr. Renner say yesterday? What evidence do you have to
I'm
refute?
soaking this one up because I think
that
it's
my
the
client
little bit of justice
didn't
we're gonna
think he
get
was
for a
an
while. So soak it in,
Because
kids.
the document doesn't say he's an alternate elector. It doesn't say that there's no contingent language in the document.
Well, the other document that you keep, ignoring does say that, doesn't it? In fact, at least it's implied in it.
But that document's not signed by the 16 individuals.
But it was there that day, wasn't it?
Can I ask that we use exhibit numbers or exhibit letters for the purposes of the record?
Especially since I don't have any of those exhibits here, and I have to go back and.
I'll be fine with that.
It's defense exhibit A, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Are all the facts and evidence, or
Yeah,
are
you're
we
gonna
going to
copy
go
that,
with
but-
this just so story? It's a regular Rudyard Kipling up there.
Sorry, Your Honor, too many papers here.
That's-
Yep, defense exhibit A. Can you hand it to the witness?
Yeah. Honor, may I reach?
Yes.
You see exhibit A?
I'm not a very good, like,
Yes, sir.
And this has been admitted.
Pipe smoke.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is signed by Kathy Bearden, right?
Yes, sir.
No, that'd be fine. Yeah, there's no problem.
Oh boy, yeah, it looks like we got us a convoy. That's right. They're probably planning as
This
we
was-
speak, Wolfsden.
Documented
Get
by
ready.
a
Get your
repetition of
500 trucks
presidential
ready,
electors
Wolfsden.
designated for Donald Trump and Michael Pence, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of this? Was this signed on December 14th?
Isn't Santa
Was by
in
Kathy Bearden.
Philippines or
That's what it says
something?
in the document.
It's 550.
So at the same
Sorry.
meeting, at the same time, Kathy
Excuse me.
Bearden signed this
Excuse
in
me.
front of a notary.
550
And,
trucks. Get those
In fact,
trucks.
the notarization
Get
on
those-
page 2 says December 14th.
Get those trucks
2020.
warmed up.
Yes.
Okay. So this was done at the same time, at the meeting, right?
I don't have any
Hey,
information
oomph.
to show
is
that
that,
all the people were there. I have
or just
information
out
to show
in the
that
hospital?
Troy Hudson handed the
Oh.
document off to Kathy Bearden.
I have a question though,
And I have very limited information about that.
because you said
And you
that
see the third
so they were
paragraph of
told
that
X. It was
document,
it
Exhibit A?
reasonable for them to believe
Doesn't it
X?
say that
That's a good
all have
question.
affirmed is required
I
by
told
Michigan's
David we need
stateful
gas.
electors
That's
provision,
right.
and
You
it
needed
cites the
gas
statute,
money.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So does that tell
Fucking
you they
idiot.
thought they were acting
You
lawfully?
fucking idiot.
All have
Um,
affirmed.
Yeah,
Who's
was
the
that?
all? Who do you
Is
think
that
Kathy Bearden's
just let me
talking
fix this.
about?
Yeah, that's true. That'll help them. So they were told it was reasonable for them to believe it.
You don't
Yeah,
think
that
it's all
I
the
think that's
electors who were
actually
there
a
that
good
day at the meeting on
defense.
December 14th?
Like I think that's a good
That
defense.
they've affirmed what they were doing?
No. Well, let me.
Your Honor, I would agree with the witness that that does call for speculation.
Look, Your Honor.
That, this document that says we're at 16 presidential electors
Yeah.
starts
So-
off, it starts off identifying what all is? Is that what's gonna cause for speculation?
I tried to
Withdraw.
interject, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I tried
If he
to,
needs time to read the whole document, we'll give him time.
I tried to interject and as I went back up and looked at the 16. I was gonna say, yes, initially when I said, yes, it calls for
All right.
speculation. I looked back up.
Do they have a responsibility to confirm the truth, or is that not,
So
would
this
the
document
law not require
at the
that?
meeting, whenever it was
In
signed,
your
had to be signed
opinion.
the same day. It references all the electors, right?
Yes,
And it says all of them have affirmed as required by, and it lists the specific statute, right?
yes.
Okay, you don't take that to be evidence to show their intent that they thought what they were doing was lawful
For this specific document, yes.
for what they did. They say here, we've all affirmed we're electors for Donald Trump and Mike Pence, and we're doing this today following the statute. Whether they're right or not is irrelevant. They thought they were doing it lawfully, didn't they?
For this particular document, yes.
And for all the electors, right? For all the electors, yes.
No, because the other document doesn't say that.
So if you have two documents
Oh,
together,
how the
you're
mighty
saying,
have
well, this
fallen,
document
right,
doesn't say-
Wilston?
I don't-
How
Seriously,
the
that's your
mighty
answer?
have
We don't
fallen.
have two documents together. I don't have anything to show that these two documents were presented together.
Okay,
That would make
go on,
sense.
sir.
That
You
would
see what
make
it says right
sense.
after they quote the statement or the statute? I'm sorry. It says the electors thought they were following the statute.
I want the
They would
planners.
cast their vote for Donald Trump.
That's a
president
good
and
point.
Mike
Claiming
Pence
to
as
be an
vice
elector would
president,
tend to distinguish
Yeah,
one
that's
from a
okay.
random
Does
citizen.
Wood
That's a really
sound
good
like
point.
We are casting our vote for Donald Trump and Mike Pence?
That's right. Public
No, it
officers have
sounds like
duties.
we
Yeah,
would.
fuck Trump.
Yeah, something in the future, right? They would do it.
Yes,
How come you didn't include this in your affidavit?
this wasn't completed when I received this document. So let me finish. I didn't come into this document as a signed document. The document that was originally provided to me was blank. So I had no information that somebody filled it out.
Once you found
What's the
out.
exhibit number?
It's offense A.
Thank you.
Exhibit A. So once you did find out, did you go back and correct the record?
He
then,
better
and
be
correct the
locked up because
information?
all his
'Cause
friends
this is evidence
are
of their intent, isn't
whining
it?
that he's going to be assassinated. So
For
if
this
I were
document,
him,
yeah.
I'd want to
Yeah,
be in
for
jail
the
for
intent
fuck's
of all the
sake.
electors, right?
3
This
hots
is
and a
evidence
cot.
of the
Sign me up.
electors' intent.
For this document, yes.
No, for their intent at the meeting. That's what this document proves, right?
For this document, yes.
Okay.
I have a quick question and hate to interject.
No, go ahead.
What, you say you didn't receive, you have no evidence to show that this was sitting with the other document, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. This document was provided to me by, I think it was Troy Hudson's attorney, Eric Doster. The document was blank.
Okay,
And so he had indicated to me that he had provided it to Kathy Burden. That was it. Miss Laura Cox said she had no recollection of where the document went. I think she made a statement that it was put in a filing cabinet somewhere, and that was the end of it. So I didn't have any signature notary. or
Why we
anything.
didn't
So you
think
never- prior
criminals
to,
were going to take
this exam,
advantage.
or
Oops,
you've never
shit.
seen the signed
We're
copy
going
of
to take
this, what you're
advantage
saying?
of this
I
is
did.
beyond me.
With the previous.
Well, prior to any exam, not just this one, the one before, prior to an examination, had you seen the signed copy?
No, there was an attorney proffer just before that exam, the first exam. And the attorney showed us a copy of it, didn't allow us to keep a copy of it or anything and examine it. And then that was it. I didn't see it beyond that.
Okay, and the information that was forwarded from the National Archives, it didn't include this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you can continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ooh, that was a good one.
When you talk
Oh,
about
that was a good one.
constantly about all of the evidence, the global evidence that you have, you never talk about this, do you? This exhibit A.
I didn't say that. When I refer to all the evidence, I don't specifically lay out all the evidence.
Okay.
So, but
Here's-
we're talking about it now, certainly.
Okay, So this is one more piece of evidence that you have as to the intent of the electors that day at the meeting on the 14th of December, right?
Yes, sir.
And this refutes your claim that they knew what they were doing and that they knew they were committing a crime. This refutes that, doesn't it?
No,
No? Why not?
because there's another document that was signed. So it's not just this document. This document,
I'm not
it's
asking-
like,
Sorry, go ahead.
no.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm not gonna argue. All right, I understand that's your position.
That's, yeah.
I understand that's your position.
That's the answer.
When you
Nice
said
try,
all the
douchebag.
evidence supports guilt, we now have this document, which.
Not
clearly
all lawyers
is
are
in, which
sexy,
clearly
okay?
does
I'm
not
just
support
saying.
guilt, right?
No.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Because not
Yeah,
all
that's
lawyers
correct,
are
right?
smart.
Okay. And
So
we
there.
have the evidence from the testimony of Mr. Renner and others regarding what happened at the meeting. We have the emails from Ms. Sean Maddock and Ms. Facinello. We have the other document. But all of that doesn't matter, right? Because you still think they're guilty.
That's not up for me to decide if they're guilty. That's
What do you
up
mean?
to.
You
a
turned in an
jury.
affidavit saying they're guilty. What do you mean it's not up to you?
Whoa.
Ultimately, they're
Whoa. He's
found
the
guilty.
investigator and he
Okay.
submits a report
You
based
say
on
in
his
your affidavit,
investigation.
These
He
people
should
knew
say,
and they're guilty
this
of
is-
the crimes.
no,
that
he
are
should
alleged
just
here.
say, this
I'd
is
ask that
based
the-
on
the,
evidence. Shut up.
counsel identify the paragraph where this witness says that the defendants are guilty in his affidavit.
He says it throughout, Your Honor, in the
Yeah.
second
No, those
paragraph.
exact
In the
words.
second paragraph, I submit this affidavit in support of my request for criminal charges. He admitted yesterday when I asked him about this, that he
Isn't
says
that
in
like
his
standard wording?
affidavit here
If
that
he didn't
believes
think
they're
so, he
guilty
wouldn't
of
have
the
submitted
crimes.
there, or he
I
would
don't
have
think I
said,
have to
no,
now
I
go
don't think
through-
I want to.
If you want to, I'll take a break. I'll be happy to go through and find the 8 or 10 places in here where
We
it
don't
says
need 8 or
that.
10. If you
May-
could just find one place, that would be sufficient.
Well, this witness acknowledged that he did that, but fine.
Well, I guess you can't. I guess you can't find it. I guess you were lying. I guess, counselor, you're lying. This is where Trumpism falls apart. MAGA
Paragraph
falls
8,
apart in a
at the
fucking.
end. The investigation
courtroom.
disclosed the certificate of votes in this document we're talking about. At the end, it says, the document was made and published with the intent to defraud the National
Yeah.
Archives,
Right.
President of the US Senate, and others.
Right.
With all
There's
due
no
res-
qualification
wait, no.
there.
With all
Right.
due respect, Your Honor, the counsel says that the affidavit states that these defendants are guilty. That specific language is
No.
not in this
No, that's
affidavit.
not what I said. I said that this witness believes they're guilty. That's what I said.
Nobody's
You
asking for
said
Tiffany.
Put in his affidavit that these defendants are guilty.
That he believes, okay, that he believes.
I think
they're
I think this is semantics. I don't think he
All right.
means that was verbatim, but obviously by nature of the affidavit, if you look at the conclusion, it says that these people, he swore to this affidavit stating that the 16 Michigan residents named herein committed criminal offenses under the law. So the question was, does he believe that they were guilty? He swore to a statement saying they committed
Because they didn't
these
charge the ones
violations.
who
He
were
can
not.
answer the question.
Renner yesterday has
Oh.
not been charged, I believe.
No accordance for-
So I'm going to say that
All right,
there are
so-
people who are not
He's
charged.
shocked. Back to.
Facts
charge of
matter.
conspiracy. Again. Wouldn't Exhibit A show you that my client and all the other electors believed that they were doing something wrong? Correct? That exhibit shows that, right?
Yes, Exhibit A does.
Okay, thank you.
And
Then
why
I would
hasn't anyone
ask-
asked Tiffany for help? She's a fucking Georgetown
Lastly, as far
lawyer.
as count one, the
Jesus.
conspiracy to commit forgery. You say my client conspired with Myra Rodriguez, Sean Maddock, and other persons. Who are the other persons you're talking about here?
The 16 that signed the document.
Okay, anybody else?
Those are the people that I've been able to identify.
Okay, so you're saying all 16 of the electors knew they were committing a forgery, or that they were altering or making a counterfeit public record. That's your claim. They knew it.
Yes.
Okay. Despite all this other evidence. to the
There's no
contrary.
other evidence. Okay, they
Yes.
can hope shit, but no,
So
that's
let me
right.
clarify. You said, but you no longer felt that as to Renner, though. You said all 16.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let me ask, Mr. Renner was at the meeting.
Yes.
Because he was
He
there.
signed
Mr.
the
Renner.
signature page, right?
Mr. Renner was called
Yes.
the day
Those are the two
before the
things you say
meeting.
my
He
client
has no
did.
experience
So
as an
Mr.
elector.
Renner
He
didn't
truly just showed
didn't
up.
conspire, but my client
So
did.
yeah,
What's the difference?
that's exactly because your
The
client
difference
has
is he's been able
knowledge of
to
the
provide his
process.
story and testify to what he heard, what
Mr.
he
Renner
did, what he
was an
thought.
innocent bystander
those sorts
dragged
of
into this and told something he was
You
lied
heard his
to.
okay.
So he was lied to.
So because he came to you and made a deal, he's not part
The
of
others can
conspiracy.
try and
Is
prove
what
that
you're saying?
too. They haven't.
No, that's not what I'm saying. First of all, I don't make the deal. So, but it enabled me to learn more about his position.
What evidence do you have that Hank Cho
This guy is a
in any
terrible
different position
witness.
than James Renner in terms of what he knew, what he was told, and what he was doing that day on December 14th? What evidence do you have that my client's in any different position than Mr. Renner?
Well, the evidence against your client in the case, absent of his testimony.
So you
That's
don't have
the-
any evidence then?
No, I said the evidence in the case, absence of his testimony to, like Mr. Renner.
So because he exercised his Sixth Amendment right to remain silent, he's guilty. Because Mr. Renner came and spoke to you guys.
Well, if there's
He's
no
not guilty.
information that's going to
Is
be
that what I'm
provided
hearing
to
here?
exonerate him, then yes.
Well, please explain.
That's why
what
we're
I
going
just
to
heard.
trial. That's why we're going to
I
trial.
learned what Mr. Renner's intent
That's why
was
we go
based
to
on his
trial.
testimony.
Right.
If he would like to
And he came to you
cooperate,
before his testimony.
if he
made
would
a
like to
proffer you, right?
cooperate
Or to your
and give
office. I mean, he
information,
talked to
It
you
was
about
after. That was after the fact.
whatever. At some point, he came
Yeah.
to your office and talked to either you or somebody in your office, right?
right?
Yes.
And
Okay.
what's your point?
So because he chose to talk, and my client chose to exercise the Sixth Amendment right to remain silent,
Anything you
my client's
say.
and he's not.
So
That's what
the
I'm
thing
hearing here.
is yeah, he didn't cooperate.
Again, I'm not going to say that your.
That's why they
want
wanna go to trial.
Said that in my affidavit.
He hasn't
That's
said
up
that.
for a jury to decide
He's
that.
the investigator who is
Oh,
supposed to
so
make
now
a
you don't think he's
recommendation to the Attorney General's
I didn't say
office.
that.
His investigation led him to make
It's
the
not up for me to
recommendation
decide
that
whether
these
he's
16
guilty
people
or not guilty.
be
Well,
held
please answer my
accountable.
question.
And then upon
Are you
further
saying Mr. Choate's
investigation,
guilty of
Renner
conspiracy here
proved
because he chose
not
to remain
to be
silent?
a valid
No.
defendant.
I'm
All right,
not
then
saying.
what
I'm
I
not
will
saying
ask
he's.
again.
It
then, sir,
happens.
what
It's called an
evidence do you
investigation. It's
have
actually how you hope it's
that
going to
my
happen.
client participated with the other electors in a conspiracy to commit forgery, as it's defined in this statute?
So I'll walk through it again. On December 14th, 2020, Michigan law says that the electors shall meet in the state capitol building at 2 p.m. Or not on December 14th, but spelled out with I think it's the third Wednesday or second Wednesday. But anyways, on that particular year.
Let me interrupt you here. A statute's not evidence of wrongdoing by these electors. What did these electors do that causes them to have been involved in a conspiracy to commit
They
a forgery?
signed the
That's a very
document
specific question.
knowing they
The-
were
the
not the
document
duly
itself
elected electors
fake
of the
document.
state of
It's a
Michigan.
certificate of votes.
Period. Full
It's not a
stop.
legitimate.
If they would like
Why is
to
it a fake
prove they
document?
were fooled,
Isn't it real?
we can
Are
do
you
that
saying they
in
didn't
court.
Prepare the 2020 vote for
If
the
you-
Republican electors?
I can't.
Look at the
I get the
legitimate
defense, but this is a
document.
dumb, disingenuous
It looks
defense.
different, and has been used before.
Right. So it's not a forgery, is it? Because it looks different. They
I
weren't
see
forging a
exhibit
document, they
11.
created their own,
The-
right?
That's exactly what he's talking about. I want to see the alternate slate document.
That's exhibit 11.
Exhibit 11.
Send it to the court.
So you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you're just saying because you think there's false statements in the document, that makes it fake? The document is real. There may be false statements in it, but it's not fake. How is it
I
fake?
would object to counsel testifying.
I'm asking, how is it fake? I mean, does it exist? Is there a document that says the 2020 electors?
Oh
for
my
Donald Trump in
God,
my
this
test?
is bad.
Says what it
I'm
says,
sorry,
right?
this is
Not a-
bad lawyering.
not
If
the
I were in the
legitimate
jury, I would not
document. The
give this
legitimate
lawyer
certificate of
any
votes,
credibility
it's-
in
you
my
gotta
mind. I'm
understand my
just
question.
saying, as
There's
a
a difference
juror.
between a fake document. You know, like I create a fake check. I create a fake
It
stock
is a
certificate.
fake document.
create
It wasn't
something
the
else that's
real
fake. There's
slate
a
of
difference
electors for
between
the state
that
of Michigan. It
and
was
you
not
create
the
a document that
valid
you just
slate
don't
of
agree with.
electors for the state of
Don't you see
Michigan.
the
It was
difference between
not
those two
a
things?
valid slate of
that I
electors
don't agree
for the
with.
state
I don't
of
understand.
Michigan.
Well, you keep saying it's an illegitimate document that's got false
It
statements in it, so you
is.
don't agree
It
with what
is.
they did. But they're not being charged because you don't agree with them. You know, if you don't agree to them and you don't
Sir,
like their
they were
politics,
not
okay.
the electors
ask
for
the
the
question?
state
Yeah,
my
of
question
Michigan.
is-
Question.
What in the document makes it a forgery? What makes it fake?
The fact that it says that they're duly
Elected.
qualified and elected, fact that it says that they met at the state capitol building at 2 p.m.
Were they at the state capitol at 2 p.m.? They
Yeah.
tried, right?
They
At
tried.
least some of them did. They
Yeah.
tried.
Yeah.
And this
But the-
document was signed before 2 p.m., wasn't it?
Yes,
Okay. And so they went and they tried. They were rebuffed. Okay, right? Isn't that what
Why
happened?
were they rebuffed?
The
Why
police
were they
wouldn't let 'em in.
rebuffed?
yes.
Okay.
Counselor.
So
Counselor,
again, sir, I'm just
Why were
trying
they
to get an
rebuffed?
answer from you.
why did they
How
think
is the
they weren't going
document
to get
fake?
in? Because they
document
said
is what
they
it
weren't
is.
sure they were
It's
going to
not
get
a
in.
fake document.
No,
It's
it
a
is a
document
fake
that you just
document.
don't like.
Object to counsel testifying.
Stop
This
it.
is testimony or argument, or I should say argument.
All
Can
right.
you ask a question, please?
How is it fake? Is it because of the false state that what you view as false statements?
The false statements.
What you
it
view as false what are false
hasn't
statements?
been recognized by the state. It doesn't look like the state, but it was intended for the same purpose, to serve as a slate of electors.
Sir, have
So-
you ever heard of a ladybird deed? Do you know what a ladybird deed is?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, it's a deed that's done in a form and it's held by an attorney or by somebody, and it's not filed with anybody, with the register of deeds or anybody.
Objection.
So does that make
relevance.
that deed
What's-
a
what's-
fake deed?
That's
the re-
very
I was
important.
gonna say, what is the
Yeah.
relevance?
Oomph
So
is
does that
very-
make, because
that's
it's
very
not filed, you
important.
just said it has to be filed.
I want to see
So
if this
if
will.
that deed's
it's
not
gonna
filed,
work.
does that make it a fake deed?
I can't answer that. I don't
Ah,
know.
I can't
still a
highlight
deed, right?
chat.
I'm addressing the
Everyone,
objection.
Oomp's
What's that?
comment
What's
is
the
so good.
relevance?
Having been
Well,
rebuffed
the
would
relevance
cut
is I'm trying to pin them
against
down on what
the
he means by
reasonableness
fake.
of signatories'
He's
good
talking
faith
about
belief
being a
in what
fake
they were
document.
told.
It's not a
That should
fake
have caused them
document.
to
I'm trying
Well, that's
question.
your argument. He said it's a fake
This
document.
has to go to trial. This has to go to
And why
trial.
is it a fake document?
So,
What was your testimony as to why it was a fake document?
because the document says that they're duly elected and qualified, which is not true. The document says that they and I have to refer to
Got
the
it.
exhibits
So
again. Your
Not to
Honor.
cut you off, but I'm just trying to remind myself of the gist of your response. And your concern or follow-up question is that you dispute that what he's describing as a fake document versus a document that has false statements? Is that your follow-up?
Right. My argument, Judge, and I'm trying to pin him down on this, is there's a difference between forging or.
We have to
making a
ask him if
fake
there's a
document.
difference. You
So
can't make
it's a
him believe a
different-
difference. He may not
so
believe
it's a
there's
different-
difference.
So is a
Well,
different. So
That's
it's
what I'm trying to
semantics.
Yeah.
pin down.
You
It's a
can make
different
him
crime.
testify to what you want him to
It's a
testify,
different
I
crime.
understand.
but you can
I
get
get
to
it.
clarifying
Well,
questions. So
there you
I'll
Yeah.
sustain your objection
Yeah,
and
let me
maybe
ask it
rephrase
this
your
way.
question.
Yeah, I'll ask it this way. Agent Shock, you think that if a document has false statements, you define that to mean it's a fake document because it has false statements.
That would be part of it, yeah.
Well, what else?
Could be the makeup of the document.
Because it's
the-
trying to represent itself as
the color
something it
scheme
is
of the
not. It is
document.
trying to
Depending upon
represent
what type of
itself as
document- you know,
something
I'm not
it
talking
is not.
Hypothetically, what else from this document
Oh, from this
that
document,
makes it fake, other than
It's
you
trying
said
to
that you think it has
do
some false statements in
something
it,
false
that it's
statements,
not
the
What else?
the
supposed to.
signatures.
but the
That's it.
signatures were real. They weren't
That's
fake
it.
signatures. They weren't forged.
I
No,
understand that
they
the
were because
document
they were not the
is
duly elected and
informed,
qualified electors for the
you know,
state of Michigan. I get.
So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so all I'm hearing is that because it had a few false statements on the first page.
No,
which is
it's
page
because
2
it
of Exhibit 11,
represented itself as the
That
actual
makes it
slate of electors for
a
the state of
fake
Michigan, during
And I
which it
believe
was
that's a
not.
mischaracterization of the witness's answer.
Well,
That's it.
he could say that's not what that's a question. So he could say, no, that's not what I said.
Okay.
Yes, okay, thank you. And then.
He said yes.
He said yes. Okay, so since in your opinion, there's false information or statements on the first page of the certificate of vote, that means it's forged. I'm just trying to clarify here.
Could you say that again?
You're saying that there, again, we're on this conspiracy to commit forgery.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
You're
would think
saying
so, but
because
isn't there?
this group got together, they had a meeting. they
I don't
signed
know.
this
I feel like
document,
no one's bringing out
and
the
first
statute.
page of the document, page 2 of Exhibit 11, had, in your opinion, some false statements. That's the crime. That's the conspiracy. That's what
The
they're doing
document
in forging
represented
the
itself
document.
as some
That's it,
as something it was not
part
for
of it,
a
yes.
fraudulent
Okay.
purpose. Was there a memo with
In
it
your
that
mind,
said
do you
this is
see any
contingent?
difference between
Was there a cover
a
memo
fake
that we
document
missed?
versus a false document?
No.
Wouldn't you agree that this is a
Okay.
different crime, but
So-
still a crime as the one that we're here for? Would you agree?
So if you had a public document and it's in the proper format and it's signed, whatever the document is, and it's signed, but it contained false information, you're saying that's the same thing as having an actual fake document?
Yes.
Okay, you don't see a difference between that?
Between fake and false?
Yeah,
No, I don't.
okay. And again, the last thing here on the count 1 conspiracy to commit forgery, you've identified the conspiracy was among all of the 16 electors minus Mr. Renner, right?
Yes.
Okay. That they all conspired to commit this crime as you've defined it, with the intent to injure or defraud, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who was injured?
Are you talking about physically?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the
The-
one
the
that's saying
people-
that my clients broke the law here. You tell
It's a
me.
state
There's actual
of
injury
Michigan.
element.
No.
Yes. it
No.
Oh
is.
my
No,
God.
it's with intent.
With
So the
intent.
question
Intent.
should be, who they
Stupid.
intend to injure.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll
Use your
rephrase.
words right, moron.
Who did my client and the other
Intend to
electors
injure
intend?
the voters of the state of
people of the
Michigan,
state
both
of
the
Michigan
Republican
and
and the Democrat.
The people of the state.
Everybody.
Okay.
Everybody. Everybody was hurt
The only thing you did
by
was
this.
submit the certificate of vote
Everybody.
and the other documents.
Everybody was hurt by this.
in Exhibit A,
Get
right?
over it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, I have a follow-up. Who do they intend to defraud?
People of the state of Michigan, Your Honor.
By manipulating
just for my
election
clarification,
results.
This people- I'm sorry, this is
Manipulating
people of Exhibit
election
11,
results
was sent
dis-
to
disenfranchises
the federal
voters
government or
and also creates
entity in the
an
state of Michigan?
unstable election system for every
Are you asking me?
citizen.
I'm
So
asking
it
you,
is
who was it
every
sent to?
citizen who is
It was
injured
sent
by
to the
fraudulent
Senate,
acts in
U.S. Senate
furtherance.
and the National Archives.
Okay,
That's what I had.
with the intent to defraud the state of
this-
Michigan?
The people of the state of Michigan, and
Yeah.
through that, because
This is
that's the
not
normal
hard
process
to
for these
understand,
certificate of
actually.
votes would be sent to be counted.
Okay,
So as
so it's not your position that their intent was to defraud the US government at all?
Okay, everybody.
Ultimately,
What?
yes.
What do you
because
want?
If you're put in a position where you have two slates and it causes disruption in the electoral process, then yes, it could.
Real
as well.
paper
Your
does.
Impact
investigation, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were done.
No, to impact the federal government as well.
And you don't have any evidence through your investigation that this was sent.
But I
by,
am here as called by the state of
any of the
Michigan. If I am
electors
called
or your
by the
agent
federal
likely
government, I
to
will appear for that case as well, Your
Michigan
Honor.
entity.
This is not.
My
I don't
understanding is
know.
it came from. the-
Yes,
the-
you're right. Your Honor.
Okay, it came from, the Secretary of State of Michigan got it from
The National
the National
Archives.
Archives. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. You can continue.
This document was fraudulent in that it intended to present itself as a valid slate of electors. Period. Full stop. There was no recount in Michigan. There was no agreement, as there were in 1960, to have two slates of electors prepared. Hawaii is not the same situation at all. You know, you can keep hoping that somehow this is like a flim-flam, but it's not, kids, because they wrote it all down. And the two people who aren't sitting in this courtroom, Ken Cheesebro and Mike Roman, should be. So I don't know where they are.
I don't see that.
And I don't really give a shit about these 16 morons, because there's always going to be morons. But yeah, they have to be held accountable for fucking breaking the law.
Yeah,
And if
the
they go through their
complaint.
trial and there's not enough evidence to hold them accountable, fantastic. Good for them. But you can't shit your legacy on the Constitution and expect us to clean it up for you. It's not, that's not the way it works.
All right,
So
on
MAGA
page
need to get
2,
their head out of
that
their ass.
Second page of the felony complaint. Do you see count 5, uttering and publishing?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you, what evidence do you have that Hank Cho uttered and published as true the certificate of votes? Exhibit 11, pages 2 and 3.
By signing the document. Is that your question? or
I'm
am I
asking, how
missing-
did he utter and publish? I'm asking you what evidence you have of Mr. Cho uttering and publishing as true the certificate of votes.
So by signing the
Good morning,
document
peace, love.
and claiming it to be the legitimate slate of electors.
Okay. And yet you acknowledged yesterday that you have no evidence that my client ever saw the first page of the certificate of vote, correct? That's what you testified yesterday.
Well, then why
Yeah.
is he an
Okay.
elector?
So
Okay.
how would he
Because if
know?
he's not smart
If he
enough
did- You have no evidence
to,
that he
or if
read
he's
it. All he did was
gullible
sign his
enough to
name
just
on a
sign
page.
shit, then I don't
What
want him
evidence do you have
representing
that
my
he
fucking,
knew
I don't want him cleaning
he
my
was uttering
toilet.
and publishing that document is true? When you have no evidence he ever saw
So
the
I
first
guess
page.
the Republicans can't be in
The-
charge of
the
fuck all,
statements
because
that I've gathered in my investigation.
they
said
can't
that there was
even,
more than just that
these
one
people
signature
probably
page.
shouldn't
There
even
was
be in
other
charge of their own
documents there.
affairs right now. My God, can we get
And-
some
and-
Well, you're not
conservatorships up in
charging
this
with
bitch?
uttering and publishing other documents.
These people
This is
don't,
very
they're
clear.
going into
And he
rooms
uttered
and
and published
signing
what?
shit. Who knows,
The
what the
certificate
hell?
of votes of the 2020 electors. That's pages 2 and 3 of Exhibit
How
11, not other documents.
Fucking
I was just trying to
dumb.
finish. So also with him walking over to the Capitol with the intention of serving the documents. And
How do you know he went there
And
with
then
the
when they
intention
were
of serving
turned away
documents?
from the
You have no
Capitol,
evidence to that.
Counselor, when they were turned
Mr.
away from the
Norton
Capitol, what do you
is
think
there
they should have been
explaining
thinking about when they were
Not my
turned
client,
away
right?
from the
I understand that.
Capitol?
So that's,
or the
you asked me
annex.
for the information
What do you
that I
think they
had.
should have been
I'm trying to
thinking at
provide
that point? Like,
No, I'm
I
asking
wonder
you
if
to
what I'm
tell
doing
me
is
how my
wrong.
client
I
uttered
don't
and
know, I don't
published
get
as
it.
true.
Yeah,
The
you know why?
certificate of
Because they
votes
all
of the
probably had a
2020
big ha-ha about it on the way back to the GOP, and where they went ahead and just fucking did it anyway. So the
I
point
would
is
agree.
that the bottom line,
Okay,
these
I'm
people
I'm pinning him down
all
to-
knew
I
they
could've been
were
at the mall
probably
yesterday
guffawing
doing
about
something. I
it,
mean,
and
walking somewhere
someone
with-
is
that's
going to
not
spill the
proof of
beans.
It sounds
uttering
like-
They just don't
publishing.
want
I
to get to
recognize that. That
trial.
sounds
It
like
doesn't
argument
matter.
to me, not
It's
Alright.
going to
you can make
trial.
him change his answer to align with yours.
All right, I understand. So you believe him walking to the Capitol building?
I
uttered
really
and
like this
published
judge.
as
I
true
really like
the
this
certificate of
judge.
votes of the
I think
2020
she
electors.
is allowing
signing
a
it
lot
and
of
then
rope
walking.
No, my question was walking
as
to the
Oh,
Capitol.
I'm sorry, yes.
as she's the
Okay,
one who's
you
going to
felt
make the
that's-
decision
that
on if
proves
this
he
goes to
uttered and
trial.
published.
And I think she is allowing as
No,
much
by
in so that there's
signing
no
the
doubt
document,
when she
Okay,
makes her
I'll
decision
come back to the
that she
side.
has considered
I
all
asked you,
the
you said
sides.
specifically
So I
by
think
him
she's
walking
brilliant.
to the Capitol. That proves he's uttering and publishing the certificate of votes of the 2020 Michigan electors.
Which is what you want a judge
Maybe
to
I'm
do.
getting
So
too
I
far
could be
ahead,
frustrated
because
sometimes
the
that she
statute
like
also
lets
says
them
with
go
the
on and
intent
on,
to
but I
defraud.
think she's just
So
giving them rope
that's
and
where I'm
hearing what
tying
they
in
have to say,
the-
like
That's a
being a
later
good
element.
judge.
That's a later element. I'm only talking about the uttering and publishing.
Yes, the signature. I'm trying to answer your question,
Okay.
Mr. Coleman. So
right.
forgive me.
So you would
I'm
agree
jumping
him
ahead.
walking to the Capitol does not prove he uttered and published anything, right?
Right, yes.
Okay, so the only thing that you're claiming proves he uttered or published something was his signature on a signature page.
Yes.
No.
By adopting.
Yeah, by adopting
signing
it.
adopting.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
And then we
How
had
do you
this
know he
guy
adopted
from
it?
the
You don't have any
national
evidence of that. That's
something
your
or other.
assumption, isn't it?
When you sign
Well, the
something,
fulminating guy is
you're
named Fulman.
adopting
Oh wait, is his
whatever you
name
sign.
Fulman?
Really?
That's my belief.
Exactly, that's your assumption, right?
My belief.
Okay.
He's an
And you don't have any evidence of
investigator.
that. You believe he meant to or no, because you don't have any evidence of it, do you?
Evidence.
Evidence
What?
that he was
That
there.
he knew and believed.
Evidence that he was
signing, 'cause
there.
He didn't see the first page.
But as Mr.
Oh,
Renner
Kathy,
testified,
hi. Yeah, she
it was
does.
explained
She
to
does.
the group what was going on, and what the purpose of the meeting was, and all of that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That they're an alternate slate.
Yes.
And that there were other things and legal challenges and legislature action, and things
No, they
going on,
weren't.
right?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
There might have been one,
So,
but it was an appeal or
How does
something.
that prove he uttered and published something that
It was
wasn't
common
true?
knowledge
If that was
that
his understanding.
Trump lost Michigan in 2020.
How does
Period.
what
Full
prove?
stop.
His
I don't-
signature
Lost
on the
him.
page. How does
Lost
that
it.
prove?
Lost it like
Just
by
your signature on a
150,000 or
page
something, like a big
without any
amount.
other, you have no evidence that he saw the first page. You have this other evidence about what was actually said at the meeting. How does that prove he uttered and published as not as true the complete document?
By the totality of the circumstances at the meeting at that time. And I think I've already told you.
But the totality of the circumstances, sir, where they thought they were an alternate slate, that they were aware of other lawsuits.
There
pending.
was already
And all
news
of that,
reports
that's the
that
totality of
alternate
the
slates were not
circumstances.
Got a question?
valid, not
Yeah, so
valid. It
what
was all
circumstances are different than those?
That wasn't a question.
So what
That.
circumstances
I
are
remember
different
this
than
came up
the
at the time.
circumstances Mr. Renner testified?
So the
So,
fact that the document doesn't say that they were an alternate.
oh,
Okay.
it's
Again,
true.
ignoring
It
Exhibit
doesn't.
A,
It's true. It
which
doesn't
did
say
make
that.
it very clear.
It doesn't say
That's
it.
a
It doesn't say they
different
were contingent.
No, I
The
know.
language in
Different
the
document, don't
document does
say meeting,
not
but you don't
say
care
they
about
were
that.
contingent.
Move
You
to
only
strike.
want to do this,
Stricken.
you only want to focus on that one document, right?
Well, is there not an objection to be ruled on here? Wait a minute.
That's what we're talking about.
I'll move on.
Yeah, move
Again,
out.
I'll ask the question here. Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that walking to the Capitol by some
It's
of the
time for
electors
another bowl.
had anything to do with the uttering in public?
Wow, what's that? Is that cracked?
Not the utter and publishing.
Okay, so it's the mere signature on the signature page by all electors that day that is the uttering and publishing.
With the information that was provided at the meeting.
Okay.
Let me ask Agent Shock a question. If the document had stated that it was an alternate slate, would that have changed your investigation at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
If it had some contingency language, like say Pennsylvania, or like this other document that Mrs. Burden had signed.
You said if it said Pennsylvania?
No. If it
Oh.
had some contingent language
Oh,
like
okay. The state of Pennsylvania, they had.
yes.
Okay, but so because this didn't have any appearance of contingency language, that's what steered your investigation the way it did.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, a lot of these questions I was saying from the first round with counts 1 through 3. The claim here for uttering and publishing is that my client, Mr. Cho, published as true a false, forged, altered, or counterfeit record, instrument, or other writing. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go through those. What did my client do that was false? How did he utter and publish a false statement?
Signed the false document.
Okay. Of a document he didn't, as far as you know, and as the evidence shows, he didn't see the first page.
Based on the information that I received, that there was more than one page, and then they explained what they were doing. Did I?
Really? Well, sorry. Who explained what they were doing? He explained the first page? You're the first person to say that. I haven't heard anybody testify to that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Coleman, you cut me off. So,
Well,
so as Mr. Renner had said, they explained.
okay. So since Mr. Renner said what he said, how would Mr. Choate know he was doing anything false? He thought
Yay,
legitimately he was an
Pepper.
alternate elector.
I'll see you
that
later,
there were
Pep.
challenges. How does that
Go
make
get it,
anything
girl.
he did false?
Get it, girl. Get it, get it, get it, girl. Get it, girl. Get it,
The
girl.
fact that it doesn't
From
say
the
he's an
back,
alternate
from the side.
elector.
Don't let him ride.
But he
Give
never
him
saw
hell,
that.
Pep.
So I'm asking you what Hank Choate did that was false.
He signed a document and was at a meeting where they convened and wanted to create a alternate slate of electors to go forward and present a slate of electors. But it wasn't an alternate slate. It was according to the document, it was the duly qualified
It
elector.
was the real
You
ones.
just said to Judge Simmons, in Pennsylvania, they put the words alternate slate, an alternate thing on their document. You just admitted, these people thought they were an alternate slate.
No, they didn't.
So because
That
it's
didn't-
just
he didn't
spoken
admit
at the
that.
meeting,
Oh
it's
my
invalid,
Lord.
it's illegitimate, that means it wasn't contingent? I don't understand your distinction. What's the difference?
That's what Mr. Renner said.
Well, you just testified that you accepted that they were told these things at the meeting.
I misspoke. That's what Mr. Renner said.
You said it in your affidavit, sir, paragraph 35. Mr. Flynn told them also.
Yes.
Okay,
But
so they told them that. Why is being something
Because he
being
doesn't
done
have
verbally
hard
any
evidence
different
of
than being
that.
done in
He doesn't
writing
have hard
on a
evidence of
document?
that, sir. He doesn't have hard evidence
For
of
this
that.
purpose.
Starting to feel
The
ill.
difference is it doesn't say
What do you
that on
mean?
the document that they're an alternate slate.
What
So
do you mean,
ignore
Lee?
all the testimony and evidence that these people thought they were all alternate slate of electors. You just ignore that.
No, sir.
Well, how are you taking it into account? You're prosecuting them.
Take it into account.
How? I don't believe it then, obviously.
Because what the actions were was to sign the document that said that we're the duly qualified electors.
Oh,
Do you have
yes. Oh, gosh.
explain
Yeah.
to me the
Oh, I can
distinction
feel it. I think I'm
between
getting
saying we're an alternate slate of electors on the written document versus
Yeah.
we're an
Yeah, I
alternate
can
slate
feel
of
it.
electors
I can
at the
feel
meeting
it
when it's
starting,
being
Lee.
introduced and
I'm sure you're
everybody's
feeling the
talking about it,
same.
and they're signing thinking they're alternate slate of electors. Can you explain to me why legally those are different?
I can't offer a legal explanation.
No,
don't
I'm like,
quite
what?
understand where you're going, but
It's a me problem, Lee. It's not a you problem. It's a me problem.
Well, you seem to
But
accept
thanks.
the fact that in
Thanks for
Pennsylvania, they put it
taking the
in
one for the
writing
team.
on their document that said we're contingent, alternate slate. Not contingent, sorry, we're an alternate slate. Here you have lots of evidence. You just heard a bunch of it yesterday, where all these electors thought they were an alternate slate. And yet you still say they had the intent to defraud, right?
Is there an objection?
Yes, that's a mischaracterization of the evidence. There's no evidence to what the defendants thought. I believe the testimony is what Mr. Renner thought, but that can't be attributed to the defendant's thoughts.
I agree. To the
Because
extent
they
that
would
Mr.
have to
Renner- my
cooperate.
recollection of his
Why
testimony
wouldn't
is
they
that that was what they
cooperate?
were told.
Yes.
And so we can't speak to what the other defendants thought specifically, but if Mr. Renner's testimony was believed, and obviously it was because he was granted this deal, then his position was that they were told this was to be an alternate document.
Oh, I agree that what Mr. Renner testified to. I'm just saying it cannot be attributed to the mindset of the defendant.
I agree that he can't, Mr. Renner can't
Because some
testify
of
to what
those
the others
defendants
thought.
are
He didn't even know their
planners.
names, so.
Some of those defendants
and
are
he made it clear he
actual
didn't really talk to
planners
them, so
of
he
this
couldn't tell
fuckery. Okay,
what they thought, but we
not
did hear
everybody in
him
that
say on
room
more than one
is the
occasion
same as Mr.
what they were
Renner.
told.
Okay,
So I'll
do
sustain
we
that.
understand that concept?
All right, as far as the element that it was false, again, you're so unclear. It's because my client signed that signature.
Yes.
Okay. What about forged? Again, here we are again, with the word forged. What about that document was forged? Would your answers, let me shorten this. Would your answers be the same as they were for
Yes,
the
sir.
first
Yes.
round of the
Yes.
accounts? All right, thank you. And again, what evidence do you have that Mr. Choate forged the document? I think yesterday you said you don't have it, right?
He
That he
created it?
That he
Yeah,
created
yes,
it and
no.
everything. Okay. And also the altered, I just want to make sure on each of these counts. So you're not claiming Mr. Choate altered that document in any way, right? The certificate of vote document.
He didn't create it.
Yeah, I don't know,
alter it.
Kathy. I don't know
No,
if this
well,
is unique to
the
Michigan.
document-
He didn't alter.
I'm trying to recall if we've
Yes,
had
yes,
some
yes,
preliminary
you're-
hearings
yes,
before.
I'll answer your question, yes.
I
just
don't
wanna make
recall
sure that I
having
understand what you're
seen
saying.
many
Exactly.
yet. I don't know what
This is just
Arizona's
Mr.
all
Choate.
about. We'll
Yeah,
find
Mr.
out.
Choate did not counterfeit.
But
the
Arizona does show their trials, so that should
Just
be
like
interesting,
yesterday, you said
I
you
guess.
didn't.
Or maybe that's a federal trial. Sorry, that might be a
Yes, he did
federal
not
trial.
create
Hi,
the
Kim.
document.
Happy 34
Are you saying he counterfeited it in
felonies.
some way? What evidence do you have he counterfeited?
Happy
Well, it's not a- it's
34
not a-
guilty.
Fake document. It's not the legitimate,
Well,
so I
that's your
don't.
position. What did he do? How did he counterfeit it? If he didn't create
Convicted.
the
That should be a
document, how could he
song.
If I don't make the fake $20 bill,
I
how
gotta
did
figure out
counterfeit?
what the what.
But if you're trying to,
If you're trying to
That's
put
not the
that
question.
document
This is a
forward,
specific element. He counterfeited it. If he didn't make the fake
he attested to it.
counterfeit bill
He
or
attested.
document,
He
how
attested.
did he counterfeit it?
He
By
attested
signing
to the
it.
language inside of it, sir. He
Okay,
attested
that's
to
your
the
answer.
language
Okay.
in the
Question.
document by signing it, by affixing his signature. He affirmed the validity of the
Also
document
says that
as
my client has
written.
to know that the entry.
And if he didn't see a page for whatever, he should
that it is
tell
false,
and
altered, forged.
cooperate
What
so
evidence
that,
do you
like
have that he
Mr.
knew
Renner,
Not that the
he can
documents,
get
I understand
off.
what you're saying.
But you
it's
know
false,
what?
It's fake, it's
He
illegitimate.
knows
I get
he
it.
actually knew what they were
evidence
up
do you
to
have that
and
Hank
what they
Choate
were
knew
doing. So
that
Hank
it was
Choate
false
choked and knows
Altered, forged.
exactly
or counterfeit?
exactly why he's sitting here today. That's
again,
right.
it's not the
That's right.
legitimate document. It doesn't look anything like, it doesn't have any government.
Sir, that's not my question, please. What evidence do you have that he knew?
He
that it
affixed
was
his
false? I know, you're
signature
going back to your
to
question. I
a
think it's false, it's
document
illegitimate. That doesn't
knowing
prove he
that
knew
it was not
What
a
evidence do you have
legitimate
that he knew?
document
So
because he is a
it has no
thinking,
government seal.
sentient
It
being.
doesn't, so that's,
Did Hank Choate see that? Does he know that?
He
What
should
evidence
have.
do you have he
Then
knew?
why would he
Oh,
sign
that's- the witness
something?
be allowed
Why
to
would he
finish
sign
his
something?
answers before
Why
the
would he
next
sign
question?
something without
It's not
seeing all the
responsive,
pages?
Judge.
Okay?
Well, you have
Let
to
me know
object
that.
then. You have to say objection, non-responsive, so we can address the objection.
All right.
If you just talk over him because you found it non-responsive, then that lends the prosecution to believe that you're just cutting them off.
All right, understood, Judge.
so the document's not an official state document. So to answer your question, by signing that document, it's not it doesn't make sense that you're signing a document that's not the official document. You're not, and I
Let me ask
keep
you
kind of
this.
going over the
Yeah,
same
let me ask
thing.
you
So
this.
that's my
Not
belief,
the
Mr. Coleman.
official
So
Okay.
document.
You have no
Yes,
you have
and
no evidence.
Ooms made the point
Hank
earlier
Choate
that
knew
if they
that
were
document,
rejected from
2027
the
vote.
annex when they tried to submit the document,
Hank
then
Choate knew
that also
document was
goes
false
to
or
their
counterfeit. You have no
awareness
evidence that
of
he
the
knew that.
potential
That's a yes or no question.
legal problems
he
or
knew,
that there
not
was a
this
problem
generality stuff,
and that they should
that he
ask
knew.
more.
Do you have any evidence?
So I think
I
in
believe that he
trial, they're
I
all
didn't
going
ask
to
you
be in
believe.
trouble.
What
But-
evidence
Oh,
do
I'm
you
sorry.
I don't know if
have
it's going to go to
that
trial.
he knew
by
that it was false, altered,
by-
forged, or counterfeit?
By
Let me finish.
signing
But the
the
fact that this is not a legitimate document, you have no
Did he know
reason
that?
to
What evidence do you have
Please
that
allow
Hank
the
knew that?
witness to
He
finish his
should
answer.
have done
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that.
Go ahead.
we
we
discussed
just
how you
discuss this?
properly object.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So goes back to you're signing a document.
With your signature.
It's not you're not called to the state capitol building at 2 p.m.
Right.
You're not there's no official seal. There's no
Right.
official government process that you're involved in. So the evidence that I have is the fact that he's signing something.
Mhm.
I know that he signed it.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to serve
Mm-hmm.
the document with others at the
Mhm.
Capitol,
Mhm.
not physically holding it,
Mm-hmm.
but walking with them
Mm-hmm.
with the intent to serve the
Mhm.
document.
Mhm.
So I'm trying to answer the best that I
No,
can.
you're
So
a-
that's the evidence, and I'm trying to lay that out for
We're
you.
trying not to answer the question.
Maggot lawyers are really bad.
Because, fine, I'll withdraw.
Why don't
said
you
that
just
on
withdraw
two
from the
times.
case? Because
Of the
frankly,
overall
nobody,
evidence. So
everybody's
yeah,
fucking
evidence,
tired of
it's
you.
got false
You
statements
fucking
on it.
whiny
I am
incel.
asking you,
Get the
please,
fuck
once
out.
again, what
I don't
evidence
know if
do you
he's on
have
Todd
that
Blanche's
Hank
staff.
Choate knew any of that?
Toff Blanche.
What
Todd. I like
evidence do you have other
Toffee
than your
Blanche.
belief?
It's
No,
like
the
a
evidence
stripper
is the
name, Toffee
document.
Blanche.
Right. But
Hey,
you have
welcome
no
to the
evidence
stage,
that he saw.
Toffee
You've already admitted it.
Blanche.
You have no evidence he saw it.
First night,
That's my
first
point.
night on the
So if
stage
he
around the
didn't see it,
pole. It's
how can you
Toffee
attribute that
Blanche.
document to his knowledge?
Based on the testimony that Mr. Renner had given, that that all the people in the room heard what was going on and what was being explained to them and the process and stuff like that. So that's the evidence that I'm relying on as part of the total investigation.
Okay. So do you have any evidence
Pretty
that Hank
much.
Choate knew that the document
I think he
question.
does.
2027, 2020 vote,
I think he does.
that certificate was false, altered, or forged, other than this generic?
Other than the information that I
Other than
provided
the
to you.
information that I provided.
Well, Your Honor, I'm gonna object this asked and answered. Just because counsel doesn't like the answer doesn't mean he gets to keep asking you until he gets a different answer.
Well, no, he's refusing to answer because I keep asking, what evidence do you have about this defendant specific? And he
Oh,
keeps
Jesse Waters
talking in
melting down would have
generalities.
been
He
fun.
doesn't answer
I
the
hate
question.
Jesse Waters.
It's
He's such
yes
a
or no
vile
question.
person.
Do you have evidence or not that he knew?
Well,
It's that simple.
you didn't ask a yes or no question. You said what evidence?
Well, but then I came back, I said, do you have any, my last question, do you have any evidence that my client knew that document, the 2020 certificate of votes, was false, the elements, was it false, altered, forged?
Is there a reasonable
Do you
man
have any
standard?
evidence?
I know it's not,
It's a yes
shouldn't
or
be
no
man gendered, but I'm just saying,
that
is
he
there such a thing as a
specifically-
reasonable man standard or
the-
something? Or I don't
the
know
answer
what
is
I don't know
just
what the right
as to
term is.
whether or not
His mama needs to
client
go live on other
specifically
networks.
Or does he
Yeah,
have
I
evidence
agree,
that he
Kim.
Not
specifically
in general, specifically, Mr. Chuck.
Other than what I just said.
Jesse
no.
definitely has
Okay.
some unresolved trauma.
I was going a while, I'm happy to keep going, but I mean.
Nope,
people
it's
need a
been an
break,
hour
I'm
and a half,
happy to do
so
it.
we'll take a break for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna be on a little tiny break. Boop, boop, boop. I will. Oops, no, I don't want that. Oh, nope, I don't want that. Oh, actually, they turned the sound off, so that's fine. Good morning. Good morning. Well, okay, so yeah, you've all heard my commentary, and you've all been making commentary on this all morning. I mean, the reason they have a preliminary hearing, just for those of you who might just be joining us, is that this judge, who is wonderful, Judge Simmons, she is going to make the decision as to whether or not the cases for 16 fake electors go to trial. So this is not their trial. This is just the preliminary hearing. And on the stand right now is the chief investigator, I guess. I don't know what he is, but I think he works for the Attorney General's office. So he works for the prosecution, and he's the one who made the recommendations, I guess, on charging. So they're grilling him about what evidence he has, obviously, to point to their clients. So in this preliminary hearing, for those of you who may not be familiar with Michigan, they had 16 defendants. So each of these preliminary hearings has featured 4 defendants and 4 defense lawyers. So the state prosecutor has to handle cross-examination by 4 other lawyers of her witnesses. So that's why, and each group has had some of the same witnesses, etc. So it's really, like Fani. So it really is, although Fani, I think, had a grand jury. I don't think these guys had a grand jury. I don't think so. I think this is basically their grand jury, if you will. I think it's in lieu of a grand jury indictment, but I could be wrong about that. So if we have more knowledgeable viewers, please let us know in the chat. But I think that this is she, and that's why, as I said earlier, I believe that she is really focused on letting in as much as possible so that her decision is considering all of the different perspectives. So I actually, I don't know if it's a probable cause hearing because they've already gone through like search warrants and other things. You know what I mean, Kathy? So I don't know. They call it a preliminary hearing is what they call it, if that makes sense. But the, I can't remember what I was saying. It doesn't matter. It wasn't really important. Anyway, so I don't know if this is the last group or the third group. That's what I don't remember. Evidence must be considered regardless of what step court is in. True. So I think that she's doing a really good job of like absorbing everything and letting people just kind of go, like giving them a little bit of room. Either to they'll trip up sometimes, or they'll provide, like I think she's getting to something. I think she's a very good judge. I don't know. I'll tell you right now, I subscribe to her YouTube channel. This woman works all the fucking time. I can see on weekends she'll be doing arraignments. She's working all the time. Anyway, I don't know. I just think she's kind of amazing. And she's actually moved her vacation. She said yesterday she moved her vacation to accommodate this preliminary hearing. So I don't know. I feel like she's really given a lot for this. So I cannot be critical. It's Judge Simmons in Lansing. I think her name is Kristen. Yes, Kristen Simmons. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, she's been consistently calm and just like, doesn't get fussed by all the nonsense. And with that many defense MAGA attorneys in the room, that's got to be hard, right? To keep your shit together. Because they're constantly talking over each other. They're constantly saying stupid stuff. So, and the same for the prosecutor. I feel sorry for her too, because she's got to handle all these defendants, all these preliminary hearings, all these different fucking maggot lawyers. These 2 women in particular to me are really doing some heavy lifting for this country. But so it's been a good experience. Thank you to everyone who's joining us. We have wonderful 6 people right here on YouTube. Join the chat at Real Lolo on YouTube. We have 1 person watching on Twitch. Thank you so much for putting on Twitch. I really appreciate that. And then the rest of us, that's about, so that's 7 minus 43, 36. So we have 36 viewers on Twitter. So hi, Twitter. Hi, Elmo. Thanks for letting me use your API without having to buy a monthly thing. I really appreciate that. I had my BlackBerry on 24/7 on vacation or not as an HR exec for my job. Had to be in the loop and be able to provide service when I was needed. Work ethic. I agree, Kim. I was the same way. There was no weekends. That was for over 20 years when I was in management positions. There were no weekends. You had your phone on. I mean, I fucking searched Queens once for a kid that didn't get home on the train right. So, so I mean, you don't know what's going to happen where you have to be available. So, I don't know. That's probably one of the things that broke me, but it doesn't. No, there were other things that broke me. I like the matter of fact stuff, she says. The prosecution will think you're just stalling when you talk over them. Yeah, exactly. She does. She actually has a tremendous amount of insight, to okay, I'm trying to help you out here, so that you can get through this. I don't know. It's not fun. It's not fun information to get through. All right, so let's talk about good old Johnny Trump. Let's get that over with. Of course, I'm delighted that he is guilty on all 34 charges. Once, twice, 34 times a felon. And I think I'm sad. Oh, I'm once, twice, 34 times a felon. And I think I want to die. I think we all need to contribute $5 to Biden. I think that's a fabulous idea. Or maybe $34. Maybe you should make a $34 contribution to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the next president and vice president of the United States. I think that's a great idea. I will do that, Kim. I will commit to doing that. I will send $34 in honor of the former guy. I think it is great. I actually didn't expect it. I just kind of had maybe 47. There you go. I just kind of had resolved myself to whatever happens, and I'll take whatever, obviously it just is what it is. Didn't want to ask for more than anyone. Definitely. In fact, always the thing about giving is whatever is meaningful for you, that should be the ask. There's no dollar amount. For me, it just 34 was funny. So no, there's no pressure. Absolutely. But what a great deal. What a great thing. So I think it is good to see justice work. I don't know if he'll go to prison or not. I don't really care, frankly. I don't really care. I think that there is a higher chance. First of all, I think Biden will win. That's it. Biden will win. And I think that the other scenarios, if we don't make it to 270, I think that's more likely that no one makes it to 270 than a Trump victory. That's what I think. I think the Trump victory is a distant third option for nonsense. But I think the more likely, if there's going to be nonsense, I think the more likely is just a really weird field and no one kind of hits 270. And I still think that's an extreme. I don't know necessarily, although I definitely think we should be aware of that and we should be voting in concert with that thought. But yeah, I think Biden will win. So I'm not really worried from that. I'm going to make sure I get my shit together and do what I need in order to help make that happen so that we preserve democracy, so that we can vote again. And when Taylor Swift or, Janelle Monáe or someone runs for president that we actually want to vote for, not Taylor Swift, I wouldn't vote for her. I'm sorry. I appreciate what she's doing about voting, but I'm not really a big super fan. I'm not sure how committed she is. But anyway, that's not neither here nor there. I'd actually rather have Janelle Monáe. Anyway, the point is that while Biden will win, I think that 270 is a little slightly more concerning to me in terms of a poor outcome. Although, here's the very interesting small detail about that. I'm watching very closely, hopefully so you don't have to, what Trumpy says, what all the little pundity boys around them say, what Vivek says, and I'm also listening to I know we need her in the celebrity space. I know, no problem. No problem. Yeah, that's true. We need some help in the celebrity space. Can I just say, Hollywood, get your act together. Do something. But I think that RFK, I've been listening to him. And the interesting thing about RFK is he's gotten a little spicier in the last couple weeks. He's gotten a little like and then, yeah, all words will be from the Project 2025 playbook. Absolutely, Kim. You're right. Yeah, see, that's the problem, is it really doesn't matter whose name is on the Resolute desk, except for Biden. If Biden's name is on the Resolute desk in January, we can all go, let's go back to not worrying about... No, I'm just kidding. I know. We've got a lot of problems to solve. I'm not dismissing that at all. But... if what I'm trying to say is that from a Republican, libertarian, independent, I guess, I don't know, independence being misused a little bit, I think, these days. So I want to be careful about invoking that. But I think that terms like that are basically in service to a Project 2025 kind of scenario, because the money people like the Peter Thiels and the, Deripaska, whoever, I don't care, name your rich guy, Mercer's, who's the Publix lady, like all those, the Koch brothers, whatever. So to that standpoint, those people want a particular type of democracy where it's not about more perfect union. It's about power and control and kind of finalizing the closing down of certain institutions so that you don't have that oversight, right? Regulations being dismissed. We already had that with Trump. We had train derailments, we had spills, we had runoff, we had all kinds of environment disasters, and there will be more. And, the other thing is that it will be a privatization, as I continue to say ad nauseum. I know, I'm sorry, but that is a very real end game. Control over birth rates. Katie Britt just proposed. Katie Britt, the Stepford wife that spoke after the SOTU. She wants to create a database of pregnant people. Yeah, that's Handmaid's Tale stuff. Okay, and the reason for her legislation proposal, is that the birth rates are down. So she thinks this is how you solve it. So yeah, cutting taxes, gaining control over healthcare, privatizing that, privatizing education, so that talk about indoctrination. You think they claim indoctrination? Wait till you see what they do to schools. And this is stuff that's already happening, kids. So it's not like, boogeyman, burr, burr, burr. Kentucky passed whatever that says that fucking a charter school can be religious. Okay, that's dangerous. That's not right. And thereby get public money. Religious schools should not get public money. Period. Private schools should not get public money. Period. They're private for a reason. So, healthcare. They want to privatize healthcare. Jared Kushner's brother is the co-founder of Oscar Health, which is one of those pay-for-play healthcare systems, which are great, except for if you don't make enough money. And then it's not. We're going to lose our public health care and education to conservative. Yep, that's right. Canada too, Badger. You're right. Canada's going through the same shit. They just put A at the end of it. No, I'm kidding. That was a little Canadian joke. For all my dearest Canadian friends, of which there are many. All right, Kim, see you later. Take care. All right, take care, dear. Yeah, so it's the end game is here, right? Roe is gone. Roe's gone. And that was just the start. Okay, yet again, I'm gonna say it again. Trump was a Trojan horse. Trump isn't the issue. I protested propaganda on Saturday. I didn't mention Trump's name once. Because I know that there is a world of fuckers around him that used him as a tool. Not that he's innocent. He did this for his own protection, and it's not working out so well. But they used him to test the fences, and it worked. They got judges in. They gummed up agencies with sycophants and other simp placements. They really broke the law in many regards. Bill Barr acted as Trump's personal lawyer. Right? So, I don't know. Remember the census? Where they tried to put the are you talking about the citizen question, Oomph? Or there was something about the post office. I mean, like the post office, like the amount. I mean, that was the grace that I was giving Merrick Garland over the last few years, is that, oh, there must be a lot of fuckers within the Department of Justice who are just like slowing shit down. I don't know if that's the case, but now I'm beginning to think, I don't know why I don't know why Roger Stone isn't on our lips, you know? I don't know why Roger Stone isn't mentioned more. I don't know why Mike Flynn isn't mentioned more. You know, just because I'm not saying that, oh, if you get these guys, it all gets better. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying you have to get those guys. Like, because they keep doing it. Oh, God, easily. That's so funny. I do that all the time. Yeah, so, I mean, the thing is that, I don't know. This is why we can't have nice things. So, yeah, I mean, maggots, you have to accept that rule of law exists for all of us. I mean, if you're so like, oh, the Democrats this, the Democrats that, look at Bob Menendez. Everybody I know was screaming, okay, Bob, step the fuck down and go to prison because you broke the fucking law. So Bob Menendez is going to go through a trial. And that's a good thing for all of us. And when presidential candidates are not allowed to hide money that they have used to silence a story in direct correlation to their election as the president of the United States, I want everyone to be held to that standard. And that's how we get there, is by holding the first guy who did the bad shit like that to be convicted. Oh, and guess what? I think that
continue.
Another Democrat was convicted years ago. Edwards, right? Wasn't John Edwards convicted of some kind of campaign finance bullshit? And he had to serve his time. He had to do the thing. And we were like, well, that's sad because we all like John Edwards, but that's the law. Why is that so hard for maggots? Why in the world would you ever want to not hold your elected officials to that standard? I don't even get that. Like, that's dumb. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't do that. I don't do that for Democrats.
Are you ready?
Oh, so dumb.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was waiting for.
Oh, I see.
Thanks for coming to my TED
Okay,
Talk.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it, Judge, sorry about that. All right, Agent Shock, I want to ask you a couple of questions back to the issue of Mr. Renner. You said he came forward, talked with you, explained his thinking and all that, and then the charges were dismissed against him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And because my client exercises constitutional
That's a great point.
silent, as well as
That's a great
others,
point, easily.
we're here today, they're charged. Was there any other reason why Mr. Renner had his charges dropped and my client's charges? Other than he spoke to you and my client didn't?
I'm not aware of when charges are dismissed. I'm not in those discussions, Mr. Coleman, so I don't know.
Fair enough. Let me ask this, didn't Rose Rook come in and speak with you?
Yes,
Okay, she explained her thinking, right? Her intent, right?
yes,
And she told you she had no intent to defraud anybody, that she thought she was an alternate slate, right?
don't remember what her exact words were, but I remember the alternate slate.
Yeah, so she thought she was in the same meeting where it was said to all the electors, you're an alternate slate of electors. She told you that's what she thought, right?
Yes.
Okay, she was at that meeting. Why is she still here?
And I'd ask if these statements of Ms. Brooke are being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted, or if
State
they're
of
for
mind.
effect of whose state of mind?
My clients, because he's claiming all the electors, he doesn't know their state of mind. Well, if there are other electors who came to him and said the same thing, consistent with Mr. Renner, I think that's relevant information that goes to state of mind.
Well, I'm going to object to Ms. Brooks' statements post December 14th, 2022 investigative shock being used for the state of mind of Mr. Cho, who was not party to those statements.
Well, I think it goes to credibility, not state of mind, because he testified that Renner was dismissed for a specific reason. So now he's trying to ask, well, if those same reasons apply to her, why wasn't it dismissed as to her?
But
Right.
So I think it goes to credibility.
But that's not his question, and that was not his rationale.
That was the question.
Yeah.
She said that she told you the same things. Why weren't they dismissed?
And when I objected, he said he was using it for his client's state of mind. And
I recognize that's what he said. I recognize that probably is why he was using it. I would sustain the objection for that purpose, but for the fact that I believe it goes to credibility.
I was just gonna interject, Your Honor, yeah, Mr. Rowe, is I believe that it also goes to what counsel was doing, which was exploring the evidence that did not support his theory. I think that's what was
I just don't
also.
believe counsel has
Correct me if I'm
made
wrong.
that here.
No, that's
Because
correct.
he's made statements that everything I looked at pointed to guilt, essentially.
He doesn't have standing for the objection, is what you're saying? He doesn't?
Right, because it's my objection to
No,
questions of Cho.
Your Honor, I'm in the same proceeding, and this is the same record, so I am permitted to object to objection.
I agree. I'm going to overrule the objection because I think it goes to credibility. As to the question about Ms. Rook, he's already reserved the right to recall him. He can ask this question himself if he wants. But as to him trying to pin down and identify why it was determined that Mr. Renner had the mindset that differed from the rest of them, but Ms. Rook didn't. I think that's a valid question, and understanding the credibility of his statement is as to why he didn't believe that Mr. Renner was guilty of the crime, or committed, I should say, the crime that was alleged to have been committed. So that objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So do you remember the question?
No, I was gonna say, typically,
All right, Agent Shock, I don't blame you. Thank you.
yeah.
So given that the same, or not same, similar proffer with similar information you
Yes.
admitted was made by Ms. Rook to your office, why is she still charged and Mr. Renner is not?
I can't answer that. I don't make the decision to dismiss charges. So I
Well, you was,
can't,
okay,
I don't know.
but
I don't know.
in your opinion, did you have any objection to Mr. Renner?
Who's on
being,
YouTube?
Released as a defendant, the charges dismissed against him?
Objection, relevance to his
Well,
opinion.
You
Because
said,
he's
does he
the
have any,
investigating officer.
you said,
and
does he
he's
have any opinion, you said?
the objection?
Any objection?
To the action that was taken to dismiss Mr. Renner. Because again, he's the one that signed the affidavit. He's the one that said
That's
he
his
believes this is
opinion.
true.
Well,
But yet he was.
That's not his
I just wanna find out,
decision to
was he okay
make.
with Mr. Renner being,
Why is that
charges
important? What's the
being dismissed.
relevance of that? Yeah, how's that relevant?
yeah, I don't know how that's relevant.
well, because it's relevant as to the other electors, Judge. As evidence comes in and we find that there's other electors with the same interest, same mindset, same everything. It goes to credibility, it goes to state of mind. of
Mr. Renner
everybody
had
who's in there.
specific
All the things we've already talked about.
circumstances. He
And
was
so,
called in like
I'd
the
like to
day
know.
before. He is
Yeah,
not,
it
he
goes to
doesn't know any of
credibility.
these groups. He's not part of the GOP. He's not part of an elector group. He was somebody's friend. And he was a warm body because someone else refused to sign. So Renner was completely blind as to what he was
Yeah,
doing and what he
I
was
never said
getting
he had the
involved
authority.
in
I
and
said,
doesn't
he's
understand the
one that
process.
signed this affidavit,
He
which is the
definitely
basis
does
for the
have
whole reason we're
circumstances
here
that I
today.
think mitigate his
And
guilt.
he said he
I don't know about
believes
this
our
other
clients to be
woman.
guilty. And so now I'm simply asking, well, he must not believe that about Mr. Renner anymore, or did he? I'm just trying to find out what his mindset.
Well, I think that you phrased the question that way. It's a different
Yeah.
question, and then based on the information that he now knows, that's a different question.
Oh, okay, well, I'll phrase it that way. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Agent Shock, so based on what you know now and the evidence you have from both Mr. Renner and Ms. Ruck, did you have any objection to Mr. Renner?
No, that's not a different question. Different question would be, I was thinking, would he still authorize or swear to
I'll ask you.
affidavit to authorize charges for?
Oh, I'm
you.
glad
Mr.
this
Renner.
is
So
law
I'll ask it
school
that way.
101. I love it.
Agent Shock, knowing what you know now from Mr. Renner, okay, would you have written an affidavit authorizing criminal charges to be filed against Mr. Renner?
No, knowing what I know.
Okay, so then, if you had to do it today, knowing what you know about Ms. Rook, would you authorize charges against Ms. Rook today?
Found inconsistencies in her statement. So I swore to the affidavit, believe the affidavit to be true and accurate.
Well, what inconsistencies? You just said she was consistent with Mr. Renner, that there was
No,
an
no, no.
alternate slate and those things. So what are you talking about?
Specifically, I'd have to go back. I just recall after
There are
sat down,
16
there were some
defendants.
inconsistencies,
So I understand his
about
inability
her
to recall
statement. I did
specific
not find
statements.
any inconsistencies with Mr. Renner's statement.
I
And
want to know
and
what
I'll
the
just-
inconsistencies
Yeah,
were.
so you don't know what those inconsistencies are?
I'll bring up one. It had something to do with, based on my memory, it had something to do with after the fact. That after the fact they went to the Capitol. And there was something that took place that wasn't consistent with what she had told us.
But you don't know what that was?
So she
It was just-
lied. So she lied.
Well,
She lied
here's
in
my, I guess,
her
general objection.
interview.
I think the witness is answering without the benefit of refreshing his notes. I happen to have been at that property. My client didn't go to the Capitol. She left, had lunch at the front. She didn't do anything after she saw
What
it.
is
So
this?
I don't know what he's talking
What's
about. Maybe
happening
he's confused. Does he need objection? The witness has no foundation to answer the question without reviewing his notes. That's
Okay.
Yeah, maybe,
my objection.
I don't
maybe what we
believe,
could do, if Mr. Bellata's gonna recall the witness anyway, maybe I should just leave that issue for him to
That's probably best.
delve into. I was just trying to get a general idea of.
That's probably best, because I thought he's originally stated he didn't recall, and he would have to refresh his recollection. So I don't know if that last answer was him guessing. Was that?
That was my best of my recollection,
His best
Your Honor.
recollection,
So
okay.
it had something to do with after the meeting at the Capitol or after she left, but I want to be,
So
you know,
something to that
accurate.
effect, something surrounding that was what you found to be
Yeah.
inconsistent.
I would have to review her
Okay.
interview again and then look at some of the.
Okay, well,
I'm
we'll
happy
have
to move
Mr.
on.
Bellata address it, because I would like to know what the inconsistency was.
And Your Honor, I would ask that you go back and look at that prior to Monday.
Something.
That's-
no, not Monday, today.
I don't know. Don't you have witnesses here?
I do have other witnesses here.
So no, they may need to go today, and he can finish up on Monday.
It's not
They
my
were gonna
turn yet.
recall him anyway.
I'm just following procedure.
We might be here all day with this witness.
I'm gonna need y'all to be a little bit more positive about this.
We're trying to be realists.
I don't wanna be realist.
It's 11:08. There's gotta be a lunch break. And there's still more questions. You know, Mr. Bellata is not the only one that sometimes takes the scenic route. Mr. Freeman might take the scenic route. And so
I think that is a compliment. I'm just gonna say that for the record.
he's from New York, so it happens. So, you know, we have to be honest about the fact that you have, is it 2 more witnesses that are waiting?
I have one here,
Oh,
one
okay.
on call,
Oh, okay, got it.
because I wasn't sure.
Should we need to pause this?
Yeah,
That's beneficial to your witness, because he has a couple of things that he needs to refresh his recollection on.
And
Council.
I
I'm
just
fine
want to be
with
clear,
that,
I've
too.
only lived in New York for 7 years. I've been in Michigan
Shut
since
up.
2000.
Nobody fucking
Michigander.
cares.
Shut up and
7
sit
years
down,
is a
sit
lot of
down.
years to be in New York.
down.
There's some
Sit
truth.
down.
It's
Sit down.
In dog years.
a
Nobody
lot of
fucking
years.
cares.
Okay, let's see.
I'm happy to interrupt now. I mean, I've got
You're happy
a few
to
more
pop-
counts to go through, but I'm happy to do it if it helps.
Well, do you want him to finish his line of questioning before we call the next one? That's what I was thinking would be best.
Your Honor, if I just may, as a point of scheduling, we're gonna interrupt Shock again
No,
for.
Well,
another-
she has a witness here waiting
Well,
today.
my understanding was that those witnesses weren't here today, not because there was some sort of scheduling issue with those witnesses, but rather in case we got done with Shock.
Well,
I don't necessarily understand why we would now start taking witnesses out of order. I understand that we took Mr. Renner out of order yesterday at Mr. Bellata's request.
Because he's got to be
Because Mr.
recalled
Renner had
anyway,
issue
so it's a waste of time to
you
keep
were
him
gonna
on
say
the
something
stand
about
when you have to
Captain
recall
somebody.
him.
Captain
Oh,
Green
press
actually works
press
in-
conference. Okay, hold on.
sorry, I
6 hours away.
Captain Green, her witness is here from Marquette.
Well, he's a law enforcement officer. I mean, frankly, who cares where he works? I mean, whether he's down here in Lansing or up in Marquette, he's still getting paid. He's a cop. So
Totally legal.
he's not going on vacation.
Well, we do care about use of public resources. We don't want to spend, the taxpayers
There's
gotta
a legal
pay
expense.
every
to the
time he
book.
drives down
Your
It's
here.
Honor, I
not,
don't think we want to talk about
sheetrock,
the use of public resources in
construction,
connection with this prosecution.
or any other thing.
I
It's a
can't-
legal expense. Think of that. This is what the falsification of business records were.
Hold on.
And I said, what else are you going to call it?
Hold on.
What else are you going to call it? Now, I would have
Fuck.
testified. I wanted to
God damn it.
testify. The theory is you never testify, because as soon as you testify, anybody, if it were George Washington, don't testify, because they'll get you on something that you said slightly wrong, and then they sue you for perjury.
God
But I
fucking
didn't care
damn it.
about that. I wanted to. But the judge allowed them to go into everything that I was ever involved in, not this case, everything that I was ever involved in, which is a first. In other words, you could go into every single thing
And I have,
that I ever did. Was he a bad boy here? Was he a bad boy there? And my lawyer said, what do you need to go through? And all you wanted to do is testify simply on this case. Because I would have loved to have testified. To this day, I would have liked to have testified. But you would have said something out of whack. like it was a beautiful sunny day and it was actually raining out. And I very much appreciate the big crowd of people outside. That's incredible what's happening. The level of support has been incredible. So the whole thing is legal expense was marked down as legal expense. Think of it. This is the crime that I committed, that I'm supposed to go to jail for 187 years for. When you have violent crime all over this city at levels that nobody's ever seen before, where you have businesses leaving, and businesses are leaving because of this, because heads of businesses say, man, we don't want to get involved with that. I could go through the books of any business person in this city, and I could find things that in theory, I guess, let's indict him, let's destroy his life. But I'm out there, and I don't mind being out there because I'm doing something for this country, and I'm doing something for our Constitution. It's very important, far beyond me. And this can't be allowed to happen to other presidents. It should never be allowed to happen in the future. But this is far beyond me. This is bigger than Trump. This is bigger than me. This is bigger than my presidency. And the people understand it because I just see a poll just came out, the Daily Mail. That was the first one, came out, was done last night right after the verdict, where I'm up 6 points. 6 points from what we already were. We were leading fairly substantially. We're up 6 points in the Daily Mail poll. Now, maybe other polls come out and it says something differently. But a lot of people have predicted it because the public understands, and they understand what's going on. This is a scam. There's a rigged trial. It shouldn't have been in that venue. We shouldn't have had that judge. He should have allowed us to have an election expert. We had the best expert, most respected expert, head of the Federal Elections Commission. He was all set to testify. He was waiting for 2 days. And when it was his turn, Bragg's people protested. And the judge knocked him out, said you can't testify. He actually said you can't testify for anything having to do with the trial. You can say what the federal elections is. Well, that doesn't help. Everybody knows that. But you can't testify. So essentially, he wasn't able to testify. Other people weren't able to testify. But with these people, they were able to use people salacious. By the way, and nothing ever happened. There was no anything. Nothing ever happened, and they know it. But they were as salacious as they could be, and it had nothing to do with the case. But it had to do with politics. And do you notice the timing? The timing was perfect. This case was dead. It was dropped by every agency, every governmental board. It was dropped by the highly respected Southern District. They said, no, there's no case here. It was dropped by federal election, and that's what it's about. This is about a federal election, not a state election. You're not even allowed to look at it. They took the state and the city, and they went into a federal election. They're not allowed. The people from federal election, Southern District, and Washington dropped the case. Everybody dropped the case. There was no case.
People salacious.
Cy Vance dropped the case.
Salacious.
And when Bragg came in, he said, this is the most ridiculous case I've ever seen. And who would have a certain person, again, gag order, who would have a certain person like this ever testify? He said, this is essentially one of the worst people I've ever seen ever to testify. He said, the craziest case I've ever seen. This is Bragg. Then when I announced I was running for president, long time later, they decided to revive this case. And they got a judge.
Oh, he's breathing.
Judge Marchand.
I saw a federal election, not a state election. Okay.
Responsible for another case that was also brought. It destroyed the life of a very good man, by the way. Destroyed the life
Paul Manafort?
of a very good man.
Which one?
Who went to prison once.
Oh, is this?
And then they just put him in prison again because they said he lied. He didn't lie. I looked at the statements he made.
Mouth.
In fact, he didn't remember something, and they put him in jail. Again, they've destroyed him. With me for many years. He was an honorable person. He was an honest man.
Uh-oh, what happened? Did you break him?
And if you look at what he did, supposedly.
Is he still in prison? Is
never
Alan
happened. There's never
Weisselberg
been
still in
anything
prison?
like this. Over the education of his grandchildren. Over, he didn't report that he had a car.
Oh
or
my
2
God.
cars
Oh
on his
wow. This is
income. I
quite a
don't know.
press conference.
I wonder how many people here have cars.
What
I
an
wonder how many
interesting-
people said,
you know,
"Oh,
this
gee, I have
must
a
be
car that's worth
5D
X
chess.
dollars." How do you even figure it? And I guess you do have to
Oh my
report it, but
God. I guess
I would
you do
say
have to
probably
report it.
almost nobody does. Nobody even thinks about it. They put this man, they destroyed this man,
There's a little tiny
but
baby
they put him in
podium.
jail again because they didn't want him to testify. They didn't want him to testify. That's why he went to jail. They put him in
What?
jail twice.
Oh, get out of here.
He's 77 years old. Now, normally I'd say that's an old guy, but I don't feel 77. Nobody ever says that about me. I'd like them to say, gee, we have to have a little sorrow for this man. Because
Yeah, I know, the
they just
dinosaur.
don't say that about me, but maybe I'm better off that way. I think I'm probably better off that way.
Hi,
But they put him in
Jairus.
jail twice.
Twice.
And you have to see what they put him in jail. And he was threatened by the judge.
Rikers. Oh my God.
This man was told you're going to get 15 years in jail
Yeah, see?
if you don't give up Trump.
See?
And he was told that.
Put the money in the bag.
You're going to get 15 years in jail. And he
This
made a
is
plea deal because
meandering.
he didn't
This
want to
is
spend
super
the
meandering.
rest of his life.
Oh,
And he was
boy.
told that viciously.
viciously. Like
We're living in a
They were like-
fascist state. He was told that viciously.
Listen, Alan
So you can go to jail for
Listen, Alan
4 months, 5 months,
Alan
or you can get
please come to the front.
15 years in jail. So do a plea.
Clean up
Almost
on
who
aisle
wouldn't
45.
do that plea? Everyone does those pleas. It's a horrible thing. There's a whole
Everyone
group
does
of
those
lawyers that
pleas,
fight
not
that.
me,
It's so
though.
unfair. It's so unfair.
Not me.
But they destroyed his life. So many other things. You look at Southern District didn't want to bring the case. Nobody wanted to bring the case.
Nobody did.
And then you know who didn't
But
want to bring
then
the case? Most of all,
Alan Van
was
Bragg.
Bragg.
And
Bragg
yet
didn't want to
here
bring
he
it.
is.
But then he brought it.
Son of a bitch.
And they tried to make
he
it a
won
different
it.
case. They didn't
He
say
won
legal
all
expense equal
34
legal
of
expense.
them.
Again, if I wrote down and paid a lawyer, and by the way, this was a highly qualified lawyer. Now, I'm not allowed to use his name because of the gag order. But you know, he's a sleazebag. Everybody knows that.
Well, you're a
Took me a while
sleazebag.
to find out.
That we know.
But he was effective. He did work. But he wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. You know, they like to use the word fixer. He wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. At the time, he was a fully accredited lawyer. Now, he got into trouble not because of me. He got into trouble because he made outside deals
I
and
think
he
we
had
have the same
something to
hair
do with
color.
taxi cabs
Is it?
and
I
medallions.
can't tell
and he
on my
borrowed money.
screen.
And that's why he went. And then he pled
I'm sure he did.
to
I would.
three,
I'd get my hair done before I went out there and
three
said, I'm not guilty.
election violations. And as soon as I saw that, I said, I
He's
wonder
got
why he
mouth
did that. He
spit,
pled.
and
He
it's
took a deal.
really fucking killing
Now,
me.
he took a deal because he wanted to get off. In other words, I'll take a plea deal and I want to get off. And he wanted to make a deal with the Southern District.
This
And they
is
wrote
epic. I love this. Of all
the
the
worst
newspapers.
report I think
oh,
I've
I
ever
gotta
seen
see
on
that. I
any
haven't
human
been
being,
online
other than the
really yet.
report
Yeah,
that
his hair's
was
weird.
written on
My hair's
James
weird.
Comey by the Inspector
go fix
General.
my hair.
A very great Inspector General, actually. Wrote a report that was so bad. This one was possibly worse.
Possibly.
The Southern District, the judge didn't let us use it. He said, it's hearsay. I said, it's not hearsay. Wouldn't let us use it. This is about the man. But he got in trouble for a very simple reason, because he was involved with borrowing a lot of money and he did something with the banks. I don't know if it's defrauded the banks, but something happened. You guys know what it is. And then in addition to that, he gave up on three things where he wasn't guilty. In fact, they were going to testify in that. The head of the FEC, the Brad Smith, the election expert, #1 rated in the country, was going to testify. He took a plea on three things. He just added them in because that gave him more bargaining power with respect to me. But the three things that he pled on, having to do with the election and having to do essentially a little bit with me, they weren't crimes. They weren't crimes. Nor is paying money under an NDA. So we have an NDA, non-disclosure agreement.
Oh, boy.
It's a big deal, a non-disclosure agreement. Totally honorable, totally good, totally accepted. Everybody has them.
Everybody.
Every company has non-disclosure
Everybody
agreements.
has them.
Everybody
But the press called it
has
slush fund and all sorts of other
everybody.
things. Hush money, hush money.
Everybody.
It's not hush money. It's called a non-disclosure agreement. And Most of the people in this room have a non-disclosure agreement with their company.
With you?
It's a
Yeah,
disgrace.
with their company. Okay.
So it's not hush money. It's
Yeah,
a
and they should be
non-disclosure agreement.
illegal.
Totally legal.
Falsification of business
Totally
records.
common.
Thank you.
Everyone has it.
Falsification of business
And
records.
what happened
I'm
is
falsifying business records.
He signed a non-disclosure
Yeah.
agreement with this person, I guess other people, but it's totally honest. You're allowed to make the payment. You don't have to
Yeah.
make it. You can make it any way you want. It's a non-disclosure
totally.
agreement.
Totally.
And he
Totally.
signed that. And there was
Totally.
nothing wrong with signing it.
Totally nothing wrong.
And
nothing
this
wrong.
should have been a non-case. And
Should have been
everybody
a
said it was a
non-thing.
non-case, including Bragg. Bragg said,
But here we
until I
go.
ran
But there
for
he
office.
was. But
And
there
then they
he
saw
did
the
it.
polls. I was leading the Republicans. I was
Oops,
leading the Democrats. I was
did
leading
it
everybody.
again to
And all of a
your
sudden,
heart. What's that?
They brought it back.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a very sad thing that's happening in our country, and it's a thing that I'm honored. In a way, I'm honored. It's not that it's pleasant. It's very bad for family. It's very bad for friends and businesses. But I'm honored to be involved in it because somebody has to do it, and I might as well keep going and be the one. But I'm very honored to be involved because we're fighting for our Constitution. The money that was paid legally. There was nothing illegal. In fact, the lawyer in creating the
play
NDA,
that.
because at that time he was a fully accredited lawyer. He wasn't a fixer. I never thought of him as a fixer. The media called him a fixer, or the prosecutors called him a fixer. He was a lawyer, and he was fairly good. Later on, I didn't like what he did. I didn't like, for instance, I didn't like that when I became president, he went around
there
and
is no teleprompter
made deals with companies. When
anywhere
I heard that,
inside.
he was
He
gone.
is riffing.
He was gone.
We're
And
riffing.
He had payments coming to him, and a lot of this involved things that are very simple. There was nothing wrong. This was standard stuff, all standard stuff. Everything involved was standard. There was no crime here. In fact, I just watched a couple of the reports. You watched Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, Greg Jarrett. You
no,
look at all of these people.
I don't.
Mark Levin.
He has very tiny notes.
All very talented
and they're
people.
not
Great people.
helping.
Many more. Many more. And they don't know me, essentially. They don't know me. They're legal scholars and experts. But I look at them. I watched
Jonathan Turley was your
Turley
lawyer.
this morning saying there's no crime
Jonathan Turley was your
here. Everybody
lawyer.
says there's no crime here.
Jonathan Turley
Except
was
for
your
this
lawyer.
DA that's got the city out of control with crime. It's absolutely out of control. So we have an NDA that was signed. We have legal expenses. And here's the thing on legal expenses. You have 100 where they say
Is the sun
they do a
hitting
charge.
his
I
face?
just recorded this
Is
out.
it hitting his jowls? Is that literally
Falsification of
happening? I gotta
business
make this bigger.
records
Hold on.
in the first degree. It sounds so bad. I said,
shit.
wow.
Come on, bitch.
And even my own lawyers, I get very upset with them because
Look at
they
the
don't
light.
say what it is.
Look at the
They
light.
say, well,
on his fucking
falsification
face.
of
It's gonna hit his
legal,
eyes. Oh my god.
records is
Get
only
ready,
a felony.
kids.
Well, that's a lot. Is only
He's
a,
gonna say,
they say a
who
misdemeanor.
opened that window?
But they try and bring it up to a felony if there's two crimes. They have all these different things.
I
The
don't
other
even know
thing is
what
they
pot
missed the
to
statute
smoke.
of
I'm so
limitations by a
excited.
lot. Because this was very old. They could have brought this 7 years ago instead of bringing it right in the middle of the election. So they missed the statute of limitations. They did everything. Now, let me give you the good news. The good news is last night, we just got a report this morning. In the history of politics, I believe, maybe I'm wrong, somebody will find that I'm wrong, maybe, but I don't think so. They raised with small money donors, meaning like $21, $42, $53, $38,
See,
a
he's
record
signing.
$39 million in
He wanted
about
to
a
say
10-hour
39 billion.
period. No, think of that.
Just think of that. Think of what that
I
means
like
for our
those people.
country.
Because so far, I guess it's
I don't think that
backfiring. Now, I
actually
don't
sounds
know.
like very
I'd
much.
rather not have it happen. I don't want to have it backfiring. I don't want to win this thing legitimately, not because they were stupid and did things that they shouldn't be doing. They shouldn't have brought this case.
I need you guys
They
to
were
watch
saying
his
it this
face
morning.
as the sun
This is a
starts
case
to
that
hit
should
his
not have
fucking
been
little
brought.
beady eyes.
I watched Andy McCarthy say this is a case that should not have been brought. And that was this morning. But they all say that. Every legal scholar has said it. And these are great people. They really understand the law. The other thing, a poll just came out. The first poll, I don't know, maybe others will be bad. But a poll just came out a little while ago. The Daily Mail. Does anybody read the Daily Mail? It's very good. They have a good poll.
It's not.
At least I like it today.
It's not good.
And the Daily Mail just came out with a poll, and it has Trump up 6 points in the last 12 hours. 6 points. 6 points since this happened. Who thought this could happen?
That's not true. He's lying.
Because the people of our country know it's a hoax.
True.
They know it's a hoax. They get it. You know, they're really smart.
It's not
And
a hoax.
it's really something. So we're going to be appealing this
It's
scam.
just the law.
We're going to be appealing it on many different things. He wouldn't allow us to have witnesses. He wouldn't allow us to talk. He wouldn't allow us to do anything. The judge was a tyrant.
New York State.
And you got to see that with Bob Costello. A fine man.
Persevere.
I've never seen anything like it. And neither has anybody that was in that courthouse where he demanded that the courthouse be cleared. Now, the good news is most of the people in the courthouse were the media.
Costello
And anybody that was in the media, if you're fair, you'll say, wow, that was anger. That was praised. He was praised.
No, they
And the
won't.
reason that
Because
Bob Costello
is
acted
so
a little bit upset,
goddamn
which I think he has a right to,
frustrating.
was that every question
Bob Costello
he was being asked
is a
was
simp.
being objected to by
He
the other side
has
and sustained
some
by the
blood on
judge.
his
Sustained. I think he did it many times. I don't know what the number, many times. Even I was sitting there saying, and these
Wait,
were
what?
basic questions.
Bob Costello.
And I never saw anybody treated that way by a judge. And I've been treated very badly by two other judges also, because it's all the same thing. And it all comes out of the White House. Crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. He's the worst president in the history of our country. The most incompetent.
In the world.
He's the dumbest president we've ever had.
You're the dumbest
He's the dumbest president, most incompetent president,
Look at you
and he's the most
standing
dishonest
there
president
like a
we've ever had.
felon.
And so many of these, he's a Manchurian candidate. You take a look at the way he
felon.
treats China.
Talk about a Manchurian
Russia,
candidate. Okay,
so
let's
many
talk
others.
about
You know, I
Manchurian
ended the Russian
candidate. Maybe we
pipeline. It
need to
was
watch
dead.
that movie again.
He comes in and he approves
Maybe
it.
you don't know what that movie
And
actually
he gets
was
3.5
about.
million, meaning 3.5 million is paid to the family, his family.
Oh, here we go.
From the mayor
Wait.
of Moscow's
Hold
wife.
on, bitch. Hold
And I said,
on.
where did that
Hold
come
on, bitch.
from?
Hold on.
Nobody
hold on,
wants to
hold
talk
on,
about it.
Hold on.
But he's a very big danger to our country.
No, you are.
And the only way they think they can
No,
win
you
this
are.
election
Where's
is by
my
doing exactly
goddamn-
what they're doing right now. Win it in the courts
Where's
because
my
they can't
Dino?
win it at the ballot
Dino
box.
Smirnoff. Here we go.
So we're going to show them that.
Oh, look, it's behind the thing. That's cute.
Oh, we're going to fight. It's actually.
Oh, we're gonna fight.
I don't know. It's something where I'm wired in such a way that a lot of people would have gone away a long time ago. They would have gone away after impeachment hoax #1. That
Really?
was a total hoax. I had
Really?
great support from the Republican Party, though. Then
Really?
you had impeachment hoax #2.
Oh.
And then they formed the committee. How about they formed the committee of thugs, the J6 committee of thugs. And they took their records and they destroyed all of the records.
Oh, really?
After
They
the
didn't.
committee was
No, they didn't. That's a
abandoned.
lie, actually.
Because
He's
those records
lying.
were great for
They
us.
didn't. They archived
Now, can you imagine
them.
if Republicans
they archived
did
the
that?
website.
Everybody would have
They
been in jail
exist.
by now.
He doesn't know how to read a website.
You think of the
I'm sorry.
unselect. I call it the unselect. They call it select committee. I
Yeah.
call it the
Well,
unselect committee.
You know
of
what we
thugs.
call you?
They meet. It's 100%
Traitor.
Democrat and 2 past Republicans that are no longer Republicans, that are no longer in business anymore. Thank you. But it was all Democrats and 2 wayward Republicans. Liz Cheney and crying Adam Kinzinger. He cries every time he goes on television. He's the most emotional human being I think I've ever seen.
Wow, really? Oh,
And
how about you?
That
How's
was
that
our
ketchup doing?
representatives. These 2 people were our representatives.
Our representatives?
So
Why?
they had all this stuff that
Because
they're
it's
leaking.
sides? I
And
thought
then
it
when
was
it came
justice. I
time
thought it was
to look at the
democracy.
records,
I thought it was rule of law.
like
What about rule
where
of law?
the police said and the
What are you talking about?
Capitol Guard said
What are you talking
that I
about?
supplied, think of it, that I recommended
The sun
as
rising
many
on the American
soldiers
flags.
or National
I know.
Guard as you
oh,
want.
damn. It's not going on his fucking
10,000.
face. Damn it.
If you had
Thought it
500,
was.
you wouldn't have had a problem. There wouldn't have been a J6. But Nancy Pelosi and the group didn't want it. Anyway, so they have testimony
anyway.
to all of that.
Anyway, whatever.
That I
Whatever.
did not attack the Secret Service agent in the front of a car.
Oh my God,
You know,
this is
these
unhinged.
are strong people.
This is unhinged.
And I supposedly went to the driver.
This guy is fucking unhinged.
And I grabbed him around the neck. And he rebuffed me. And then I went to the other guy, who I think is a black belt in karate. And he's slightly younger than me, maybe 35 years, 40 years, 50 years. And I grabbed him around the neck and said, he's a black belt in karate. They know how to get somebody from around their neck. They would have gone like this, and that would be the end of that. Actually, I had a friend that said, you shouldn't dispute that. That makes you look like the toughest cookie we've ever seen. You should have let that go on. But the fact is, it never happened. It was all made up. And that was proven to be made up.
Oh,
it proved to be a false story. And they deleted and
It wasn't.
destroyed all of that information.
No, they didn't.
Every ounce of it.
No, they didn't.
We're dealing with a
lie.
corrupt government.
No,
We
you're
have
not.
A corrupt
You're
country.
a corrupt.
Our elections are corrupt.
You're corrupt.
Our borders
no, they're
are
not.
open.
No,
Our
they're
borders
not.
are going to be closed very soon.
They're closed.
November 5th
Stop
is
it.
going to be the most important day in the history of our country. Now, when I say that, because
Bob
my people are
Fosse.
always saying, do this, because we're fighting for America, DonaldJTrump.com. I hope everybody watching right now, DonaldJTrump.com, because it really makes a difference. They have a lot
he
of
is
money on the other
scared.
side. I don't know where they get it. Nobody knows where they get it. But for some reason, they get money.
I'm scared.
But they're not on the side of our
scared.
country.
I didn't grab him by the
In
neck,
many
but
ways,
he got
I think
away.
they hate
but he
our
didn't
country.
have to get away because he's
Who
too
on
tough,
earth
and I was afraid
can
of him,
want
but
open
I'm
borders
not, and I would,
where people
but I
are allowed to
didn't,
pour
and even
in
if I did, it
from
was okay.
countries unknown,
And he
from
was okay,
places
and all that
unknown, from languages that we
Find
don't
my
even
book.
that we haven't even heard of. We have people sitting in schools with languages where very few
didn't,
people have
but
ever
if
even
I
heard
did,
of these
I would have been
languages.
right to because
It's not
I'm
like
the
Spanish or
president.
French or Russian. Languages unknown. We have people coming
We have
from,
people coming in
corners
with
of the
languages
globe,
no one
and
even
many
knows.
of them are not good people.
That's right.
Many terrorists,
Every,
record levels of
yeah.
terrorism.
It's-
Record levels
you
of
know,
terrorists
it's-
have
really?
come into our country. Record.
But did
They've
we
never seen
catch
anything
them?
like it. You know, there was
So we
a
caught them. So you're
report
saying we
that in
caught the
2019
terrorists
I don't
since we know
believe
they're
this, by the way.
terrorists, and so they,
media
that's
gave
why
it,
we
and
know
it was
they
good
didn't
for me,
get
believe
in
it or
here
not.
because
They said in
already
2019
went-
there were no
they were
terrorists.
already figured it out that they were terrorists,
Recorded
and so they
that came
stopped them
into our
from
country.
coming
I
in.
don't
And so
believe
is that
that. I
what
don't
you
think
mean?
that's
Because
possible.
that would be
But
the
they
only
actually,
way to count the
2019 was
actual
a
number
Trump
of
year.
terrorists coming in. And no,
I don't believe
because
that could
you'd
be
have to know
possible.
they were terrorists,
But they
right?
said
So
no
that's
terrorists
the
came
only way
into
that
our
really
country.
makes sense.
So let's say it was close. Let's say it was close. But now record levels of terrorists. Record levels, the
But
highest
if it-
level we've
again,
ever
sir,
seen of
sir, I
terrorists
just have a
are
question.
pouring
I just have
into our
I have a
country.
question. I have a question.
You have China,
Excuse me. I
with
got
just
a
in the
little
last few
tiny
months,
baby
29,000 people came in, and I
Okay.
looked at them on a
Here we
line,
go. Oh, thank
and
you,
they look
Gal.
like perfect soldiers.
Gal
They're
dropped
almost
the
all
January
male,
6th final
from
report. I just
19
read
to
that the other
25.
day,
It
by
looks
the way.
like a recruiting
Yeah,
exercise.
that's a
They
great
have beautiful
link.
tents.
Thank you.
They have propane stoves. They have cell phones.
He doesn't even know how to use a
the best
propane
you
stove.
can buy.
He doesn't know how
I
to
said,
use a
what's going
propane
on? It looks
stove,
like
by
they're
the way.
building an army
Okay,
right in
I'm
our
just
country.
letting you know. No, they're not.
No,
Okay, again,
think that would happen,
if you
right?
are so fucking sure, sir,
losing our country.
that there are millions
And
of
I really
terrorists
think
coming
that this
in,
is
then
an
that
event,
means we
what
would
took
know
place
they're
yesterday
terrorists
with
and we
this
would have
judge.
caught
Look, we
them. So
have
are you saying that we caught that many
conflicted, but
terrorists?
he's a crooked judge.
And that's a good thing?
And you'll
I don't know what you're
understand that.
saying,
And I
because you're
say
not
that
making any sense right now.
knowing
What does
that
this
it's
have to
very
do with your conviction? I'm
dangerous for me to
confused.
say
Isn't this
that,
a news
and I don't mind,
thing about your conviction?
because I'm willing to
Because I'm
do
just confused by
whatever
that.
I have to do to save our country and to
No,
save
you're
our
willing to do
Constitution.
whatever you have to
I
do to
don't
save
mind.
your ass. And that nobody cares about. No one
So-
cares about your ass. In fact, all your friends have been talking
So-
about how you're going to be assassinated. So maybe you should check with your buddies like Fucker Carlson
Thank
and
you.
Mike Flynn, because
So
they
we will
keep
continue
saying
the
that you're
fight.
going to be assassinated. I
We're
don't
gonna
know. You
make
might want
America
to
great
check
again. Very simple.
with your
When
besties
people fight
to make sure
MAGA,
that they're
they
not
say, we're
like
gonna fight. I watch
planning
Biden. We're gonna
something.
fight MAGA.
I
We're
think
gonna
if
stop
I
MAGA.
were
Let's
him,
make
I'd
America
be careful.
great again.
I don't know.
That's all it
I
is.
would.
MAGA. Make
It's
America
not. It's to
great
make
again.
Trump
Our country's in
not
serious
a
trouble.
prisoner.
We owe $36 trillion.
Make Trump not incarcerated.
We were going to be, we were energy independent for the first time
MTNI.
ever And now we're begging Venezuela for oil. One statistic
Were we
after
ever
year.
energy? I don't think we were energy
Venezuela
independent.
was crime-ridden. Caracas, the cities.
We weren't energy independent.
2 years ago, 3
Were
years
we?
ago. They
I don't
just
think so.
reported a 72% drop in crime in the last year because all of their
Oh,
criminals,
yeah,
most
direct
of them, and the rest are
correlation.
coming in now. The ones that didn't
I mean, the
come
maggots
in.
are simple-minded.
In
I'm going to give them
Venezuela,
that. They can keep
their
it simple
prisons have
because
been
you've got
emptied
some simple minds
into
on
the
the
United
other end.
States. Their criminals and drug dealers have been taken out of the cities and brought into the United States. And that's true with many other countries.
So how do we know
The
that?
Congo
Because
has
if we
just
know
released
that,
a
that
lot of
means we
people
must
from
know
jail.
those
Congo,
people and we
Africa.
must be stopping them.
Just
So that's the only
released
way
a
we
lot
can
of
know
people.
them.
A lot
We're
of
not just
people
asking them a questionnaire
their
like, "What's your
prisons and
occupation, drug
jails
dealer?" Thanks.
and brought them into the
bye.
United States
You
of
know,
America.
it's not how it happens.
This is what's happening to our
Simple-minded
country.
Idiots.
And it's not sustainable by anyone. Little things like our kids can't have a little league
You know, your
game anymore
freedom is
because
not
you have tents
sustainable.
and you
That's
have
what's not
migrants
sustainable.
living
Why don't you
on
talk
the
to us
fields.
about how scared you are
That's
right
the
now?
least of it. People are taking over our luxury hotels,
What?
migrants, and yet our
Oh, wait a minute.
veterans, our
Is he
great
saying-
veterans,
Wait.
are living on the streets.
Is he saying the Roosevelt Hotel in New
Like
York
dogs,
City is
they're living
as
on
a
the
luxury
streets.
hotel? Because
But
that is
migrants are
definitely not
living
the
in
case.
luxury
Okay,
hotels and
the Roosevelt is a
cities
piece of
all over our
crap
country
flea
run
trap
by
hotel.
Democrats.
It's
So
terrible. No one should stay in
it's
that
my
hotel.
honor to be doing this. It really is. It's a very unpleasant thing, to be honest. But it's a great, great honor.
Oh,
We're gonna-
really? Is it?
We're going to do what I have to do. I'm
are you
going to
gonna
do it.
do?
And the support has been. That's why I
What are you gonna
mentioned the
do?
number of $39 million. That's why I mentioned we're up 6 points. And we went up a lot over the last month because everybody saw it was a rigged deal. It was a rigged trial. But we're going to make America great again. We're going to make it better than
We're gonna
ever
make it
before.
better and
November
bigger and
5th.
littler
Remember,
and tinier
November
and
5th is
bigger
the
and
most
weirder
important
and
day in
more
the
fucked
history
up.
of our country. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, bye-bye. No questions, huh? Oh, that's Trump Tower. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, look it. I'm famous. Oh, crawling. Crawling. Oh, tiny person. Okay, bye. Meep, meep, meep. Meep, meep, meep. Meep, 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 meep. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. Meep, meep, meep. Meep, meep, meep. Meep, 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 meep. Hold on. We're gonna go back to normal. Hold on. It just take me a minute. Hold on just a second. Okay, hold on just a second. Oh, I have everything everywhere all at once. Okay, wait. Where's my other screen capture? Hold on just a second. Just wait a minute. Oh, don't do that. Okay. All right, let me get us back to 1. Everybody, back to 1. Okay, hold on. That's that. Perfect. Everybody's doing great. Everybody, yeah. Rock your body, yeah. Victory's back. All right. Hold on. Oops. Did I do this right? Oh boy. I don't know. Hold on. I'm coming up. I want the world to know. Got to let it go.
I have no control over what the AG's use of resources are, but I do have control over what uses come out of this courtroom. And so to the extent that I'm going to order someone to drive back to Marquette, because today's Friday, or get a hotel for 2 days to come back on Monday, and I don't know how long his question is going to be, but if I'm gauging it based off the last time, it's not long.
Well, Your
It's
Honor,
a-
what that potentially does is because I'm last in the batting order, what you're potentially talking about is me not getting to this witness. I've been waiting for 3 days. The question,
No, you will get to the witness. You mean you won't get to him today?
that's my concern.
Well, you wanted to wait anyways because you wanted a transcript.
Your Honor, that was at the beginning.
You wanted to wait.
That was at the
We might
beginning-
have a transcript by
That was
tomorrow.
at the beginning of this proceeding.
I get that.
Okay? My only agreement was to interject.
There was no
for
agreement.
I can't stand
For
this guy.
Mr. Bellata's request for Mr. Renner to get Mr. Renner on, because Mr. Renner was going to be unavailable due to vacation. I have a strong objection that we're gonna do anything to accommodate Captain Green. I am mindful that there are resources at play here. However, he is a law enforcement officer. He's assigned to this case. It's the people's schedule.
That doesn't
The
mean
people are not
you-
the ones that are
That doesn't
asking
mean that
to
you.
insert Captain Green
Oh my
in the
God.
middle of a cross-examination of the key investigator in this case. If that request is coming from the people, it's not appropriate at this point. I think we proceed with this witness. We go all day with this witness. We get as far as we can and we see where we are.
I'm glad that you have a position about how I'm gonna run my courtroom. We're gonna run it the way I wanna run it.
I understand.
So
Honor,
your
but the
objection
rules-
is noted.
the Rules of due process
Thank
still
you.
apply.
They absolutely do, and I get to run even if I felt like I have enough now to move on, I can cut this off. This is a preliminary examination. It's not a trial.
Gilbert from Mr. Thompson. I understand the court's position on it. I recognize it. It's very logical. However,
But
in our
I'm going to
continuous
mansplain to you
interruption of
again.
a witness to accommodate other witnesses without having what I would consider, which would be different than you, a legitimate reason to appear immediately. It's a scheduling issue. You're in control of your docket. I fully understand.
And
it.
she's made the
However,
decision, so
the
sit down.
prosecutor is in control of who she presents and the order she presents them.
I completely agree. That she didn't make a request.
I didn't.
She didn't make a request for this. This was my suggestion.
Oh,
Because we're still not finished with him and there's still, I need to refresh my recollection. He's going to be recalled anyways. We established that already, that he's going to be recalled.
correct.
So we could stop now. He's gonna be recalled regardless.
Correct. But it's the interruptions between. That's my.
The
point.
interruption
Well, the
between
interruption is here.
doing what? Because you've had your cross-examination
Part of it.
and you requested to recall him.
Right, and that was because it was at the end of the day.
Not on the same day.
But you didn't, but not just in the day, you passed over to the next examination. So you really are not in a position to even I can understand him having a concern. He hasn't had his bite at the apple yet. You've had a bite and passed over with the understanding that you would recall him at a later time. When that later time is going to be is not up to you.
I would agree with that.
It
If we
doesn't
give her that
matter if you would or
rationale,
not.
I'm still wanting to make my position known, but I better understand.
It's
the
known.
court's position.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can continue with your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Agent Shack.
Yes, sir.
After all that, we ended before the break. You stated that you had no evidence that Hank Choate knew that he had knowledge that the instrument falls on the porch. Correct.
No direct evidence,
Right.
plenty of circumstantial evidence
What's the circumstantial?
that the document was what?
His
altered?
signature
That
on the
Hank Choate knew
document.
That
His
the document
signature on
uttered
the
and published
document.
that had being false altered.
I don't know if Hank had any communications
Hank
with other
Choate,
people,
yeah.
but he
It starts with
signed
the popular vote. So
document.
the President Biden had won the popular vote. The votes had been certified on November 23rd. The Democratic electors had been called to the state capitol building, and again, the circumstantial evidence would be that Mr. Choate was following this.
That's right.
Mr. Choate chose.
And then they were turned
to go
away
to the
from the annex where the Democrats would have
Michigan
met.
GOP headquarters.
And
signed a document,
yeah, they were turned
walked to the
away, so
Capitol,
they knew.
uh,
They knew.
with trying to assert that
That's knowledge.
this is the legitimate doctor, or this is
They are
the
not the
Republican
legitimate
slate of
electors.
when the legitimate slate of electors had already convened.
You said something interesting there. That Mr. Choate knew they were the Republican slate of electors. That's right. That's what he knew, right?
The Republican didn't win
That's a
Michigan.
mischaracterization of
Is
his
there an objection?
testimony. Yes, it's a mischaracterization of his testimony.
If
Well,
you want to
I have
respond.
Clarify, because he said Mr. Choate walked to the Capitol, knew he was an alternate, the Republican slate for the, and then he went on and said something else.
Was your
after that.
question to,
So my question was, so Mr. Choate knew that he was the Republican slate for the electors, right?
he's trying to, look, we're addressing an objection right now. So the objection,
That's not the question I objected to.
what was the objection?
The question I objected to was that he was, counsel was saying that the witness.
I would imagine.
Testified that
She's
Mr.
pretty
Choate
patient.
Knew he was an alternate Republican elector, which was based on the witness's previous summary, and I was saying that was a mischaracterization
Of the
of that
witness's
testimony.
testimony. Oh, as to that, the objection sustained.
Well,
You can continue with your question.
Okay, I think he answered the question that Mr. Choate knew he was a Republican slate. On the Republican slate
He
for
stated
electors.
that.
And you said yes, right? Okay, now, those are all, you listed 6 things here, circumstantial evidence that prove Mr. Choate's knowledge that he uttered and published as true a false, forged, altered, counterfeit record. Okay, here are the 6 things you said. I want to ask you some specific questions. The first thing you said was, well, there's a popular vote. So by that you mean President Biden, by the popular vote, had 2.8 million, whatever, and Mr. Trump had 2.65, whatever million votes. Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How does that piece of information prove Hank Choate knew he was uttering and publishing a false, forged, altered, or counterfeit record?
Because he signed something
Signed
that said it was
2020
duly and
certificate of
qualified elected
Okay,
electors.
here we are going
Fucking
in
fuck.
circles again. He never saw
Because
the
you
first
won't
page,
accept
right? You have
the.
no evidence of
You
that.
don't know that. Well, then
Direct
he
evidence,
should have.
Circumstantial evidence.
You have no evidence. that
Why
Hank
is your
Choate saw
client
that first
signing
page.
documents
Just answer that
blindly,
question.
sir?
Well, what's the circumstantial evidence that he saw the first page? This is the first time I'm hearing this. Did you have a chance to talk to the AG when we were on break or something? Are you changing your testimony?
That
What
he
the
stated
fuck?
that we're
Sit
gonna strike
down.
that. He stated that yesterday, that there was circumstantial evidence under another cross-examination.
Okay. Well, what's the evidence? What's the circumstantial evidence that Hank Choate, by signing a signature page, okay, with nothing else with it, means he knew he was uttering and publishing a false document or forging a false document?
Well, along with Mr. Renner's testimony, others had said that there was multiple documents along with the signature page.
But he said he had no personal knowledge that Hank Choate saw those documents. And he never saw Hank Choate sign documents. So he didn't testify Hank Choate saw any of those documents.
He being Mr. Renner, correct?
Mr. Renner, yes.
Yeah. Yes, that's why I said there was no direct evidence versus
Well,
circumstantial evidence.
How is that circumstantial when Mr. Renner said, I didn't see it? And that he didn't. He had no evidence at all.
As I mentioned, there was other people there that saw that there was multiple documents there that would coincide.
And where's the evidence for that? Who
Your Honor,
testified
I'd
to
ask that the witness be allowed to complete his answer before the next question.
You can complete your answer.
I believe that there's going to be a couple of more witnesses called that had shared that information.
But as we stand right now, you don't have that information, right? And it's not before the court in this proceeding, right?
No. It's in the reports that I interviewed those witnesses.
And again, none of those reports.
I love those little pictures of us, Gal and Jay. Those are so cute.
Yes, I don't have any direct evidence that he saw the first.
So again, this is your assumption. This is your guess that, well, because documents were floating around the room, maybe he saw it. Is that what I'm gathering from your testimony?
I would object to that characterization that documents were floating around the room. I don't believe the testimony for that.
Cross-examination, I can characterize things. he's saying that there were other documents in the room. I would not, the document that I've heard of so far is the one Mr. Renner.
The objection is to the terminology of floating around the room.
Yes.
I'll take that out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, again, sir, you have no even circumstantial evidence that
He
Mr.
does.
Cho
He does,
actually
sir.
saw
He
the
does.
first page of that document.
He does. He does. He does.
Circumstantial evidence.
Other people have testified that
I
they
have no
saw it,
direct
right? Is
evidence
that what it
to
is?
show that he specifically saw it. I have circumstantial evidence to show that there was other documents there, as Mr. Renner indicated, and others have indicated.
So he's not telling the truth. Mr. Choate is lying about not
So,
seeing the first page. That's
second
really
thing
where
you
we're here.
For circumstantial evidence. Well, let me ask this. Back to the popular vote. Do you have any evidence of Hank Choate about the popular vote other than the certificate of vote, second page of exhibit 11?
I have circumstantial evidence that shows that Mr. Choate was following, whether it was media reports, following what was going on at that time. Whether court,
Yeah, he
court
probably
cases,
posted
things
about
like
it.
that through the social media.
And how do you know that?
Through his social media.
Okay. So were there social media returns that were actually talking about the votes for President Biden versus Mr. Trump?
There was, yes.
Okay. And you believe that the mere fact that Mr. Choate may have known that President Biden got 2.8 million votes, that's evidence that he knew he was uttering and publishing a false, fake, forged document.
Yep, that's it. Thanks for wrapping it up for us so neatly and putting a bow on it.
2.8, that yes, that Mr. Trump had 2.6.
Okay. And then the next thing you said was the Democrat electors had been called to the Capitol. How was Mr. Choate supposed to know that?
It was public information.
I don't
I'm gonna
know.
ask for clarification. I believe we are talking about the Lansing Capitol, but we've had a couple different issues with that as being the annex, the Capitol building. That is important to me as far as this question goes.
Well, I'm saying because he said Capitol building. I was just repeating what he said.
Very
So-
good.
Can we clarify?
Yes, the state capitol.
So again, my question is, how would the fact that the Democrat electors were called to the Capitol have any bearing on Mr. Choate's admitting, uttering, and publishing?
Because they were there in official capacity.
Okay.
And they,
Did Mr. Choate know that?
that the Democratic, yes,
How do you know that?
because they were told that at the Capitol when they went to the Capitol.
Oh, ouch. It's
Okay.
on video.
So he
That's how
didn't
they know
it when he
that.
signed. You didn't know it when you claim he uttered and published the document. That's after the fact. How
Oh,
do you
come
know
on
that
now.
he knew
Come
he
on.
signed his name on that one page signature page that the Democrat electors were meeting at the state capitol?
Because
Renner also said they said at the
It's
meeting they
also
might be
known
turned
that-
away.
by law that's where they're supposed to meet at that specific time. Mr. Choate was contacted or appeared at the Michigan GOP headquarters at that particular time just before. So
Okay. Now, how is that relevant to whether or not Mr. Choate knowingly uttered?
Because he
and
didn't show up
published
to the right
fake,
place. If
false,
he was supposed to be in the right place, he didn't show up to the right place. So he
Fact
had
that the
presence of
Democrats
mind to know
state
that
capitol,
he
how-
didn't, he
how
wasn't
is
going
that
to be
happen
allowed into the Capitol.
to his
That's why.
knowledge and what he knew about uttering and publishing?
because that's
Let
the
him prove that he was there for
legitimate
another reason.
electors, and these weren't the legitimate electors.
In your opinion, right?
No, in the opinion of the
That's a good
Constitution of the
question.
United
Opinion.
States, sir.
This question? Okay.
Yeah, it is. In your
That's a
opinion,
valid
the
question.
Democrat that were the legitimate electors, right?
Yes, based on the review of the documents. that
Based
were
on
signed
the
off.
evidence, the facts and
state.
evidence, like the
Do you have
results.
any direct or circumstantial evidence that Mr. Choate actually saw the official certificate of ascertainment from the Democrats?
No,
Do you have any information that Mr. Choate, Director Circumstantial Evidence, that Mr. Choate saw the official certificate of votes from the Democrat electors? And I asked these two questions prior to him signing. That he saw the certificate of ascertainment or that he saw the certificate of votes from the Democrats?
no, sir.
Said the next thing, circumstantial evidence. Mr. Choate chose to go to the Republican headquarters. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. How does that prove he knew he was uttering and publishing a false public record?
Just by going there?
Is that a yes?
No.
So I asked how, and you said just because he went. So because he was at the meeting.
I was asking for clarification, just,
Right, and
Oh,
I thought you
sorry.
said,
I thought that was
mhm.
your answer.
no, just by going there, I'm sorry, I was asking for clarification.
Well, that's what you said. Mr. Choate chose to go to the
Yeah,
headquarters to the meeting. So his simply going to the meeting proves he meant to knowingly utter and publish a false, forged, altered, or counterfeit record.
Yeah, and I'm gonna.
Yep,
object
you nailed it.
That's a mischaracterization when the witness was eliciting, well, within his answer of the circumstantial evidence, he laid out several bullet points. This counsel is isolating each one and saying just this bullet point, just this bullet point. That's a mischaracterization of the witness's original answer.
Your Honor, I would actually join and basically say this: when it comes to the witness, he can say whether or not it's a mischaracterization. Counsel here is stating it's a mischaracterization and frankly, putting almost testimony in his mouth that he can use.
Well, again, Your Honor, I can't question him on the 6 points that he
Yeah,
raised, the circumstantial evidence. I
he
have to
did
do it as a group.
Give a list of what those things he believed called or caused there to be circumstantial evidence as to why he would have or should have would be guilty of these actions. I think that he can go through those lists and ask specifically what about this would cause him, because it may not be that it's an individual that individually won't be that. That could have been his answer.
Well, yeah.
But he has to be allowed to answer, just like you keep asking allowed to answer. You can't keep telling him it's a mischaracterization. He knows what he should know. What's a mischaracterization of his statement? No, I didn't say that. That's not what I was saying. He should be able to say that.
That's
A mischaracterization of his statements. He should be able to. He should be able to identify that.
what I'm saying is the question was a mischaracterization, and I'm allowed to object when he's mischaracterizing evidence that's on the record.
His question took one element of what his response was and now asks him, how was that? How does that go towards the evidence? He can do that.
But he framed the question to the exclusion of all of the bullet points, which is not what the answer was. It mischaracterized.
Because he's trying to figure out how each played into the totality of the investigation.
I'm not sure I understand what the objection is.
That you only took one bullet point
But that's not
of
an
the
objection.
list
She
of
just
what
doesn't
he.
like the way.
No, the objection is it mischaracterizes his statements.
But I guess-
He could easily say, I didn't look at that just by itself,
He could.
but you didn't give him an opportunity to respond.
That is fine.
He's
So I
also a
didn't give him an
terrible
opportunity,
witness.
But I'm allowed
He
to.
could say, well, that by itself means or will cause me to believe X, Y, and Z. We don't know. He can go through those bullet points individually, just like we go through the elements individually to see how we got to the whole. He can do that. That's not mischaracterizing his testimony because he provided that as one of the bullet points as to how he got to the circumstantial evidence. So he's trying to now break it down, and that's what he's here. That's what the evidentiary hearing is for, to break it down. Yes.
My objection is not to asking about each individual bullet point. My objection is the mischaracterization that isolating one bullet point is the only circumstantial evidence for uttering and publishing
I don't think that's
I
what
never
he's
said-
for asking him, if that was the only.
I never asked that.
He didn't ask him if that was the only. We already have his answer, which is that these are all the things that cause him to have circumstantial evidence. So now, well, let's take the first thing. How is that evidence? And so he can break that down. If that doesn't change his other statement, that all of these things is what.
Okay, I
brought
get
him to
it. We can go
circumstantial
back.
If I remember the question that I objected to, and it's been a minute, I believe the question was something to the effect of, so going to the Michigan Republican headquarters alone is circumstantial evidence that my client committed uttering and publishing. And I'm saying that that was a mischaracterization of the witness's private answer.
But he didn't say that. He can ask that question even if your client didn't give those bullet points. He can say going along, or your witness, that is, didn't give a bullet list listing that. He can still ask that question. That doesn't mean it's mischaracterizing his statement. It's going to the Capitol alone evidence of guilt or intent. And that's been used multiple times as one of the reasons that brought us here, that they took it to the Capitol. So he can ask the question and isolate that to see if his understanding is that alone would have caused this to be. Maybe it's a yes, maybe it's a no, but he has to be, that doesn't mischaracterize his testimony about how he got to his circumstantial evidence. He's just breaking it down. Thank you. So the objection is overruled.
My question.
Because going to the Capitol alone, if that's.
Yeah, I think I'd already talked about the Democratic electors at the Capitol. So the next one I was going to was Agent Shock. You said for circumstantial evidence, the third bullet point was Mr. Cho chose to go to the Republican headquarters. And I assume you mean on December 14th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how did Mr. Cho choosing to attend a meeting of the Republican Party or the Republican electors prove that he knowingly uttered and published as true that document?
It was a combination. It was a combination of all those things that I mentioned.
And I'm trying to ask, so how does that play into it? So he chose to go to a meeting. How does that prove he knew there was even a document?
Not just any meeting.
Or that he was agreeing to participate in a crime? How does that prove anything? He chose to go to a meeting.
But it wasn't just any meeting. It was a meeting where 16 people were called. 2 people did not show. This was on a specific day with a specific purpose. So it was all of those things. So it's not, to answer your question, it's not just a meeting. If I went to a meeting on, I don't know, May 31st, just to show up to a meeting.
Again, let me.
So to answer your question, it was a combination of those things, sir.
Yeah. So he was going to a meeting for the electors on December 14th at the Republican headquarters. How does that prove he uttered and published anything? That he chose to go to a meeting?
I think you just answered it.
He talked around about it, saying, well, it was just, I'm trying to.
It wasn't just any meeting. It was a specific meeting with a specific intent.
I understand he thinks they were doing things that were inappropriate.
He said they went on a specific day for a specific purpose, and it wasn't that by itself. That was his answer.
Okay, I'll move on. The next one you have, Agent Shock, is again that he signed the document, and we seem to be coming around to that. I mean, that's not circumstantial evidence. He signed the document, right? Yeah. Okay. And we've been through that before on these charges. Is signing a document, if he didn't see the first page, which again, you acknowledge you have no evidence that he did. How is that uttering and publishing anything to simply sign your name on a signature line on a page that?
That's generally what that means.
Is a signature.
That's actually what that means, sir. That you're attesting to what's in the document. I understand that's inconvenient.
Add all the circumstantial.
That answers my question.
Okay.
It's not. All right, the next one. You said he walked. Now this is slightly different. The earlier one was the Democrat electors who were at the state capitol. This one is, you said he walked to the state capitol, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was after the fact, right? That was after the meeting at the Republican headquarters, right?
Yes.
That was after he'd signed. the
Welcome to
document.
everyone. We have 60
Okay.
viewers. We
The
have
uttering and
6 here,
publishing,
5 on
If
YouTube,
it's
1
to be
on
believed,
Twitch.
and if it happened,
And then that means we have 6,
happened
54
at the
viewers
meeting?
on Twitter. Hi,
Or where did the
Twitter.
uttering and
Hi,
publishing happen?
YouTube. Come on over to YouTube. They're so smart. Chat with us
Part
at
of it was
Real
at the
Lolo on
meeting, the other
YouTube
part was
because there's really smart people over
Publish it
here.
to serve it at the Capitol.
Okay, but it actually
And it's
wasn't
free.
served, right? So it wasn't published.
It was rejected,
Right.
but it was served, but it was rejected.
How could it have been served if it was rejected? That makes no sense to me, sir.
'Cause it's an
You're
attempt.
officer, you know that. Service means the person gets it. and
Just
they
because you
receive it.
wanted to rob the bank, but you
served
didn't
with
get the money,
Nobody
doesn't
was
mean you
served.
didn't try to
I
rob the
wouldn't
bank.
Object to that not being a question.
What was the route?
Nobody was served, right?
Okay, the objection stand. He rephrased the question.
At the Capitol building that day on the 14th, nobody at the Capitol building was served with any documents, were they?
Yes, the trooper,
So the state trooper received the documents and he got served?
I didn't say that he received them. I said he
Well,
rejected.
He rejected
served.
them.
Agent Shock. I mean, how,
I'm sorry, you can attempt a
what
crime.
service means
Sorry.
of documents?
Doesn't mean it shouldn't go to trial.
Telling you what I believe
Sorry.
to be true.
Sorry.
So he was served, he decided to reject the document. That's it.
Okay. But you don't know what he was supposedly served with. I mean, nobody got served. And you did he keep that, whatever was in the
move to
envelope
strike
Mr.
that.
Northwood had? I'm phrasing a new question.
Okay.
Whatever was in
Move
that
to strike,
envelope that
that's
Mr.
different.
Northwood had, did the police officer take it and accept it?
No, sir.
Okay. So nothing was filed or given to the state that they took inside from that meeting at the state capitol that afternoon, correct?
They didn't take anything inside that I saw.
Right. Okay. So they did not get the paperwork, right? Whatever was in that envelope, and we all already established nobody knows for sure what was in it. Whatever was in it, the state never got it, right?
Could you be more specific? Are you referring to the state trooper or the state of Michigan?
Anybody at the Capitol building that day,
Okay,
they received nothing from this group that walked to the Capitol building, right?
it was rejected.
That's right. So
Yes.
they received nothing, right? They didn't get any paperwork. Right?
Now, yes, if that's.
Okay. So I think yesterday when you were being questioned on this by somebody else, you said it was published because it got mailed to the National Archives and to the House, or not the House, the Senate President's office, right?
The US Senate.
The US Senate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is that where you think the publication occurred? That's how it was published?
Yes, that's the publishing.
Okay.
of it.
What evidence do you have that Hank Choate sent that, mailed that to the National Archives or the US Senate?
I don't have any direct evidence to show that he
Well,
mailed it.
You have direct evidence that somebody else mailed it, right? Why are you parsing this so much, sir? Why can't you just admit?
Are you gonna let him answer the question?
Whoa.
Yes,
It was Ms. Bearden that sent it, right?
no, sir.
Who sent it?
I had circumstantial evidence to show that Mr. Flynn
Okay,
sent it.
so you know my client did not publish it to the US Senate or to the National Archives, right? You know that.
It'd be nice if that's what
It was
mattered,
published
but it
there.
doesn't matter.
Not by Mr. Choate, right?
Because
The witness
Mr.
is still
Choate
in the midst of his
Mr.
answer.
signed the
Choate did not
document
publish it
with the
at
intent that it be
uh,
used to change the outcome of a valid U.S.
in the
election.
archives. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Did Mr. Choate
Oops, it
publish
didn't work
that
because people are
certificate of
smarter.
vote of the electors 2020, the Republican electors, that document? Do you have any evidence that he published it anywhere?
No.
Okay. Thank you. The last thing you said for circumstantial evidence was that Mr. Choate knew he was a Republican. Do I take that to infer meaning he knew he wasn't the Democrat slate? Is that what you meant by that? Can you explain what you meant by that?
Yeah, I don't have any information to suggest that he knew that he was the Democratic. Like,
Right. And he did not try to fool anybody or trick anybody to thinking that he was part of the Democratic slate, did he?
no,
So again, how is that evidence that he uttered and published as true a false, forged, altered, or counterfeit record, the certificate of votes? How does that fact prove he uttered and published?
so again,
Actually, that's the appropriate response.
to go back to the popular vote, Joe Biden had won the majority of the vote.
No, I'm not asking you to repeat all of your bullet points,
I
sir.
don't,
I asked you this one specifically, where he said, I'm the Republican elector. That's a Republican slate. And I'm asking you that bullet point, the last one. How does that prove he uttered and published a
By-
false?
by signing the document and the document being published.
Sir, can you please answer my question?
I'm doing my
We
best,
talked
Mr.
about the
Solomon.
signed one, that we talked about that. I'm talking about the mere fact that you said it's circumstantial evidence that Mr. Cho represented himself to be a Republican elector and part of the Republican slate. That is circumstantial evidence that he uttered and published. I'm asking you, don't talk, I don't care. We talked about signing it. We talked about all the other stuff. How did that fact provide you any evidence, let alone circumstantial, that proves he uttered
His
and published?
participation, as evidenced by his
By-
signature, uncontested.
I'm going to give you the same answers, and I know you're getting frustrated with me. I don't have any other answers for you, sir. So he claimed to be a Republican elector. He had signed the document. He walked with the party to the Capitol, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Mr. Coleman, but I don't have any other answers for you.
Okay. And you just said an interesting thing. He claimed to be a Republican elector. He is a Republican elector from back in 2020, right? He is a Republican elector.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what
Why do
I
you
just
use
said.
terminology? Well, he claimed to be a Republican elector. He was a Republican elector, right?
And that's what he claimed to be. He claimed to be it in Mr. Monger's, I believe it was Mr. Craig Monger's news article.
Okay.
So that's why when I say claimed, it's
Well,
something, I'm not trying to infer anything else.
well, that's what, why do you say claimed? Why don't you just say he is a Republican elector?
Because
Because that's what he claimed to be in the article that I read.
Well, was he a
this
Republican
is semantic.
Yes. I mean,
There's no question.
All right. If you look at count 4, and again, I don't want to belabor the whole thing, I'll just ask you if your answers would be the same. The conspiracy to commit, uttering, and publishing. And again, we have the words here, he had to unlawfully conspire. Is it your position, you say Myra Rodriguez, Sean Maddox, and other persons? Are you again referring to the 15 electors?
yeah,
Okay, nobody else, right?
no,
Okay. And again, we went through the questions before on conspiring, combining, confederating, and agreeing together. I just want to make sure. For the uttering and publishing, how did my client conspire, confederate, combine, agree to commit with the other electors, the other 15, to commit the crime of uttering and publishing?
by signing the document with the others and meeting together.
Yeah,
That's what you said earlier on the first.
that's
count
really
one.
what it
So
is,
it's the
though.
signing of the document and the meeting. Those were the two things you said earlier too. Okay. So would your answer to all my questions regarding conspiracy earlier this morning be the same? As to,
Yes.
that you
Yeah.
wouldn't change your testimony on any of that?
No.
Okay, I'm not gonna waste our time with it.
Okay. I don't have anything else to offer. Mr.
Okay,
Coleman.
thank you. All right, let's look at the last. Hang on just 1 second. And again, just so we're clear here, stuttering and publishing, nobody forged Governor Whitmer's signature on the document. Question part about the 2020 vote certificate, right?
Which 2020 votes?
The Republican one.
Oh, no,
Exhibit 11, pages
Asked and
2.
answered.
Yeah, okay.
Asked and
Yeah,
answered.
right, I should be specific.
Yeah.
So nobody forged Governor Whitmer's signature, right?
No.
That's correct. I mean,
Oh, yes, yes, it's correct.
poorly asked, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
And there's no seal of the state of Michigan on that document, the same document, right?
No, sir.
And that document never claimed to be the legally required election certification or to have that certification.
Yeah, it did actually.
Never said anything like that.
Well, it claimed to
No,
be
I
the
did not
legal
see,
document.
Gubernatorial certification on it.
Okay. All right, I'd like to move to the last 3 elements or counts, honey. These are,
Have they even? Oh, the dog's
generally
barking. Okay, I gotta go walk my dog. I'll BRB.
and you see those, you still have the complaint?
Yes, right.
Okay, thank you. And going to count 7 and 8, it says election law forgery. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And here again, it's being alleged, again, I don't know you, I mean, obviously the AG, you know.
I understand
Yeah,
that,
the
Stallman.
AG's
There's no
office
offense
is-
taken.
Yeah, it is claiming or alleging that Hank Choate knowingly make, file, or otherwise publish a false document with the intent to defraud contrary to the cited statute, right?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that's what it says.
And that's counts 7 and 8 say the same thing, right?
Yes.
And I'll ask the same question. I know I asked it for counts 2 and 3. There's only one document here, right?
Yes, but there was 2 that were published.
But there's one document. There's not 2 separate documents. There's not 10
Oh,
documents. There's one
yes,
document.
yes,
right?
you're right, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not asking you what was published. It
I
could have
get-
been published 10,000 times. I don't care.
I misunderstood your question.
No problem. So there's one document that we're talking about.
Yeah.
here. And there, can you explain to me why there's 2 counts?
Because it was published twice. It was sent, same thing when I said with forgery. I mean, it was sent to the Senate and it was sent to the archive.
Okay. And you say it's under election law forgery, right? That's the heading on this count. 7 and
Yes.
8.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were asking me a question.
Okay. So again, the same question knowingly. How did Hank Choate knowingly violate the election law by committing a forgery?
Because it wasn't the legitimate certificate of vote.
So again, I won't go through all the same questions. Would your answers be the same then? That
Yes, sir.
Forged, the
Yes.
difference between a fake and false and forged, all of your answers from earlier would be the same.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to me why there are, well, are there other, for lack of a better phrase, unindicted co-conspirators who also committed election law forgery or other illegal function? Are there others that are not part of the elected group that are being prosecuted?
That are being prosecuted?
That are not being prosecuted? That they're not part of this group?
It's still an open investigation. As far as you're asking me, if they've been charged. There's nobody else that I'm aware of that's been charged. With that said, still an open and active investigation.
So when we're talking about the conspiracy charges here, it's really not just the 15 remaining electors, is it? There are other people that you believe those electors conspired with, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Who are those other people?
Well, we've talked about Sean Flynn. That would be one of them. We've talked about Mr. Chesbro. Okay, so that's all that I can recall.
Okay. Then let me ask this, for these other people who are not part of the electors group that are involved in this process, for these other people like Mr. Flynn, Mr. Chesbro, whoever, what evidence do you have that Mr. Choate ever contacted them, talked to them, had any interaction with them at all?
Well, as it's been mentioned already, that Sean Flynn was in the basement at the time, so he was talking to the group.
Right.
Mr.
And that's fair. I mean,
Okay.
individually.
Oh,
Was
no,
there a
nothing.
specific interaction between Hank Choate
Okay,
and Mr.
direct,
Flynn? Yeah, direct.
none.
Okay. Either before or after December 14th? As far as you know?
Yeah, yes, that's,
Okay. And the same for Mr. Chesbro? Was there any direct contact between Mr. Choate and Mr. Chesbro?
no, I did not find it.
Okay. And again, here on this, I don't want to just repeat all the same questions. I'm assuming when we talk about the issue of knowing, you know, Mr. Choate knowingly, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
as
yes,
before?
sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nothing different than what we've
No,
already
no,
done.
sir.
Okay. And then the same thing with then count 6 on the conspiracy to commit the election law forgery. Again, issues like the word unlawfully, knowingly, would all your answers be the same?
Yes,
With the people and
yes, sir.
everything? Okay, so no difference in your answers to those questions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Now, you had mentioned that one of the reasons why in your affidavit, you believe that the electors at that meeting knew what they were doing was criminal or improper was because of that one lawsuit that in federal court, the court had ruled out. I don't remember the name of the case, but a week before the meeting, there was a federal decision to say that a challenge to the election results had been thrown out, right? You talked about that.
Yeah, I remember talking about a suit, yeah.
Okay. And I know we talked about there were other cases pending at the same time. I don't need to rehash all that. But my question here is, what evidence do you have that Hank Choate or any of the electors knew on December 14th at that meeting about that decision 7 days earlier in the case you cited?
That they knew about that decision?
Right. You said there's a decision December 7th where a federal district court judge had thrown out a lawsuit challenging the election results. And that because of that, you claimed in your affidavit that all the electors knew that they had no legal basis to move ahead with what they were doing. So my question is, how did they, what evidence do you have that they knew that on December 14th?
There was no direct, but I had circumstantial evidence to show that they were following the media reports. They were, you know, talking about court cases and things like that.
Okay. And there were multiple court cases, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Fuzz. Hi, everyone. Back. I'm driving my life away, looking for a better day for me. Is that what you're talking about, Badger? Hello, Robert.
Would you agree that Mr. Choate, Mr. Renner, Ms. Rook, and the other electors accepted the direction and advice they were given by the leaders of the meeting that day on December 14th?
When you say they accepted the advice?
The advice and direction.
Yes, that
Yeah.
they signed off on the
Yeah.
signed off on the document,
Because
yes.
people leading the meeting put that, laid this thing out. You're an alternate slate, all stuff Mr. Renner said. And so the people at that meeting were following the directives that they were given at that meeting.
Yes, but I don't have any direct information to know what he was thinking at the time.
No, but he was, but your answer is yes, he was following the direction that you know was given to them at that meeting. I'm not asking I'm not asking for state
all
of
I know
mind,
is
so
he signed the document, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, Your
Did
Honor.
Mr.
Can we get an answer? It's unclear to me. Is he saying that he agrees that the electors were following the directions, or is he not agreeing? We never-
He said he doesn't know. He just know that they signed the document.
So they were following the directions.
He doesn't know.
Okay, thank you.
That's what-
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is that?
That's what they
Yeah.
said.
Agent
Why is
Schock,
someone
do you have any
typing so
information or
loud?
do you have any evidence that Hank Choate received a pecuniary gain or financial profit from his signature on that page, on the certificate?
No.
Did Mr. Choate receive any financial benefit by being a Republican elected from the information in your investigation?
I don't know.
I
Probably.
don't have any information.
He
Yeah, in
might
other
have
words, you don't-
gotten
you
a
didn't get the
latte
evidence
from
that he got paid
Starbucks.
to
Oh,
come
I
no,
don't
to
that's
know.
your question.
Or
Okay,
that
no,
he received money or
no,
any kind of financial gain,
No.
right?
I had to clarify your question, but
No
yes.
problem, okay. Do you have any evidence in your investigation that Hank Choate received any financial gain because somebody else submitted documents? I believe Sean Flynn to the federal government,
He received any money?
that Hank
No.
Choate received any financial gain because
No.
that happened? The answer is no. Okay. Do you have any evidence that Hank Choate, anything that he did in this proceeding, tricked or deceived another person out of any money?
No, I thought you were gonna continue.
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go with a list.
Okay,
I
okay.
know I kind of ended it.
Yeah,
there, sorry. So no money, anything that Hank Choate did, trick or deceive anybody out of real property?
Anything that he did?
What? Yeah.
Did trick or deceive anybody out of real property, real estate?
Okay, no real
Oh,
estate. Okay.
please.
Did anything Hank Choate did in that day or at any other time, trick or deceive anybody out of anything of financial value?
Yeah. Disenfranchising
Financial,
voters.
Yeah.
Disenfranchising
just trying to
voters
think of
directly impacts
Yeah,
the
take your time.
financial
Ways that,
situation for voters. Period.
Yeah, I'm not aware of
Every
any. I'm just
voter.
trying to find out if you
Like-
think you
Most
found
strike
something.
stricken.
Okay,
No, these ladies are done.
Can't recall what the lawsuit says, so they may have made claims of that. I just don't recall that. And when I say lawsuit, I'm talking about the civil lawsuit.
Right. But you don't have any evidence to prove that anything Hank Choate did tricked or deceived anybody out of something of financial value. I'm not talking about, I know they claim in that, let me preface this. I know they claim.
No,
in
I
civil
can
suit
tell
that
you
they were trying to
exactly what
usurp
they
the
got
position
cheated out of.
electors and things like that. I'm not talking
Who
about
you
that.
vote
Okay.
for,
No, financially.
you
money
vote
wise.
because
Did anything
you
Mr. Choate
believe
do
there will be a
trick or
benefit
deceive
to
anybody
you.
out of anything?
If you're
financial
deceived
value?
out
No
of
money.
that,
Okay, thank you.
then yeah, they're trying to
Can
get
ask for
between you
clarification on
and
that.
policies that will benefit you. So yeah, people are actually financially harmed by this
Yeah, I agree.
action.
Yeah, like stocks or bonds or any
Yeah.
financial value.
Any financial value?
No,
No.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, I'm sorry, that's what I meant, but
I think I probably took it that way, but thank you for the
Yeah.
clarification. Thank you. Did anything Hank Choate did in this process trick or deceive or fool a government official?
Just because it didn't work doesn't mean it wasn't a crime. Oh my fucking God. No, it didn't, which means it should have actually concerned your fucking fake electors.
I know
You know,
some
like
context,
that's
but you were
what
present
should have
on December
happened.
14th at the Republican meeting, were you?
no, sir.
I know you weren't even on the case, but I
No.
just need to
I
ask.
can't
And
even.
so therefore you didn't witness any of the
Hello,
signatures
I'm
yourself
fine.
directly, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
You tried to portray yourselves as something you were legally not. There was no recount in Michigan. It was not the same situation as 1960 Hawaii, where there was an actual recount And above board, everyone agreed that they were going to submit 2 slates of electors pending the outcome of the recount. When the recount was done, JFK was president in Hawaii. He got the electoral votes. So I'm telling you right
We
now,
have been asked this,
Hawaii isn't the
Amy
same
Shine, but are you
situation.
familiar with
These
the
guys were
electoral
trying to run a
process
fast one
stated
poorly,
prior to your investigation?
but it doesn't matter how stupid you are as a criminal. It matters that
knew
you
that
intended
the,
to crime. Jesus, fuck around, find
popular
out.
vote
That's it. Sorry.
was whatever candidate received the popular vote, then the electors would move forward and cast their votes for the president.
Exactly. I think we all kind of, everybody in the general public, at least we would hope, would understand that.
Yes,
But did you have specific understanding, anything about the process of how did electors go about doing their voting? Did you know anything about that before you started your investigation?
No.
Did your investigation show that Hank Cho understood any of those things before he showed up on December 14th?
My investigation showed that he had political experience. I
That's
would
not
have
my
to.
question, sir.
What's
Do
your
you have
question?
anything to show? You said you didn't have specific knowledge about the process of the electors and how they vote.
Yeah.
You didn't know. I'm asking you, do you have any evidence that Hank Cho knew that? Not in general about stuff. I'm talking about, did Hank Cho know what the process was when he showed up at that meeting on December 14th?
I don't know if he did.
One moment, Your Honor.
What's the reasonable man standard? I know that's what it's called. I'm pretty sure anyway.
Your investigation showed that, well, let me ask this. You did a search warrant for Mr. Cho, right? Like you did for some of the others, like you got stuff for Ms. Maddock and Benjamello and others, right? Did you do a search warrant regarding Mr. Cho?
Could you be more specific on which search warrant we're talking about?
Well, I don't know. If there's multiple, I
Oh,
want to know about
yeah.
all of them.
Oh,
You know,
yes, social media. Yes,
Right.
I thought you might be referring to something else.
I'm just talking about in general,
Okay.
all search warrants.
Yes,
So let me ask it that way. How many search warrants did you initiate involving Mr. Cho?
just on the Get Send Go account and the social media account.
Okay. And for the social media accounts, did you find anything that you thought was relevant regarding Mr. Cho and what you received back?
I would have to refer to my report on that.
Gee, Robert, it looks like I'm watching a trial. What are you up
Mr.
to?
Cho's never been an elector before.
Maybe
has
we
he?
could watch this. Maybe
Your
you could watch
investigation
this trial.
showed that.
Not to my knowledge.
Right. This was his first time ever being an elector, right?
Again, I don't know if it was
Well,
his
as far
first
as
time,
you
but
know.
as far as I know, no.
Okay. In your review of all of the evidence, again, I know it's a lot in this case,
Yes, sir.
did you find any evidence that Hank Cho ever had any contact prior to December 14th and right up to the time of the meeting at the Republican office, that Mr. Cho ever had contact with Mr. Chesbrough?
No, I said that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you did ask. It's Sean Flynn. What about Rudy Giuliani?
No.
What about Mike Roman?
No.
And again, my question every time is,
Yeah,
Mr. Cho.
yeah, Mr. Cho, I follow you.
Contact, okay. Any other representative of President Trump? To your knowledge?
No.
Okay. And I think I did ask you about, well, just to be sure, I'm not sure I did. What about Michonne Maddock? Mr. Cho, did he have contact with her prior to December 14th?
I would have to look
Hey,
through
there's a
social
mission.
media stuff.
But nothing comes to your mind.
I don't recall.
Okay. What about Kathy Beard?
Again, I would
Same.
yes.
Okay. Myra Rodriguez.
Mrs. Rodriguez, I don't believe had any social media, so that the answer to that would be no.
And what about Ms. Sheriff?
Again, I'd have to refer back to social media.
And again, I don't think I asked this regarding Mr. Cho. I know we probably beat to death on this issue, the Shirky Chatfield release on December 14th. But as to that, do you have any evidence that Hank Choate was aware of that press release or saw that press release or statement prior to the meeting on December 14th?
I don't have any direct evidence, but I have circumstantial evidence to show that he was following media reports.
Okay.
And there was,
But
it was actually goes back to November 20th, but there was another one on the 14th as well.
But I said, I'm asking about the 14th.
Yes.
So you don't have any evidence that he was aware of that specific statement by Shirky and Chatfield on the 14th.
I'd have to go back to the social media as well, because there was certain posts, certain defendants that were upset with Shirky and Chatfield's response.
Well, was there some kind of a email chain or something that this got sent out to, or
It wasn't
he
an
was on that?
No, it wasn't an email chain. It was has to do with the social media posts and following that type of media.
Okay. So nothing comes to your mind right now that
I
you
don't
can
know,
point
sir.
to say that he knew about that statement, right? Prior to the meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, and I meant to ask earlier on the search warrants or subpoenas. You said a couple of times, and I understand, I don't want to be pejorative here, but this is an ongoing investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any pending or outstanding subpoenas or search warrants for Mr. Choate right
No, sir.
now? Okay. For any of the other electors right now?
No, sir.
Same question, you know, subpoena or
Yeah,
search warrant.
I was just, that's why I was processing it. Yes. No.
Okay. Do you have any pending subpoenas or search warrants that would, in your opinion, and you're the investigator, possibly provide any relevant evidence for this proceeding, for these defendants?
I don't
Well, maybe let
understand.
me ask it another way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't
Because I'm
understand.
assuming you probably have subpoenas and search warrants out there for other individuals right now that are not defendants in this case, right?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
Yes.
Would any of those search
I
warrants
think
or
it's Choate,
subpoenas,
Choate, but I could be
Your
wrong.
would it provide any information or documentation that might be relevant to the defendants in this case? Or is it?
You're
I just
asking me,
kinda-
that's a big ask. I don't know what kind of information would come back.
Okay. Are you looking for any information in these subpoenas or search warrants regarding any of the current 15 electors on trial?
Yes.
Okay. Just not Mr. Cho?
No, I mean, I'm looking for information about the case, more facts or evidence about the
Okay.
case. So to answer your question, not specifically about your client.
Okay. And I'm assuming, and I know you, if you get information in or whatever,
Of
as
course.
this process goes on, I'm sure you would share that with us.
And it makes the investigation very difficult to continue when that is shared throughout the United States or the world for that matter. So, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Spicy,
I asked you
spicy,
earlier,
little feedback, little clap
Did you have
back.
any evidence that Hank Cho mailed or published, those, that certificate of vote in 2020 to anybody? And you said no.
No.
I forgot to ask you, do you have any evidence that Hank Cho knew it was being mailed to the archives in the Senate President's office?
No.
Thank you. Sorry, Your Honor, I'm just reviewing my notes.
No problem.
Yeah, I meant to ask you this earlier also, Jack, sorry.
Yes, sir. No, no trouble.
You had mentioned that there were actually 2 documents at one point. I just want to make sure I'm getting this right. We have the certificate of vote of the 2020 Republican electors, which is the subject of these charges, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had said a couple of different times there were actually 2 documents. Did you mean, well, tell me what you meant by that, with 2 documents. Did it get changed just because it got changed because names were changed and things like that? Or were there like 2 separate ones that you saw? I just want to clarify that.
So you're right. Yes, there was 2 documents. The names got changed. There was
Okay.
2 documents that were the same. I think that's the ones you're referring to, the certificate of votes that were mailed off.
Right.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but I was talking more about just the document itself. So when you were talking
I
about
thought they
a
were
second
supposed to
doc- it was
refer to
just
them
that
with
a second
exhibit
document was
numbers.
just that it got
I thought that was a
changed by
thing.
altering names and changing. who
Did I miss
filled
that?
in, That sort of thing, right?
Can we use exhibit numbers? Because I'm starting to get confused.
I'll rephrase. So again, there was the first draft.
I think that
there
means
was-
I
there was
should
a
be a
first draft
lawyer.
Of this certificate of vote, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then there was a second draft where it changed some of the names and the secretary, things like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No substantive changes in the second document, right?
No, well, if I'm trying to understand what you're saying, when you say substantive, I think there was a portion that removed like Senate chambers and that changed to just the Capitol.
Okay. So any other changes like that, or was that the only change?
That's the only one I recall.
Other than
the names, yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear again, Mr. Cho had no involvement in the drafting of those 2 documents, as far as your evidence shows, right?
No.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
I know, I'm not asking it. Okay.
that's fine.
Yeah, you suck. You suck, dude. Oh, bless you. My goodness. Bless you. Gazoon tight.
I don't believe I have any other questions.
Good. It's probably lunchtime.
Thank you.
Back at when? Wait, what time is it? What'd she say? Wait, so it's back at 1 p.m.? Wait, what? I'm confused. When did she say she's coming back? Because 1 p.m. is in, for them, 15 minutes, so that's not right. They're not taking a 15-minute lunch. Anyway, oh, what happened to my camera? I turned myself off. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Okay, so what time did she say she was coming back? 2 o'clock? I don't know. 1:30? Are they taking a 45-minute lunch? Probably 1:30, right? No, they're Eastern. I know. I thought they were Central too. But no. They're hanging over there, hanging out over there on the East Coast, kind of, sort of. But yeah, I thought that, I'm putting nails on, by the way. I'm putting like stupid little plastic nails on. I thought they were Eastern. That's okay. We've got some stuff to do. Wait, hold on. I want to go to J Rance's video first. Hold on. Where's J Rance's? There it is. Hold on. Okay, can you see it? Oops, hold on. You don't want to see that. That's funny. It's National Smile Day. Wait, I got to get the music. Hold on.
Connecticut, Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut.
That's hilarious. Oh, hey. What happened? What are you doing? Oh, God.
Today's verdict, former President Trump's legal spokeswoman.
From Dan.
Alina Habba,
boy.
she's been in the courtroom the whole time. You know, everybody I know around President Trump says he's completely stoic, saw this coming. I guess that was clear in his comments about Mother Teresa. However, I'm sure it doesn't take the sting away. And based on the actions of this judge, one has to wonder, you know, 4 days
Oh, wait,
before
I
the
wanna make sure you guys can see
RNC,
it.
is he going to release President Trump on his own recognizance pending appeal? Is he going to declare he has to have home confinement, can't go to a debate, can't go to his
He
own
could debate from his
convention,
house.
Pending appeal?
They have
or will he want to
Zoom.
send him to
He could
jail?
Zoom.
Nothing that judge decides will shock me.
No, it won't shock me. Let's remember who this judge is, Sean. Let's be very clear. And I am so happy to be on this show on such an important day in American
Ooh, the gag
history,
order is
because
still in place. He
if we
just
don't
violated
stop this
it.
now,
Oh,
we are
my God.
done. And
Okay,
I
I'm
don't
coming
mean
back.
Now, I mean right now, as in yesterday.
But 1 p.m. is
Judge Mershon
15
today watched
minutes.
my client. I watched him. I watched the jury say guilty
Yeah.
34 times, and I watched
My
him.
Michigander
And he looked at my
Lee
client, and he
says
covered his
Eastern.
mouth. And he covered his mouth probably because he was smiling. Let's be very clear. This judge
He's happy?
has Bannon, Weisselberg, and no shock to me, Trump. And he is 100% a man that should have recused himself. But our justice system is so broken right now, Sean.
Why?
And I want to also remind the American people of one
Why?
thing. I am a legal spokesperson. I am also an American. And I will be voting for Trump, not because of President Trump, who I obviously support, but because I support America. And so does he. Our country is currently in a serious state, and we cannot look at this as
No.
anything other than
You
a
are.
serious state of affairs where we have an issue. Where
Wow,
people are
4
using
counties? Okay,
politics
so I'm
in
not
the legal
crazy.
courtroom. It cannot happen anymore. I have seen it. I have been in court since October. Trial after trial after trial. For 15 years, I have been practicing law. I have never seen anything like this in my life. And that judge intentionally wouldn't even allow in pretrial proceedings that the court will not report. They would not allow us to bring up that President Trump didn't even take deductions. He didn't do anything wrong. His CFO, him, the Trump organization, the family, nothing. But that evidence was kept away from the jury, and it is intentional. This is not America. And I'm speaking to MSNBC viewers and CNN viewers, the Rachel Maddows, the Caitlin Collins. It is time to come together because this administration does not care about us. They do not. They care about themselves.
They don't care either because they got
In
what
the
they
UP.
wanted politically. And
That's right.
You know, for them, it doesn't matter. The ends justify the means. I will say this, and I said this a number of days ago. I was on Fox and Friends, and on this show I said it. This is not going to impact the election, is my prediction in 158 days. I don't believe it is. You know, it's amazing. You know,
Okay.
Michael Cohen himself
You can think
testified
that. Wishes
he
were
told
horses,
many
beggars
people
would
that he
ride.
did this on his own. You
He
know,
did
at that
it
point, stop right there. That should have ended whatever novel legal theory they're putting out. And I said also, Donald Trump can't get a fair trial in New York City. And he didn't get a fair trial in New York City. And by
Why?
the way,
It's his hometown,
I'll
for
find the
Christ's
money,
sake.
and
How
I'd
can you
love to
not get
buy
a fair trial in
Mar-a-Lago
your
for $18
hometown?
million
Oh, it must be
and
because
turn
you're a
around and
fucking
sell it for
asshole.
$1 billion. Because that's New York
You
City's
know what?
legal
He
system.
should. He
How
should do
sad
that.
and pathetic is this?
He
Yeah, but
should
it's not
sell it
about
so that he
Trump,
can
and
pay
I really want
E. Jean
everyone to
Carroll.
understand that. I am the lawyer. I see the rulings. I see the hearings. It's before the trials start that they do this to us. It's before we can go in. It's so
What?
that his legal spokeswoman is gagged, so that his campaign is gagged, so that President Trump is gagged. And I'm still gagged, and so is he. And you know why? Because they don't want us
We're
to
gonna
speak
keep
the
talking
truth. That's called
anyway.
censorship. That
Censorship.
is not our country. We don't do that. Let Americans vote for who they want. And you know what they don't want? They don't want what is going on right now, I assure you. Because when I walk in the streets in New York by myself, I am praised and loved. And I will tell you,
Praised
President
and
Trump, what
loved?
we saw today
Wow,
was
which
people
New York streets are you
streaming up
walking
and down the
down?
streets, waiting to see him just to give him a thumbs up. We drove down and down, and the numbers just don't lie. Look at the polls. Sean,
Yeah,
we are
but
in a
your
serious
hips
state of
do.
affairs.
The
America
MAGA
is under
cope
siege
is
in a different
hilarious.
way than I ever
Haba,
thought
she
was
never
possible,
shuts
and
up.
I never thought
You
it would
just
be
got a
people with
Biden
law
text from De
license
Niro.
that
That's
would be
awesome.
doing it.
I gotta check
Judges
mine.
that would be doing it. It's a disgrace.
Let me be clear on one thing too. You know something?
Someone, I can't
don't
remember. Was it
want
you,
a
Pepper, or was
weaponized
it someone
system of
else, or maybe it
justice,
was like
to go
Siegfried
after
or someone, or
Democrats
maybe
and
Badger,
treat them
that we
the
should
way
make like a
Donald Trump has
donation
been
to Joe
treated. I want
Biden.
equal justice,
That's
equal
right.
application. I'd like to have our constitutional republic back, and that's what I think most good, decent, honorable Americans want. Olivia, you've been very generous with your time throughout this whole trial. Thank you very much.
She doesn't have any other job. Oh my God in heaven. Okay, hold on. No, I'm not going to watch it again. Hold on. Hold on. You're rocking the boat. And then let me go back. Hold on. Let me come back here. Meh. Oh my God. Come on now. Oops. That's not right. Oh, that's it. Oh. Let me get us back to not you. Okay. It might have been, I think it was either Siegfried or Badger. But yeah, just oh no, it was Kim. It was Kim from HR. God dang it. Yeah, it was Kim from HR. She's like, someone, if you want, just make a little donation to Biden in honor of 34. And I'm like, yeah, do $34. But we're not actually no one's asked to do anything. I'm not asking you to do anything. I just thought that's a clever idea. Clever fundraising hook. Clever. You're so clever. Why are you so clever? Let's see what else is happening in the world while we're waiting for lunch. Okay, hold on. Well, we'll have to get back to the... Oh, you know what? I think she actually ended the broadcast. That's why. I think Judge Simmons is going to do a second thing. Yeah. No, or maybe not. Nope, she did. Okay. Yeah, so she does not have a new one. So let's do that. And let's do this. And let's do this and that. And though and the and there and do the da. The da da do. Yeah, so MAGA Cope is hilarious. Yeah, I actually, the thing is that I think so I subscribe to this horrible maggot, and I really only do because his reactions to things are funny. But D-Day Cobra, if you know D-Day Cobra, he's like a huge Trump supporter. Like, I mean, legitimately huge. Anyway, he's constantly going on when Trump speaks or other things. He's even been to Mar-a-Lago, all this kind of stuff. He's got like 200,000. I don't even know how many followers he has. He has a lot of followers, like in the six figures. So D-Day Cobra yesterday, when I got home, because I was out when the verdicts were read, which is really upsetting. I missed you guys. I really wish we could have celebrated that together. But we'll celebrate it tonight at the lounge at 6:30. I'm going to be in the kitchen making craps. We're going to make some craps. So what was I going to say? Oh, anyway, so I go on D-Day Cobra yesterday when I get home, and I'm like, I expect him to be having like the show of shows where he is so mad and so angry and so ready for civil war that, he's like, what is he doing? He's playing Fortnite for hours. He never does that. I mean, he does it, but he does political stuff more now than he does gaming. So the MAGA Cope is real, and it's not pretty. We got some real sad fakeriots. Oh, there it is. So I think it's fascinating, actually, frankly. I think it's hilarious. I'm loving it. I'm going to soak in this conviction because I don't know when the next, hammer will fall. And I don't want to be just like, I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss a thing. One, close your, wait. I just miss you, baby. And I don't want to miss a thing. So, yeah, I don't want to miss a thing. So I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to be very zen about this entire situation and be like, I'm grateful for accountability. Now, let us have more accountability. And I will continue to be grateful. Like the jury did their job. Sorry. That's a jury of your peers. You can paint New York as liberal as you want. It's not. It's not. Democratic candidates don't walk away with shit all the time in New York. Yeah, they win because there's more smart people than not smart people, but there's still a lot of dumb people in New York. In the boroughs. And I love New York. Don't get me wrong. I lived there for... How long did I live there for? 5 years. Well, 4 years, I think. Maybe 4.5. Anyway, point is... the point is that I just don't... I don't think he got... I think he got a very fair shake. I think he did. I think the evidence was overwhelming. I was listening to George Conway, who I cannot fucking stand, right? Like, I fucking hate George Conway. I think George Conway is, the next book writer that's going to benefit off of empowering fucking what's his name? And so I think it's going to be he said, wait, how did he say it? Let me think about how he said it. He's like, oh shit, now I can't remember. All right, it'll come back to me. Anyway. But I can't stand George Conway. I get really mad at the people that I think should have done more to stop him. And I count him among that population. He knew exactly how bad everything was, and he chose to do nothing. And I can't really forgive him for that. Just like I can't forgive members of the administration, of Trump's administration, who knew what he was doing was wrong, but waited or wrote a book or, somehow other got out of telling us in the moment what was happening to the country. I don't understand that. And that's the only reason George is somewhat tolerable, is because at least he said something. I don't know. But I'm going to do a show about the, I don't know. Actually, I would be interested to know if you guys think it would be interesting to have a show about all the election claims and how they've been debunked. I don't know if that would be an interesting show to have or not, but I'm kind of interested for my own. Like, I haven't done that in a while, and I think I'd be kind of interested in seeing if everything still holds up. Sorry. Anyway, so that's what I'm thinking. Maybe sometime next week. But yeah, so I don't expect him to go to prison. I expect him to be on probation. I expect the Supreme Court will rule that he is that he has a special carve out for some kind of level of immunity. I think they'll make a carve out. And I think we're going to have to gird our loins for November and hope that, indeed, and not hope, but actually work towards that that Biden will be victorious, because it is illogical to me, given the where we are, that you wouldn't go with the guy who is at least is not going to approve a national database of pregnant people, or the guy who thinks that it's okay to lie about an election outcome, and any party, any member of that party that continues, in fact, all of them, because by silence, you're affirming what your party believes or what your party is saying. And the loudest members of your party, in this case, are your party. So I think that there is, and I'm going to say this again too for, some people, and that is that there is a difference in this day and age. There is a distinct and complete difference between the Democrats and the Republicans and the Libertarians. And I don't know what's going on with the independents. I feel like they're just all sitting back there going, I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand that. I mean, I was an independent at one point. So, but it meant a very different thing back then. So, it just had to do, and actually it was more on the up end, the billionaires on that, than it was anything else. So, I think that, this vacuum that was created when people really started when I started, well, I'll just say my experience is that I started to hear people during the convoy, especially because I was listening more intently to the ground level people, and not just watching right-wing talking heads. And what became clear to me is that there was this kind of push towards, no party kind of thing. And it's odd to me because it seems to me that the MAGA part of the Republican Party has done pretty well to just co-opt that entire, whatever that party may or may not have been. Now, some may say that it's been that all along, or at least since the 60s or 70s or 80s, depending on your perspective. So I can understand your hesitation. I think that the crucial point that was lost was after January 6th. If the Republican leadership had maintained their position that January 6th was an insurrection and that the president at the time fomented said insurrection, and if those same Republicans had been genuine about their participation on the committee, et cetera, and done a true, whatever, that we might have looked at the Republican Party and said, okay, there's some salvageable parts. They get it. It went too far. But that's not what happened. What happened is that even the moderates left. And even some of what I would call, Ken Buck to me is an extremist, but even it was too much for Ken Buck. So the cowards left instead of standing up to their own party, and they basically shit their legacy out. That's what I am viewing right now. So I think that, again, going back to my original point, which is there are distinct differences between the Republican, the Libertarian, whatever you want to call all of them, because frankly, if you're a Libertarian, if you are, I'm not right or left, I'm not this or that, I'm not, you're you're in a dangerous zone of being co-opted for bad actors. So you better pick a fucking side. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. And if you are paying attention to the sides, I guess, if you want to call it that, I choose to be voting in the interest of humanity, but okay, I'll call it a side. I guess I'm on the side of voting for humanity and civil rights and etc. If you are sitting in a hearing, if you are telling the same lies over and over again, if you are parroting what a now 35-time convicted, because wasn't E. Jean Carroll a conviction? So is that a 35-time conviction? I get that it was civil or whatever it was, but that's a conviction. So you're telling me that I should give equal weight to a party that endorses complete disregard for rule of law, possible espionage. I mean, that alone should be like, okay, that's it. We're done. You know, like, I'm out. I'm out. Spying on my own country? Nope, I'm out. Or selling secrets for your own personal gain? Because guess what, folks? The shit's going to come out. They're doing everything they can, and I mean they by the Trump world or the MAGA or whatever you want to call them. The message machine is doing its very best to slow down or obfuscate or whatever the word is, to confuse the electorate about what is actually happening. What is actually happening is the rule of law. That's what's happening. 34 times criminal, felon, not just like a misdemeanor parking ticket. 34 felonies. And I get that you want to be willfully ignorant, Republicans, about who this guy is or who your party is or whatever, or who Steve Bannon is or who Roger Stone is. But you are all the things that you say you hate. Sorry. Remember, it's 17 times 2. I know Gal and I were on the phone yesterday when it happened because I had to talk to Gal. I had to talk to like my friends. So I called Gal and I'm like, 34, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, hey, that's 17 times 2. It's a double Q. So we had some fun with that. But yeah, so I watched, you guys are with me in the lounge, right? We watch the hearings. I watch fucking state legislatures. I have seen so many Democrats and Republicans stand up and talk about what they believe in. I think I have a pretty good fucking basis to form some mild generalizations. And my mild generalization is that if you think that the Republican Party is worth your time, you have your head in the sand. I'm sorry. But it's time to wake up. And you know what? Let the courts decide. You don't think he's guilty? Well, okay. Weird. Yes, Greg Oliar's new book, Rough Beast. Please read Greg Oliar's new book, Rough Beast. It's available everywhere books are sold. Rough Beast. Greg Oliar. A fantastic voice, along with his partner, Lincoln's Bible, Stephanie Koff. Amazing individuals and journalists and artists and knowledge experts on the history of some of the fuckery that has gotten us here. Read Craig Unger's book, American Compromat. It's about Trump in the 80s. I'm sorry. He's not the droid you're looking for. He's a criminal, and he's trying to stay out of prison. He's trying to preserve what he has left of his freedom because he knew this was going to happen. That's why he wanted to stay in power. Not because he wants to be the president, although that's fun. It's because he thinks it allows him to act with impunity and to take our freedom and play with it and destroy it if that's what it's going to take to keep him out of prison. So I'm sorry. He's always been this person. Some of you either didn't pay attention or you ignored it. I do wonder what the rest of the world thinks. I would hope, and I think we could predict that the democracies will say this is the way it should be done. Good for you. I don't know. I'm just, I like my presidents to not sell secrets. I like my presidents to not cover up for the Saudis the murder of a journalist who lives in America. In fact, I think he was a naturalized citizen. I could be wrong about that. He might have just been a resident. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is that Trump helped the Saudis cover up the murder of a journalist. And am I happy with how the Bidens have handled it? No, I am not. And that topic for me, and I'm sure for a lot of you, is not over. But the fire in front of us is also important. So it's yes and. And the fire in front of us is there is a man who is trying to either make it to the presidency or at least break it so that it doesn't get to a 270. Slick Rick. I don't even care what it says. I'm going to open it. Let's see. The right-wing online poll of 400 people by the Daily Mail is a joke. What they don't see is the voting for president between Trump and Biden is still essentially tied. It's a change of 6 points in emotional perception that may or may not even be statistically significant. Thank you. Thank you, Slick Rock. Thank you, Gal, for bringing that forward. I get it. I get it. You want your guy to win. I get it. But that's not what it's about. It's not about our guy winning. It's about who is going to handle the incredible responsibility of being president for the United States in the interest of the country. And you can complain about Biden all you want. I don't really give a shit, because what that tells me is that you have paid zero attention to what his record is. And I'm angry with him about, Gaza too. So I'm not, but I can do both things. I can be supportive of him as our best hope for democracy to exist on November 6th. And I can hold him accountable, because my best hope of trying to end wars is with the dude that I believe will do the right thing. I don't have to be 100% happy with the job. I don't have to. But I also am not going to engage in some sort of character assassination on Biden because that's, soundbite convenient. Both things can be true. I can do both. But I'm going to vote for Biden because that's the guy that I think will get us to where we want to be. And that's my vote. You can vote for whoever you want, as long as you vote. But I would like you to be a higher informed voter. And if you're voting for Trump, that to me demonstrates that you're not a highly informed voter. Rose gone. Rose gone. And if you actually believe that by staying home or not voting for Biden or voting for Trump or voting for RFK or voting for Cornel West or voting for Jill Stein or voting for, you know, Butthead McGee, you're not doing anyone. And it's an incredible privilege to me, actually. I'm offended at the privilege it takes to sit home and not vote this election. And you know what? Every election is important. This one, I'm gonna say, yeah, the stakes are pretty high. Because I think they've already shown us who they are. Roe is gone. I am 60 years old. I never thought Roe would be gone. Ever. That is frightening to me. I don't know. I'm confused. And if you're going to complain about the border, well, then you need to talk to your Republican congressman because they voted against a bipartisan deal that their representatives negotiated with the White House. So I'm sorry, you haven't actually proven to me that you give two flying fucks about the border because you haven't pressured your representatives, you Republicans, to vote for the fucking deal that they struck with the White House. So go fuck yourselves. Let's do some immigration reform, sure. Let's make it humane, logistically sound. If there's something we can agree on, it might be, as Gal always says, money in politics. So let's start there. All right? Let's start there. Let's get the money out of politics. That means no more PACs, no more donors, no more strict regulations about the way money comes into a campaign, equal access for multiple parties to get public airtime. Let's do that. Let's do it. You guys, you libertarians, you want to be taken so fucking seriously? Help us get money out of politics. I don't know. I think that might be a start. I don't think it answers all the problems, but I think it might be a start. I know what needs to happen first is voting rights need to be secured. We need the John Lewis Voting Rights Act passed. We need an end to gerrymandering immediately. And we should take down Citizens United because corporations are not people. And that's part of that money issue. Okay, so I've made it as simple as I can for the Republicans in the room. Or the I'm not going to vote, or the Bernie bros, or the whatever you want to identify as. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Whatever you want to identify as, but you've got a Biden thing up your ass. I want you to put that in perspective and really think about how do you achieve what you want to achieve in this day in May of 2024 with an election 5 months away. What is going to be the choice that is going to get us closer to the more perfect union of the available candidates? And I'm actually not like, you don't know me, but I'm actually not nationalistic. I'm not uber patriotic. I'm not a flag person. I'm not a riding with Biden all the way. I have been that type of person in the past. I'm not saying I haven't, but I've kind of feel like I've changed and I've grown a little bit in my perspective that doesn't serve anyone. Those loyalties, any kind of blind loyalty doesn't serve my fellow person. And I get it that Peter Thiel and the kleptocrats and the libertarians and the MAGA and whoever else, they don't want to pay taxes. I get that. They don't want to fund schools. They don't want to fund public health care. They don't want to fund Social Security. They don't want to fund any of that. They want to privatize it and may the best person win. In their case, they want to say, may the best man win. But I pay taxes so that my fellow man will be taken care of. I pay taxes for me because I do things that benefit from paying taxes. And I pay taxes so that other people will benefit. I don't have small children, nor does my daughter. She doesn't have any children. So child tax credit has never meant anything to me. Even as a single mom, I always made just enough to not be able to avail of the child tax credit. But I never complained because I think that's an incredibly important part of our tax code. Anything that's actually going to help people not have to put money out or to retain more of their earned income, I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of higher minimum wage. And as someone who might want to go to Chipotle or whatever, I'm willing to pay more so that the people behind the counter are getting a living wage. I would do that. Because guess what? When we do that, all boats are lifted. You want to fight something? Fight CEO pay. Fight for a cap on corporate greed. Fight for corporate tax codes that make sense. Don't fight Jamie Raskin because he doesn't like your dude. I don't know. It's just really it's really frustrating. And it's part of it's frustrating because I spend too much time on right-wing spaces, and so I feel like, oh my God, all day long all I hear is, blah blah maga, 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 maga. So it's probably my fault. I'm sure that normal people don't necessarily hear all that, but I think that it's still something that is so frustrating to me. And who was I listening to? I was listening to someone the other night. It was one of the chuds. And they absolutely believe that me, as a liberal, hi Al, how are you? Once, twice, 34 times, my felon, and I hate you. Oh, you're once, twice, 34 times, my felon. And I want you to go away. Yeah. Preach. Yeah, so I if you're going to actually vote for someone that is like that is craven to other world leaders, right? There's that. If that's what you care about, right? If you want to be like the strong man or whatever, think about the fact that this is not the strong man, that this is someone who has been who has been kowtowing to powers in order to help him stay in power. It is, whether you want to believe it or not, Mueller report did not exonerate President Trump and in fact found plenty of connections and, frankly, prosecutions that should have been pursued. But guess what? President Trump had a loyalist as his attorney general, and that's how he got away with it. Why did Bill Barr resign in December of 2020? Maggots. Why do you think? I've been adding 2 footsteps to They Might Be Giants Classic 32, but have no rewrite. Oh, 2 footsteps. Yeah, like what? Yeah. I don't know. Here's the thing. You know, what's really, you can, if you're a maggot, all right, I can put myself in the brain space of a maggot saying, oh, he sexually abused someone, big fucking deal, but whatever, what a dude, yeah, she's a hideous whatever, yeah, you know, so they can do that. With this case, they don't understand it, so they can do the, oh, I don't even know what the crime is, I don't even know what your crime is, you know, that kind of stuff. They can't ignore, if we were able to get to the documents case, I don't think they'd be able to ignore what he's actually done. And I saw, speaking of which, I saw Kash Patel on the Tim Pool show the other day. It's hilarious. Actually, we should probably go over it, although we probably don't have time. But anyway, one of these days we're going to do that. Because it was fucking hilarious. So I think Kash Patel's really nervous. Now, I think he's happy that Eileen Cannon has stopped the, I'm going to stop. Coming soon. You asked and you shall receive. Coming later today, more names from Eric Prince's secret group chat. Was Mark Burnett in the secret group chat, gal? If he is, that's going to make me really fucking happy. Oh, I'm going right there. They don't even know that the conviction is for fraud. It's for changing documents. It's for the way he classified the expense, which then was part and parcel to the election interference. And that's the other thing. We're going to read the Mueller report one of these days, God damn it. At least part 2. That's it. All right, I got to. Al, did you hear about this? Al Munson, did you hear about this? Okay, listen. Okay, listen. Is this the article from yesterday's? Oh, yesterday's story. Okay, so we read this story yesterday, right, guys? If y'all were here, maybe you weren't here. Off leash. Okay, this story cannot go away. Please don't let this go away. Off Leash is a WhatsApp group founded by Eric Prince. Eric, Prince of Darkness, started a private WhatsApp group for his close associates that includes a menagerie of right-wing government officials, intelligence operatives, arms traffickers, and journalists. We got their messages. And so this was the story from yesterday. I'll link this. Hold on. Let me go link that. But there's more names coming out today. And I want to know if Mark Burnett's on there. Jim. I'm going to like that. Let's go to his Substack. I'm going to go to your Substack. Oh my God. Do I have to? I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. No thanks. I'll come back and do it. All right. All right. Washington Babylon is the name of this Substack. Who's in there? Is this today? No, that's yesterday. So he hasn't put out the new names yet. That's going to be awesome. That's going to be awesome. Oh. Oh. What? Wait. You answered to Eric Prince, including the man who gave Donald Trump story being down his phone number, a top U.S. presidential candidate, and a board member at the firm that trained Saudis who killed Jamal Khashoggi. Hody ho. Okay, so here's the thing. It is a cult. You're right, Lolo. But Lolo. You're right, butterflies. It's because you said hi, Lolo. Anyway, hi, butterflies. Eric Prince, he should be gargling, but he's gonna be. Because here's the thing. Here's the exciting part. The exciting part is these are the names we need to get to, folks. These are the names. I don't give a shit about Trump. I mean, I do give a shit about Trump because he broke the law and he actually put people in danger and he killed people. He's a bad dude and he needs to face the accountability for all the fuckery that he's ever, done or whatever, or even in the recent history within the statute of limitations. Anyway, my point is that, he's speaking. Yeah. Is he speaking? I don't know what he's speaking about. I think I saw that coming up though. What was I going to say? Shit. Oh, but the point is these other dudes who are continuing to gallivant around our country and other countries, Eric Prince in particular, as a fucking mercenary. Oh, and a mercenary who, by the way, does jobs for the U.S. defense. So there's a problem. I don't know. Is that a Charles Flynn thing? I have no idea. I would love to know, but I don't know. So anyway, so yeah, because BlackRock is a contractor. That is Eric Prince's firm. He founded that firm. He is also the brother of Betsy DeVos, who you remember was the idiot in charge of the Department of Education, who tried to run it into the ground, did a pretty good job. Also of the Amway family, right? That's their fortune. These are a bunch of rich kids. He's ID'd about 30 in the story and has the names of at least 200 more. This is amazing. This is fucking amazing. This is so good. This is so good. Really good journalism. Really fucking good journalism. Let me see what's going on with the President Biden. Oh, and the war in Gaza. Okay.
The Chevy Drive event is on now.
Stop. Later.
Aid into Gaza every single day. With the ceasefire, that aid could be safely and effectively distributed to all who need it. Hundreds of thousands of temporary shelters, including housing units, would be delivered by the international community. All
Thank you,
that
Blackwater, not
and
BlackRock.
more would begin immediately. Immediately. During the 6 weeks of phase one, Israel and Hamas would negotiate the necessary arrangements to get to phase two, which is a permanent end to hostilities. Now, I'll be straight with you. There are a number of details to negotiate to move from phase one to phase two. Israel will want to make sure its interests are protected. But the proposal says if the negotiations take longer than 6 weeks, for phase one, the ceasefire will still continue as long as negotiations continue. In the United States, Egypt, and Qatar would work to ensure negotiations keep going. All agreements, until all the agreements are reached and phase two is able to begin. Then phase two, there'd be an exchange for the release of all remaining living hostages, including male soldiers. Israeli forces would withdraw from Gaza, and as long as Hamas lives up to its commitments, a temporary ceasefire would become, in the words of the Israeli proposal, the cessation of hostilities permanently, end of quote. Cessation of hostilities permanently. Finally, in phase three, a major reconstruction plan for Gaza would commence, and any final remains of hostages who've been killed would be returned to their families. That's the offer that's now on the table. And what we've been asking for. It's what we need. The people of Israel should know they can make this offer without any further risk to their own security because they've devastated Hamas forces over the past 8 months. At this point, Hamas no longer is capable of carrying out another October 7th, which is one of Israel's main objectives in this war, and quite frankly, a righteous one. I know there are those in Israel who will not agree with this plan and will call for the war to continue indefinitely. Some are even in the government coalition. And they've made it clear they want to occupy Gaza, they want to keep fighting for years, and the hostages are not a priority to them. Well, I've urged the leadership in Israel to stand behind this deal, despite whatever pressure comes. And to the people of Israel, let me say this. As someone who's had a lifelong commitment to Israel, as the only American president who's ever gone to Israel in a time of war, as someone who just sent the U.S. forces to directly defend Israel when it was attacked by Iran, I ask you to take a step back and think what will happen if this moment is lost. We can't lose this moment. Indefinite war in pursuit of an unidentified notion of total victory will not bring Israel, will only bog down Israel and Gaza, draining the economic, military, and human resources, and furthering Israel's isolation in the world. That will not bring hostages home. That will not not bring an enduring defeat of Hamas. That will not bring Israel lasting security. But a comprehensive approach that starts with this deal will bring hostages home and will lead to more secure
Yeah, but
Israel.
Bibi wants waterfront
And once
property.
a ceasefire and
So
hostage deal is concluded,
I think he's,
it
I don't
unlocks the
know.
possibility of a great
We'll
deal
see.
more progress.
I think he is calling for it. I don't know if the Israelis have agreed to it, the
calm
government.
along Israel's northern border with Lebanon. The United States will help forge a diplomatic resolution, one that ensures Israel's security and allows people to safely return to their homes without fear of being attacked. With the deal, a rebuilding of Gaza will begin. Arab nations and the international community, along with Palestinian and Israeli leaders, to get it done in a manner that does not allow Hamas to rearm. And the United States will work with our partners to rebuild homes, schools, and hospitals in Gaza, to help repair communities
But
that
you
were destroyed.
wouldn't know because
chaos of war.
CNN has the headline
And
as
with this
a
deal,
Trump speech. So,
Israel
yeah, you
could
wouldn't
become
know.
more deeply integrated in the region, including, it's no surprise to you all, including no potential historic normalization agreement with Saudi Arabia. Israel could be part of a regional security network to counter the threat posed by Iran. All this progress would make Israel more secure, with Israeli families no longer living in the shadow of a terrorist attack. And all this would create the conditions for a different future, a better future for the Palestinian people. One of self-determination, dignity, security, and freedom. This path is available once the deal is struck. Israel will always have the right to defend itself against the threats to its security and to bring those responsible October 7th to justice.
Got you.
And the
He's
United States will
communicating
always
it
ensure
to
that
Israel.
has what it
Okay.
needs to defend itself. If Hamas fails to fulfill its commitments under the deal, Israel can resume military operations. But Egypt and Qatar have assured me, and they are continuing to work to ensure that Hamas doesn't do that. The United States will help ensure that Israel lives up to their obligations as well. That's what this deal says. That's what it says. And we'll do our part. This is truly a decisive moment. Israel has made their proposal. Hamas says it wants a ceasefire. This deal is an opportunity to prove whether they really mean it. Hamas needs to take the deal. For months, people all over
That's
the
it,
world have
gal.
called for ceasefire.
This is how
Now
America
it's time
leads.
to raise your voices and demand that Hamas
Bibi
come
needs
to
to
the
be
table,
put on trial.
agrees to this deal, and ends this war that they began. Of course, there'll be differences on the specific details that need to be worked out. That's natural. If Hamas comes to negotiate, ready to deal, then Israel negotiations must be given a mandate, the necessary flexibility to close that deal. The past 8 months have marked heartbreaking pain. Pain of those whose loved ones are slaughtered by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Hostages and their families waiting in anguish. Ordinary Israelis whose lives were forever marked by the shattering event of Hamas's sexual violence and ruthless brutality. And the Palestinian people have endured sheer hell in this war.
Biden gives remarks.
Too many innocent people have been killed.
Biden
including
gives
thousands of
remarks.
children. Far too many have been badly wounded. We all saw the terrible images
Watch Biden
from the
deliver
deadly fire in
remarks.
Rafah earlier this week, following an Israeli strike against targeting
Media
Hamas.
literacy.
And even as we work to surge assistance to Gaza, with 1,800
I
trucks
agree with that,
delivering
gal.
supplies
I
these last
know
5
that
days,
I have
1,800.
confidence that there have been many
Humanitarian crisis
very
still
hard
remains.
conversations.
I know this is a subject on
this
which
is a
people in this country
no-win.
feel deep, passionate
And there isn't a
convictions.
point of winning.
And so do I. This has been one of the hardest, most complicated problems in the world. There's nothing easy about this. Nothing easy about it. Through it all, though, the United States has worked relentlessly to support Israeli security, to get humanitarian supplies into Gaza, to get a ceasefire and a hostage deal to bring this war to an end. Yesterday, with this new initiative, we've taken an important step in that direction. I want to level with you today as to where we are and what might be possible. But I need your help. Everyone who wants peace now must raise their voices and let the leaders know they should take this deal, work to make it real, make it lasting, and forge a better future out of the tragic terror attack and war. It's time to begin this new stage. For the hostages to come home, for Israel to be secure, for the suffering to stop. It's time for this war to end. For the day after.
It's time for the
begin.
Palestinian suffering to stop
Thank
as
you
well.
very much.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
No, 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 no.
Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign? We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir.
Should he be on the ballot, sir?
He's like, I gotta get out of here. Biden is measured, strong, empathetic leader. He really. Oh, okay.
Today, watch
all
C-SPAN's
right,
2024
well, you are very loud. You are very loud. Let me see if this guy updated his thing because I'm so excited about this. Because I'm so excited and I just can't hide it. Wah, 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 wah. All right, let me come back. Well, okay. I like that. Yes, let's do that. Incredible contrast. Yeah, between the rambling wreck. That's a president. I need your help to accomplish this. Yeah, it's presidential. And I want my president to seek peaceful solutions. And I get that there are a host of complicated, like military, industrial, you know what I mean? I get all of it. I get all of it, baby. But I'm going to tell you right now, the man who just spoke is the only person running for president who actually wants to do this. That's the only guy, okay? RFK wouldn't do it. Trump definitely wouldn't do it. Trump would build the condos on the Gazan waterfront. He would slap his name. He would slap his name on the condos that Bibi wants to put up on the Gazan waterfront. He would help shovel the first spade of dirt that came out of the new whatever canal that Bibi wants to build through Gaza, through Palestine. Okay? So Trump is definitely not going to solve any of these problems. So if you stay home, you are enabling Trump, period, full stop. And you're enabling the decimation of a country. So you can call him whatever you want to call him, but I think you've got the wrong person. Planes and helicopters at the airport in Melbourne, Florida. Whoop, whoop. Not I alone can fix it. That's right. We can't fix what is broken by electing someone who wants to break it more. Thank you. And that is exactly what pretty much the libertarians, the whatevers, the RFKs, whatever the fuck he is, that's what they will do that because either through design and or ineptness, they will do that. Period. Yeah, so that's the story. Morning glory. More than usual. Yeah, more than usual, Jim. Melbourne, is that that's near Fort Pierce? I know that because I used to live in Fort Pierce. So I actually know Fort Pierce really well. Yeah, I lived on a boat in Fort Pierce for a while. So yeah, Melbourne is close to that. And that's that's where Eileen Cannon's courtroom is based in Fort Pierce, Florida. It's up on the northern eastern seaboard of Florida, near Melbourne, near the Gold Coast of Florida, I guess is what they refer to it as. So yeah, Fort Pierce is a weird little town. It's amazing to me that that's where a fucking court, like an important courtroom is, because it's just so weird. Anyway. I better check on the court. Jesus Christ. I haven't checked on the court. I check on the court. Oh, are we going to... God damn it.
Let me do it this
sorry.
way. So the Vice President of the United States, did he only consider,
damn it,
to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, the votes that came from the official state of Michigan mailing? And those were the only votes that were counted?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And as part of your investigation, you spoke to a number of different people in DC. I believe the first witness from the National Archives
share the broadcast.
was one of them, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you referring to Agent Stupar or
the first witness, I believe?
Oh, the first witness that was out there? Yes.
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 Okay. And the second witness, the general counsel for the Secretary of the Senate, the second witness, you spoke to him as well as part of your investigation, right?
I don't recall speaking to him directly.
Oh, no?
I had tried to reach out to somebody to get to him.
Okay. So
I would have to refer to my
That's
report
right,
on
Gal. I mean, I think I even remember hearing that once. The summertime is a big
it was a process.
Sure,
time
and
for
I'm not
military
trying to play
exercises.
gotcha or whatever else, but to the best of your knowledge,
so Jim, it's
information, and
probably
belief, your
around that.
recollection, when you heard the general counsel testify earlier at this prelim, in addition to the first prelim that was conducted, that's the first you really heard from him, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you were here listening to the testimony of both witness 1 and 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon that testimony, and that testimony alone, do you recall whether or not the Vice President or the President of the Senate affirmatively had any votes in his hand from the Republican electors, their certificate of vote?
Do I recall?
Do you recall if they said
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
So Mike Pence had the certificate of vote from the Republican electors?
No.
Okay.
I recall the conversation. I don't recall him saying that he had the Republican elector vote. So
that answers my question. Thank you very much, Agent. Then the other question I have is, did you speak with the Vice President's office or any of his staff during your investigation?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, did the Vice President of the United States have a copy of the Republican certificate here, the certificate of vote that is at play?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Did you attempt to contact the Vice President's office or his staff?
So it's normal, basically.
No, I didn't attempt to contact his office.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not Mr. Pence had a copy of the certificate from these Republican electors, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's so quiet.
Switch my screen. And I'm not sure exactly how we are labeling the defense exhibits, if it's per defendant or if it's just all together.
It's all together.
So what would the next exhibit number be? I apologize. Or letter.
Yeah, I would go with I. That's an equal.
Okay. If that's what it is, then it will be.
It's I. It is I.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
You may have the whole alphabet done, not by the end of my examination, but we'll see. Share a different screen with you. And I'm going to ask the court, and just as a heads up, I'm bringing up the Congressional House record from January 6, 21, which is essentially the tabulation of votes. Okay. Okay. Yes. I'm sorry. I do not, but I will be able to blow it up, I think, quite well. So he'll be able to see it, unlike the other one. So what I'm representing here as an officer of the court, that this is a true and accurate copy of the congressional record from January 6, 2021. As you can see, you have the date right there. And this is essentially what was said verbatim. So that's my representation or my offer of proof of what this really is.
Okay.
Okay. I will blow all of this up. Okay. 'Cause I know it's like 3 columns and it's terrible. And by the way, just for information of the court, when this congressional record is read, it's not read how normally folks would read. It's actually sort of like in reverse order. Okay.
Okay.
You're going to notice this in a second.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
I am so happy. If you don't mind, could you please read the highlighted portion from Ms. Klobuchar?
Okay, I was going to ask you how to pronounce that. Senator Klobuchar, Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris from the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
This is the reverse thing I was talking about. Can you please read what the vice president said, and it's stated here in the congressional record?
The blue highlight?
Yes.
Okay. The vice president, hearing none, this certificate from Michigan, the parliamentarian has advised me is only, kind of a glare, is the only certificate of the vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors. There's a glare on the screen.
No, you still have
Yeah,
much
I
better
remember
vision
that,
than
Jim.
I do, even with LASIK, okay? So let's start here. After you have read that, and you need a moment to consider, and again, have you seen this first as part of your investigation?
I believe I've taken a look at it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's probably been a while.
Yeah.
So if you need to pause and to think for a moment, I got no problem with that.
Okay.
But what are the documents? And I think there are 2 documents that the vice president is referencing that he has in his hand. Do you know what those documents would be?
The certificate of electoral vote.
Is there another certificate as well? I think it's the last 3 lines.
Certificate from an authority, yes, the ascertainment.
Yes, so the ascertainment, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And based upon the
This is
congressional
more.
record,
If it
in
didn't
your
work, Your Honor,
investigation,
I don't think it's a crime.
do you
okay?
If it
that
didn't
Vice
work,
President
it can't
Pence
be a crime. Hello.
had a copy of a certificate of Republican electors based upon his own words that you just read?
I believe that he had, I can't speak to anything beyond what it says. So
No, that's all I'm asking you to do.
So I believe that he had the certificate of votes from Michigan and the ascertainment.
From the state of Michigan, right?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
Okay, so make sure.
Anything beyond that would be speculation.
Okay.
I don't know.
So if the vice president had the official vote, certificate of vote and also the certificate of ascertainment, again, official from the state of Michigan. Can you please explain to me what is the uttering and publishing that occurred if it never got to the hands of the vice president? The uttering and publishing charge contained within the criminal complaint.
As I explained to Mr. Coleman, I believe it comes from the publication at the Senate, publication at the National Archives. As I said earlier.
So when we take a look at Vice President's words, and I'm not going to continue to harp on this time and time again, but
well, the good
there's
news
nothing
is, Jim, is that
contained
he
within the
wasn't
words here of the Vice President that he
sleeping
had
on
knowledge
his
or
third wife with a porn
information
star
or
when she was
belief
pregnant with
that
her
there was
son. So he's
another
not
certificate
actually
that
convicted
came
of that.
from
So
an
good
official
news, everybody.
authority. Is that a fair statement?
You can continue to think that that's perfectly okay,
That's
but
all I'm
that's
trying to
not
get at,
actually the
okay?
crime that he's gonna go to prison for. So yeah, there's that. Thanks. Bye.
One moment, Your Honor, I apologize.
Okay, my money's on. He's gonna say, "I'm done, Your Honor. I don't have anything else. Thank you."
I believe that my colleague that immediately preceded me in doing a cross-examination asked you about the analogy regarding a police report that contained maybe a false statement or false information within it. Do you recall that conversation or exchange with my colleague?
Yes.
Okay. So a police report, and again, just for the information of the court and others, and the refresher recollection, because we're taking a look at a specific case that was cited earlier. That's People v. Thomas, 182 Mishap 225.
This guy
It's a
thinks he's too
1989
fancy for this
case,
cart round.
okay? Did you have an opportunity to read or look at that case after you were questioned about that yesterday?
No, sir.
Okay. But you recall that when it comes to the statements or the questions that were coming forward by my colleague, he asked you about the police report containing false information and whether or not you believed such a document, a police report with false information, would be a forgery. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you recall what your answer was?
No, because I objected, just like I'm getting ready to do now. Objection, relevance. It's the relevance.
The relevance goes exactly to the certificates that we are not only talking about during this entire case, but also, frankly, I think it was exhibits 5 and 11, taking a look at the official and unofficial certificate. Plus, there has been testimony elicited that when it comes to the certificate, time and time again, put forward by the Republican electors, it has information that is false. So I want to take a look and see exactly how he understands a document that contains false information, how that would translate over to, again, this Republican certificate that allegedly has false information with it.
Isn't that the same
case
document?
That was cited in references talks about a police report with a false statement in it that is factually distinguishable from why we are here today, and whether or not this witness believes that a false statement in a police report makes that document a forgery is not relevant.
My response to the response, or I guess reply, would be this, that it is absolutely relevant because I'm trying to take a look at the analytical framework that a Special Agent Schock would utilize when taking a look at these documents. And in terms of a distinguishment or a distinction, it's very similar. You're talking about an official document and false information. So there's nothing factually distinctive here that would make this irrelevant.
You're talking about, you said an official document and a.
I'll correct what I just said. I apologize. A government document.
With that it contains a false statement versus what, at least how he terms it, a fake document that has false information. That's supposed to be a public. Are those even comparable?
Well, we have essentially here a document that is purported according to the criminal complaint that is of an official nature, that was publicized, or it's more so in the public record, that contains false information. I'm not saying it's completely 100% accurate, but it's like a B+. It's like an 89% match that I think warrants an examination.
And your belief that his answer regarding whether or not he believes that to be a forgery is relevant to him believing the document in this case is a forgery?
Correct, because you have documents that purport to be official or government records that contain allegedly false information within it.
Okay.
I'm not going to go ask him a lot of legal
I
questions.
think he did answer this question yesterday. I know there was an objection. And I think I said that I didn't think that the analogy helped me, really, that it might help him. I feel the same way now. This analogy doesn't help me. But I also understand how they may be trying to understand or delve a little deeper, because I think every time they've tried to ask a question in a different way, they got the same answer, and they are looking for a different answer. Something I think is deeper than they signed the document and it was not a legitimate document. And so I think that's the angle that you're trying to.
And I'm only asking for a little bit of leeway. I'm not going to be asking him to make legal conclusions. I'm just trying to analyze his framework for thinking about the situation. That's all I'm trying to do.
Okay, I will allow the question for your purposes.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Not a thank you situation,
So-
shithead.
Was it your statement yesterday that or strike that, let me ask it this way. A police report that contains false information, do you believe that document is a forgery or not a forgery?
The false document. If it's
My question, I'm sorry, let me interrupt, but my question is, do you believe that document, a police report that contains false information within it, it's either one or the other? Do you believe it to be a forgery or not to be a forgery?
I think it's both. I think it's the same.
Depends on the
I suppose it's
circumstances.
Maybe a play on words, but false information on a document is a forged or false fake document. Does that answer your question?
It does not. So let's start here. Let's sort of pick this apart a little bit. A police report, and you were with Beverly Hills Police Department for almost 3 decades, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to say you're old or anything like that. And thank you for your service down there, because I live in a city just adjacent to Beverly Hills over there in Metro Detroit. But when we take a look at your experience, how are police reports
I'm like Beverly
essentially
Hills, California.
written? I'm not going to get way into this, but I just want a brief answer. How are police reports written, assembled, and how are they filed?
Objection, relevance. How are police reports filed and?
How are they sort of assembled, written, and then filed? Because what I want to do is to take a look at his assertion that such a document could be both a forgery and not a forgery. I need to sort of pick this apart a little bit more with him.
Well, maybe ask him how, because I think we're getting away from the limited leeway I was giving you if we start asking him how we create and store police reports. We don't want to get that far outside the realm.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. So can you please help me to understand, in addition to everyone else here, regarding, again, a police report with false information contained therein is both is a forgery and also not a forgery?
No, I didn't say it's not a forgery.
Okay.
I said it's a false document, therefore a forgery. It's not authentic. It's if you have, if you're lying about something or putting in false information.
They can try to make this about
seen it.
like semantics, but
it's the
it's
thing.
rule of law,
Which is
okay?
that it's
And
a
I'm
forgery
real
or no?
sorry.
Yes, that's what I
Do
said.
you believe it's a forgery?
Yeah, that would be.
He
a
believes
forgery,
a fake is a forgery, okay? That's the way he
You
defines
believe
those
that document
terms.
would be considered under the law, given your experience as an investigator and a law enforcement official?
He's not bringing
as
the
a forgery?
charges, right?
Well,
And did he bring the
and it-
charges? Or did the AG bring the
qualify with
charges?
it. Depending upon what else is on the document as well. I mean, if we have and I'm having a difficult time answering this because if you're lying on a police report, police reports are supposed to be truthful and factual. And if you're lying on it, then you're forging the facts and truth of the matter into a false statement.
So is it your belief or understanding, and I'm about to
I
be
mean,
done with
it
this
might
line of
not be
questioning, Your Honor,
elegant,
I
but it's
appreciate
what
the
he
leeway.
thinks. It's how
Is it your
he
belief and
defined it in that
understanding that
case, and it
if
still
a police report
rings
has one
accurate.
intentionally false statement written within it, but
Being
again, the police report
intentionally.
is written by an
The
officer,
entire
it's
premise.
filed away, that document itself
The entire
is then
premise
considered to be a forgery.
The entire premise of the document in question is not a
In whatever
police
manner they're
report.
writing.
It is a document that
Just
purports
trying
to
to
be
get into
something
how
it
you
is
analyze
not.
it, and
A
I
police
appreciate
report does not purport to
I
be
have a different
something it is
opinion, but my
not.
opinion does not matter.
Oh my
Withdrawn.
God. I can't do this anymore.
So
I give
taking a
up.
look
No, I
at
don't. I'm just
the
kidding.
Republican certificate, we've covered this time and time again. You agree that it did not contain any of the official hallmarks that the official certificate had, such as the governor's signature, seal, all that stuff, correct?
No, it did not contain that.
Okay. And I believe you testified earlier that
And
when you first saw that
No
Republican
one was
certificate, you were not
presenting the
fooled, right?
police report as if it were a
You did not believe, I think, other
jury
words, that it
conviction.
was authentic.
They were presenting it as a police
I did
report
not-
with
No,
fake,
it's-
with information that
it's an
was
authentic-
under,
well-
oh my God, I can't.
How do I describe this? I did not believe that it was the official document that was certified at the state.
Thank you. And please tell me why.
Hi, Scott. Oh, sorry.
Hi, Scott. How are you? Good to see
Didn't
you.
have the seal on it and stuff like that, but I'm looking at the document, it still had
No, I
information
never know.
that was
I
similar
I don't want
to the
to.
document at
I don't want to. I like what I'm
the
doing.
state. So it's, I guess one's blue and one's white, black and white is what I'm trying to say. So they look differently.
Do you believe that particular, through your investigation and your knowledge derived from your investigation, that certificate of vote from the Republican electors could be counted by the vice president?
Based on that statute?
Yes. I'm just really looking for a yes or no.
Yet again,
And
it's
I'm trying
like,
to think
oh,
here
well,
because
since
based
there
on
was
the
no,
information
since
in
the
my
crime wasn't
report
successful,
has led
sir,
me to
can we just
believe
call
that
it good and go
possibly
home?
It could be.
Okay,
counted
thanks.
by.
Okay, let's explore that. Why do you think it could have been counted? Based upon your investigation, your
Just
knowledge.
through legal arguments that have been made in various reports that I've reviewed.
And again, I know you're not an attorney.
They
but I
submitted it
know
with
that
the
you've been on this
intention that it would be
investigation for a while.
used. This was
So I'm not
that's why
asking for a
that's that
particular
conspiracy part of
pinpoint
it too, by the
citation
way.
from LexisNexis or something like that.
Thank you.
But what I am asking is, can you please summarize those legal arguments that you encountered in your investigation, how the Republican certificate of vote could have been counted?
Just through my interview with Ken Chesborough and other citations that he referenced, that it could have been counted, or it could have, that Vice President Pence could have taken the certificates and said, well, I don't know which one to count here, so there's gonna be some sort of motion.
Well, get
to
ready,
discuss,
because I'm in the kitchen tonight, babes.
whether or not there's been
making crepes.
which votes to count.
And I could put it back up on the screen if you like, but
I'm
And
don't
doing
you
trivia
recall- I'm
too.
sorry.
We're not just
I'm not
making
disagreeing
crepes.
with
We're doing
statute,
trivia.
sir.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. But taking a look at 3 USC Section 5, didn't you just read that the governor's certification shall be conclusive and that's what shall be counted?
Yes, I just read that.
Okay. So
really-
again, my question is, based upon your investigation, you have
Really,
looked
Your
at
Honor,
all of these things.
we
Okay.
did the crime,
How
but we did
could
such
the
a
Vice
fucking poor
President
job
of
of
the
it. We
United
can't possibly
States,
be guilty. So
pursuant to that
can we just call this
statute, count
good?
anything
Okay,
else?
fine.
I'm not prepared to make a legal argument on that. I can't answer that part. What I didn't disagree with what the statute says.
Okay. Didn't disagree with what the statute says. So in your estimation or in your opinion, having worked on this alleged
Not
forgery
guaranteeing they're
fraud
going to be
case,
edible. I'm just
however
saying.
one wants to go
I'm gonna
ahead
swap my
and
milk.
characterize it. If the vice president would have counted the Republican elector certificate, more so the certificate of votes that came from these Republican electors, if he had that, and if he counted it, would he be in compliance, again, your opinion, with 3 USC Section 5?
No.
No. So these
And I guess we'll
theories
see. I don't
essentially
know.
kind
I
of
do have a crepe
dabble, is it a
pan.
fair
I just got a
characterization
crepe
that
pan.
there is a fear
I
that the
love
vice
crepes. I want
president
to
of
make
the
them.
United
I
States
don't know
was
how to
not
make
going
them.
to
I mean, I
follow
made
the
them
law?
before, but it was a long time ago.
There was.
It will be hilarious.
I've learned
Believe
in
me,
my
it will be a
investigation,
mess. I
there
can
was,
guarantee that.
discussion about how
And who doesn't want to just be with
presenting
a
both
beautiful
votes
mess on Friday
cause a
night?
disruption in the count,
So let's make beautiful
and
mess
therefore
crepes
cause
together
a pause
and do some
potentially in
trivia.
other states, or of the counting of votes from other states.
And well, not going to go through
That's all
all
I
the
have, Your
elements of
Honor.
forgery because I certainly don't want to sort of have me be the last word on a Friday afternoon. And then my colleague will question you on Monday or something like that. No, I think we're going to be here until we're done. So that's right. I forgot that. But
Your Honor, since that did come up.
What the fuck was
just
that?
now, while we were engaged in this
What the fuck?
examination,
Yeah.
I have conferred with
Fame is in the kitchen.
other counsel.
Oh, it's there. Okay, hold on.
And given the court's expressed intention to make sure that Captain Green gets on and off the stand today. In order to ensure that that happens, I am prepared to defer my cross-examination of Agent Shock until Monday. Because it's sort of the pace that we're going in, I don't want brother counsel to be rushed. I don't think there's a chance that we're going to get done today with Agent Shock. And I certainly don't want to be responsible for 18 other people being here until 7:30 tonight. So I just wanted to share that with the court.
I'm objecting, Your Honor. He's making me responsible for this.
You're not responsible. You're jointly responsible. No,
Yeah, tell him, Judge.
All kidding aside, though, Your Honor,
I got
don't
it,
think
Gal.
that's in
We're gonna
my
read that right
best
after.
interest to start the cross-examination of this witness late on a Friday afternoon after we've been here all week. So
I would agree. And again, this is a witness that we've already stated would be
She
recalled.
gave you that
anyways.
option, you stupid.
So
she fucking
even
gave
if
you that option.
You got your bite of the apple today. He's
But
gonna
here
be
you
recalled.
go. Here you go.
So,
and you
it's
wasted
not-
other witnesses' time. Great
Place
job,
it under burden
everybody.
on whatever questions you have
Well, I'm
today.
fine.
I don't know if you had a question, but I had a follow-up question on your
Please.
last
Yeah.
question. Because you made a statement, Agent Shock, about your conversation with Chesborough, and he indicating that presenting both slates could cause a disruption or pause in the accounting. How was that evidence of any fraud?
Well,
if there was a disruption, if it, let's say it did cause a
Because
disruption.
they are
How is
not
that
the
evidence of
duly and
intent to
qualified
defraud,
electors
though,
for the
versus
president of the United States.
an
They
intent
are
for,
not.
Hey,
I
look at,
repeat,
take a look into
not.
this
Well,
deeper.
Nor was there a
the
recount at the
forgery
time.
in the publishing of it, publishing it to him, forging, having the forged document presented to him to cause some confusion on his part.
Okay, confusion is a little different than disruption or
Or-
pause.
No.
Because when you said disruption or pause, I'm thinking, well, we need to look into
I
this.
get it. I get what
versus
she's
Yes,
doing.
we're
I get what she's
confused.
doing.
Okay,
She's
thank
trying
you.
to just like
She's trying to just like clarify everything.
So again, I'm not getting into the
Pussy
elements
bitches
of
on there, huh?
forgery, but
Awesome.
I want to get your understanding regarding some of the things that
makes me so
forgery
mad.
requires, okay? So do you agree that, given your experience in the crime of forgery or acts deemed as forgery, there needs to be essentially a risk or a real risk of some type of loss or injury?
I would have to review that.
I just
specific
blurgled.
section
Sorry.
To agree with you, but if that's what you have up.
No, I don't have that up, but I won't go through giving pinpoint sites and everything right now.
Okay.
But you believe that just commonly, your understanding of the crime of forgery, okay, that there needs to be a real risk that someone could lose out on something, correct?
Yes.
Okay. For example, like when it comes to a check, if someone forged a check and then turned it in, the victim in that particular case would lose probably money out of their bank account, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the injury or the loss.
I'm Frank Gaffney.
So by way
We've
of
got a hair in
analogy, and
that
if I
one.
may have a little bit of leeway here, not too much.
You already had
But
to know enough.
I believe
Go
one of
fuck
my
yourself.
colleagues, your first cross-examiner, was able
Go
to
fuck
talk to you, I
yourself.
believe, about monopoly.
Frank Gaffney.
Do you recall
Frank
that
Gaffney.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That was you.
God, this is great.
Okay, second counsel, not first.
Wonder what's going to come of this. Anyway, we're going to
One,
read it
two,
after this. So
three.
stay
I think
tuned.
I'm
We're not
fourth
going away
chair,
after this is
fifth chair,
over.
So
No, you're fifth chair, he's sixth chair.
I'm sorry.
I always thought it started this way. I'm first.
Technically you are, but he snatched that position in the cross-examination.
Early bird.
Only a bunch of lawyers care what batting was.
Yeah. But my apologies, Mr. Gilbert, the second chair questioned you about monopoly money. Do you recall that conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to get into the game of Monopoly. I was never good at it. But what I do want to ask you is going back to that check analogy I gave
Why
you.
do dudes
or
feel like they
example
have to
just a few
fucking
moments
insert
ago.
themselves into every fucking
I
sentence? Jesus Christ.
Barnett.
Ask the fucking question.
And I wrote to so-and-so, and I sort of just put on there some of the elements that you would need to cash check. And I intend to maybe defraud or deceive. And I go to a bank and I'm like, hey, can you go ahead and cash this? Do you think that the bank teller would take that seriously? Or do you think that the bank teller would be like, this guy, perhaps there's something wrong with him?
Hello, there's a crime of trying to pass a
hypothetical?
counterfeit
Yeah.
document.
Yes.
How about that? There is
Yes,
a crime.
but
It's
it
called
doesn't
trying to pass
match up
a
to
counterfeit
what the
document.
case is about.
Well, I'm going to get there. Don't worry.
Okay.
No,
Okay,
you're not. You're
I'm
not
just
going to
covering
get
this
there.
one
You're going to
element at
give
a time.
up. When you
Okay.
fail, you're
So
going to
going
give up.
back to that, do you believe that that had an opportunity to be accepted? Or do you think it would likely be accepted by the teller or not?
A bar napkin with just something written on it as a
A
check?
bar napkin that says to Sally Smith from, okay, let me use myself, Kevin Kievsky for, $1 million. And I put some fake numbers on the bottom, that's a routing number, and I give it to the teller. Do you think that the teller is likely to accept that check?
Does it have a check number?
Yes, I put 0001 in the corner.
Does it have a routing number? That
Yes,
means
and-
all these things
Yes.
add up.
No, I
add
understand.
up to what,
Right.
if I walk in with a blank piece of paper and write, $100 payable to Sally, that's a lot different than what we're talking about here, where there was an effort made
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm gonna object. This is a complete narrative. It has nothing to do with the question that was asked. He asked a yes or no question, and this is another example of not answering yes or no. Please answer the question. You shall have it. But ask it.
There's an objection as to be.
Why don't you go fuck off?
We did ask a yes or no question, so you need to answer yes or no, if the question is yes or no.
No, but there's more information that I could.
And I'll
provide.
explore that with
I recognize that there may be more,
Oh,
but if the
I
question is formed on a cross-examine as a yes or no, you only get to give yes or no.
I understand that.
If they ask for more, then you can give more, and if there's more that they don't ask for, that the prosecution believes they want the court to hear, then they need to note that down so that when they redirect, they give you an opportunity to do that. But you can't just decide that you're going to give an opportunity to yourself to give additional information.
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you. So if it's a yes or no, you got to answer yes or no.
I believe your answer to that was no, correct?
No, yeah.
Okay. And I like to be.
No, the answer, no.
Who's on first?
Who's on first?
Right. It's been a long week, Your Honor.
It has been.
That's
And
okay.
this was a short week.
Keep the fucking comedy off.
That's true. But I'm going to be fair and give you an explanation or an opportunity to provide an explanation as to why you would say no. So please go ahead and tell me why you think that answer is no.
Because it doesn't resemble, it doesn't, I mean, it's not even close. So it doesn't meet the criteria. And looking at this, this particular
Certificates were
document,
materially
an effort
the
was made
same.
to make sure.
I'm sorry, go
You're
ahead.
trying to.
No, I understand. No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, you
You're
gave
giving me-
him an opportunity
I
to give
stopped
information. Now
myself.
you got a lot of.
I stopped.
In this particular case, an effort was made to create a document that met the requirements that would be similar to those requirements that were for the legitimate document. But in the case or the example that you gave.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, this is the same exact thing happening again. He asked, why wouldn't you take
Whoa.
a nap? Is that the question? Not to compare the two. Okay, this is a non-responsive answer yet again.
Well, yeah, no, he told him explain now. So
Explain why you wouldn't take the nap.
That's what he's
Not
doing.
compare this case. He didn't ask about this case.
I'll have more follow-up questions based
Okay,
on what you have, but go ahead.
I'm
you can
done.
continue.
Go ahead.
You can continue.
So it's,
Kathy, you didn't need to
but
do
as-
that.
you know.
Thank
the
you so
document that was
much.
prepared was
I don't
prepared
have
in
like
a
the
manner
special songs. I need my songs back.
Met the requirements of
We'll
the
do,
official document.
No, that's not right.
That, you know,
that's not
also
right.
had similar
Oh,
language and whatnot
yay.
in.
You're welcome,
so
Kathy. Thank you for
that's-
being here. I really appreciate it. Not necessary, but very appreciated. Thank you
So,
so much. All the money goes
You're
back into
saying
the
that when
stream,
it
so I
comes
really
to
appreciate
the
it.
Republican certificate, it had some of the important information on there, but not all of it, correct?
I would have to look at each one, but yes, it had some of the information.
We already covered some of the things was missing, correct? Such as the seal and all of that
Yes,
stuff, right?
yes, that's one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a
So
little
how is
pear
that
and he's
different
rolling
from an
around.
example
I think he's
that I
exercising.
gave just a moment ago
Is it
when
a
it
pear
comes to a check?
exercising?
Again, you know, let's say I actually have, I don't know, a piece of
Oh,
paper.
it's a
flimsy
pear
piece of
rolling
paper.
around the floor laughing.
And I take this, not saying Mr. John Freeman's notepad is flimsy, but more so just a piece of paper. And I write all the different things on there again. I have the correct routing number, you know, for, you know, whatever is going on. I have a check number. I have all that different stuff
That was a
there.
super chat thing, but it don't, you can't see.
It's not resembling 100% what a check should be. Okay. So would you think that that is something that is likely to be accepted by
I'm gonna do
a
this
bank
for you,
teller
Kath.
or no?
It could be, depending upon what's on there and what it looks like.
But in all likelihood, the majority of the time, do you think it would be accepted? Yes or no? No.
Kathy, that's for you.
Because in this particular
It's a pear with the
example,
giggles.
it's not really substantially similar or facsimile or anything that really resembled a check, right?
Hey, man, he
paper
said
that
it.
you
I
just
didn't say
described?
it. He said it.
Are you talking about the most
He
recent
said it.
one?
I didn't say it.
No, you said that you added additional things to it to be similar to a check.
Right. But you stated that it would not be accepted, I believe,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay. even though that it doesn't have all the required information to actually be cashed, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how is that different from this Republican certificate where it has some of the official language, but again, misses the seal, misses the governor's signature and the like? I'm looking for you to perhaps make a distinction, because I already have from you, on one hand, given my examples, you know, something that maybe kind of resembles a check, but it's not, and it's not going to be accepted. How is that different from the Republican certificate?
The major, we just talked about it. I mean, we have the 16 signatures on there on Exhibit 11, along with the language that's similar. And the other document is, I think it's blue in color, and has some other information on there as well. But the intention was to serve it upon the state capitol or the governor's office, and then to mail it off to the National Archives in the Senate. And then there was an effort to even, once there was some concern about it getting to the right place at the right time, and trying to pass it on to Vice President.
Oh my God,
Pence.
Lee,
So
it is painful.
I know it's
painful,
probably like the
painful,
answer, but
painful,
that's
painful.
the difference that
But I think
see
we're
in
coming to the end,
two
and then we're going to read a really
situations.
fun article about Eric Prince.
So you're adding context to this, I believe, given the investigation regarding the Republican certificate. But what I'm asking is, again, just taking a look at the certificate itself and the example of the check itself that you admitted, or I believe you testified would not be accepted. So taking a look at those two things, and I'm not getting into the context of something could have been sent or there were people talking about it, but I'm taking a look at these two documents. What's the distinction there? Why is one not likely to be accepted, but the other one would be?
Just the total circumstances, when it, even going back to the popular vote, and the vote being certified by the Board of Canvassers, that whole process, you know, carrying forward is why, you know, there was no reason to create this document or pass off this document. Exhibit 11 I'm referring to. Does that answer your question?
I think I get more of your line of thought and what you're thinking, and I appreciate that. Okay. But for the vote, certificate of vote, any certificate of vote to be counted,
Eric fucking
in
Prince of
DC
Darkness
needs to have an accompanying
I don't know where
document,
Insider
correct?
is. He's somewhere.
Yes.
He's probably
What
asleep.
is that?
The certificate of ascertainment.
Was there a certificate of ascertainment when it comes to the certificate of vote that the Republicans allegedly put forward, or more so wrote?
No.
Okay. And given your understanding of the various statutes, the laws, both state and federal, that we had a brief, you know, it's not Schoolhouse Rock, but we're taking a look at, you know, various statutes in the congressional record. Is there, in your understanding of how that is, just based upon all that, the Republican certificate could possibly be accepted by the vice president if the vice president followed the law?
Could the vice president, I'm just trying to understand your
I
question.
Why don't you
Go
ask
ahead.
John
Could the
Eastman?
vice president decide
Ask
to
John
accept
Eastman.
it
If the vice president followed the
or
statutes,
follow the statutes?
right?
No, he would be, he'd be looking for the certificate of ascertainment. Could he decide to accept it? That's up to him. I mean, if he wants to accept it, I mean,
Your Honor, I'm sorry, again, he's not answering the question. You're gonna do this. The question was. if
Whoa,
was
I think
complying
he
with the law,
is.
and he's giving other examples. I don't appreciate this.
The objection is not responsive.
Thank you.
So again, if I may,
So
if, I'm
you're gonna
sorry,
repeat the question?
yes.
Okay.
no, if he's following the law, or if he's following the statute, then that statute says what he should be doing. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
And if he was following the law, and it appears, I believe, through your own words, he followed the law when we took a look at the congressional record, is there any risk of loss of the voters
Again,
here, the 2.6 million or so that voted for Biden
Is there
in the
any
2020
crime
presidential election.
if we did a shitty job? Sir? Anybody?
He follows the law.
Right.
Just because we didn't do a good enough job to convince him that these were the right electors,
That's fine.
or
So
the other pieces didn't fall
if
into
the vice
place,
president
and the other
of the
people
United
didn't do their
States,
little fuckery
Mike Pence,
part.
followed the law as
Yeah.
articulated in the various
So,
statutes and U.S.
Is it
code
really
and
a
whatnot
crime?
that we
If a
looked
tree
at.
falls in the forest, did
together.
it really fall? If a tree falls in the forest and no one was there to see it,
Or
did it really
do you
fall?
think that the
Did
vice
it?
president, well, let me kind of rephrase it this way. Sorry, I'm hearing the
Anybody?
child
Yeah, I'm
outside.
sorry, it's a fake wall.
Oh,
Sorry.
the baby.
And I have to say,
These
for
aren't real courtrooms if you haven't noticed. And so,
I have to say for information of the court, you know, I have my first child 11 months, so I am very much in tune.
Nobody gives a shit. This is like another man moment where he wants fucking attention and to be congratulated because he fucking woke up this morning and held his pee-pee in his hand when he took a piss. I don't fucking care.
facts, it's still broken. And one of the juror seats is still broken too. So I actually am about to send an email so they can fix that before we have a jury trial.
Thank you for your indulgence. I
This
appreciate
judge
it, Your
deserves
Honor,
a
but
bigger
my question,
courtroom, okay?
Agent Shock, if the vice president of the United States followed the law as articulated here, could he possibly legally count the Republican certificate of vote that is subject to this investigation or this charge?
No.
No. So was there any risk of loss to the voters of the state of Michigan
Well,
of
we
having
don't
their
know,
votes
do we? Shit
disenfranchised
for
if the
brains.
vice president followed the law?
If he follows the law.
Yeah, talk to Dana Nessel.
But
And-
there's more to this.
No, I understand,
Yeah.
I understand,
Okay.
I get
Okay.
it. And then the other question I have is, we read the congressional record, did the vice president of the United States follow the law?
Yes.
So
Barely.
I'm gonna be fair, I want to give you an opportunity to explain.
Not before
So
he
I need
called
you to
Dan
help me
Quayle.
and everyone to understand.
And Dan Quayle of all fucking people
Again,
said, you
I'm
can't
just trying
do that,
to
Mike.
paraphrase, I'm not
Okay,
putting
you
words in your
can't
mouth, but
fucking
just
do
the
that.
immediate testimony beforehand, because I know we can't get an instantaneous transcript here, okay?
Understood.
But I believe you testified, this is a preparatory to the question here. I believe you testified that the laws, both state and federal, were followed by the appropriate entities. That you testified that when it comes to Vice President Pence, he could not count Republican elector certificate, or more so the certificate of vote, if he followed the law. And the vice president did indeed follow the law. So my question, all of that, is why are these ladies and gentlemen here being charged with forgery and other crimes when
They were not
no risk of loss
the duly
because the vice president followed the law?
electors. They did it with the intent to defraud the voters
I
of
can actually give you the case court
Michigan.
citation if you want. It is
as to risk of loss.
risk of loss being in forgery.
Can you give me the citation?
I absolutely can.
It's because they
The
lied.
case is in
There was no
Reed Lloyd,
recount.
L-O-Y-D.
There was nothing.
It's
There
a
was
Michigan
some
Supreme
stupid
Court
ass fucking
case,
case. It was common
424,
knowledge.
Mich,
They're fucking
514,
electors. They know how this works.
1986.
And that's why the one guy who wasn't an elector in real life and was just called to sit in,
Thank you.
Renner, that's why he's not a defendant.
Okay,
It's
I'm done
because
with
he
Schoolhouse
actually
Rock.
didn't know what the
I'm
fuck
done
was
with essentially
happening.
going through statutes and
all the
whatnot, but
these
what I
other
want to
people,
talk about
including
some
your
of your
client,
prior
sir,
testimony
Who
that I heard.
absolutely knew what they were doing. Okay?
Oh,
He asked
So
the
we just need to
question,
let
why are you
go.
charging these defendants
That's
with
right.
forgery?
Yes.
There's
Let
no
the
written
justice
loss,
do
there was
some
an
more.
objection.
Thank you,
and he never
my
answered the
esteemed
question.
colleague. Yes.
So it was overruled. I think he could answer the question.
Yes,
Good
please.
answer.
For the record, that's Mr. Chair.
That is good.
Yeah, I'm really bad at this, so I don't see why I should be held responsible if I do a really bad job. I don't know why I'm even here today, Your Honor.
So
What'd
you
I
had
do? What'd I do? Did I
legitimate
do
slate
anything?
of votes
No, I tried,
going,
but I didn't
and
do
you
it.
had another slate of votes that was trying to compete with that legitimate slate. So the loss would be again for people of the state of Michigan. And for those those plaintiffs that sued out in Kent County.
So this case was brought
I know they're
because
trying.
not
I
only
know.
potential loss,
Vigorous
I guess, to the
defense.
people of the state of Michigan, but also specifically the three plaintiffs that brought forward that civil case, that CZ case in Kent County.
Yes, the potential loss is a big deal, just our democracy.
He has nothing to do with that
It's supposed
case.
to be handled in a certain way and through the statutes that you just described.
So I have another question for you. And I understand that there was a change in your viewpoint or opinion. I recognize that from the onset with my next question, okay?
Okay.
I want you to understand that I know that.
Okay.
But we were talking, I believe, through Mr. Coleman yesterday, there was a conversation about who the victims were. And I believe that the judge asked you about the victims.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe your testimony was.
Here we go. Sob sit. There is no state. The state isn't
Essentially,
a
at the end
person.
of all that, the people of the state of Michigan are the victims, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You remember prior to that, your testimony where you stated that the 2.6 million Biden voters were the victims.
Yes. And
if I may, I'll give you an opportunity to explain, okay? I try to be a fair guy.
You've been very fair, Counselor.
I appreciate that very much. So my question is, that viewpoint that you later changed, but the 2.6 million Biden voters being the victim, did you hold that viewpoint since the inception of this particular investigation? Or when did you formulate that viewpoint?
No, at the beginning, and it's not to go back to I think my original statement, like you said, the 2.6 million, 2.8 million. I said, no, it's everyone. I mean, it's everyone. The democracy is important to everyone in the state of Michigan.
I know I understand what your answer ultimately
Sir,
became.
just ask the
at
question
end
that you
of
want to
that,
ask, which is,
conversation or that
did you
dialogue.
have a bias
But
from the
you did
beginning
state,
for Biden? That's
I
what he
believe you
wants to
just
ask.
referenced
Just
that
fucking
I'm
ask
correct,
it.
that
Just
you had
fucking
the,
ask
and again,
him.
I want to make
Ask
sure I'm
him
getting the
if
numbers right.
that's what
generally
he
in the
wanted to
ballpark,
do.
but
If he wanted,
2.6 million
if he had
Biden
the bias
voters
from the
were the
beginning that
victim.
Biden voters were the only ones injured by this.
Thank you very much. I
Did that
appreciate
color
that.
his?
We'll take judicial
Jesus
notice of
Christ.
official records. Okay. So the 2.8 million Biden voters were the victim. And then you later said, no, I'm mistaken. It's the people of the state of Michigan. So that viewpoint that you had of the 2.8 million Biden voters being the victim, and those people only being the victim, how did you formulate that viewpoint prior to changing it later?
It was changed relatively quick, soon after I made that statement. I made a mistake.
No, I understand.
And
I'm
so
sorry.
going back to the beginning of the investigation, it's everybody. Everybody.
No, I understand, but
So he's
everybody in the
basically
state of
saying
Michigan
that he didn't think that
But
from
what
the
I'm trying to do,
beginning, that he
Agent
just
Shock, is
misspoke in
just
his
take a look
earlier
at the first
testimony.
statement
That
that
is
you
literally
made.
what we're
Yeah.
talking about
Okay.
here, goddammit.
And I'm not saying that today you
And the
believe
fake
that,
electors preliminary. I
because
know,
things
right?
change day to day. But what I am asking you is that viewpoint that you espoused under oath on the stand at first, where the 2.8 million Biden voters were the purported victims of this crime. How long, or more so, I'll rephrase it this way, when did you formulate that viewpoint about who the victims were?
The moment I gave that answer, because it was not, I misspoke.
Okay. So
That's it, folks.
did you have
He
that in
misspoke.
mind the 2.8 million Biden voters being the victim when you
Oh my
conducted
God.
your investigation?
No, I had everybody.
Thank you. Okay, that's it.
And I'm not going to dwell too much on this, Your Honor.
Already are. We're already dwelling. We're
Why
done
did you
dwelled.
state 2.8 million?
Oh my
Why
God.
were you mistaken, in your own words?
My own words.
He
because
misspoke.
I've been on the stand now for 4 days.
Yeah.
I've referenced 2.8 million several times. And so that came out of my mouth. And you brought it to my attention. And I recognize on the
Fucking
stand,
misspoke.
it's not just the 2.
He corrected himself in the same
So you're
testimony.
not saying that any longer the 2.8 million voters
Is this a
for Biden
defense
are
of
the
your
victims. It's
client, sir?
all
Is
the
this a
people of the
defense
state
of your
Michigan.
client? So does this mean your client's innocent? I'm confused. Tell me how this is
Even though
goes to the innocence of your
Vice
client.
President
Please tell
has to
me. Please tell
follow
me. No, wait.
the
I want to
law,
know.
correct?
I want to know.
Yes.
Even though the
I
Vice
wanna know.
President did follow the law,
Even though we did a shitty crime, Your Honor, that means
Yes.
we can't possibly held
even though
responsible
that
for
the
trying to do
official
the shitty crime.
certificate
I
of
mean,
vote
not
and
even
the
just trying,
certificate
but
of
doing it shitty.
ascertainment
Come on now.
were counted by President or Vice President Pence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And even though there was no risk of loss to the people of the state of Michigan, given the statutes that you read, correct? It's really yes or no.
There was there was a risk.
There was a real risk.
There was a real risk at that time.
Yes.
So let's talk about that a little bit, okay?
Oh,
so
I'm
the Vice
sorry. You
President
have to
of the
read the
United
Constitution.
States, the only way that there would be a risk of loss is if the Vice President didn't follow the law. Is that a fair characterization of your understanding of the situation?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So please help me to understand that, because we covered the situation if the Vice President of the United States followed all applicable federal statutes and rules and regulations. And we said that if you follow the law, there's no risk, your testimony. So
It's still
tell
a crime,
me,
sir.
you
It's
know,
still a crime. I'm
the
sorry.
president,
It's still
Vice President can either
crime.
follow the law or
is
not follow the
still
law, correct?
crime.
So
The
the
crime
Vice
got
President
stopped
of the
before
United
it was
States,
affected. The crime
if
got
you
stopped
still maintain, I believe, that there is
before it
a
was
risk of
affected. I'm
loss,
turning you down because I hate
that
you
would
so
be
much.
contingent upon
The
the Vice President of the
crime
United States
was
not following the
executed
law, correct?
before.
Yes.
Okay.
Doesn't matter, babes. I'm
So
sorry.
it's really the possible action
Uh-huh. Yep, that's
of the
right.
Vice President of the United
That's
States
right.
not following the law
That's correct.
that gives rise
That's correct.
to these particular charges.
That's correct. And the conspiracy. Don't forget the conspiracy, because there's a conspiracy. But go ahead. Yep. Keep going.
There's more information, but you wanted
Well,
the yes
let
or
me
no
ask you
question,
this. I believe your
Let me try
prior
another one.
testimony, and I'll give you an opportunity to explain. Try to be a fair guy. But I believe it's your prior testimony that when it comes to the President of the Center, the Vice President of the United States, you
These
did
gotchas
not
blow
speak
chunks, okay?
with him, correct? Yeah. Nor
Oh
his
my
staff,
God.
correct?
No, not.
So if a tree fell in the forest and
No.
nobody was there to see it, did it
I
really
believe
fall?
you just testified a moment ago too, that
Yeah,
this
it did.
whole thing is really contingent. And again, I'm paraphrasing. I don't have a court reporter in front of me, but this whole thing is contingent upon the Vice President not following the law, correct?
Can you say the whole thing?
The charges being brought here.
Oh my God. Come on.
No, I'm
Stop
not- I'm not
this.
saying
This is disingenuous. This is why I won't argue with
Go
certain
ahead and
people.
explain. Tell me
Because they
what
come
you are
at you
saying.
with these
saying
disingenuous
is
bullshit arguments that are like technicalities
that
and all this
the
stupid
document was
or
created.
partial
There's
context.
many things that led
Fuck
up to
you.
that, and I think we talked about it at length here, from going back to the canvassers certifying the vote, the Democratic elector, or the people of the state of Michigan. It was announced that President Biden had received the popular vote, that the legislature representatives had announced there's nothing that they were going to do to change the vote. There's
That's
all
right.
this
They did.
information that went
It's
into
true. Look it up.
bringing the charges or the
Yeah.
facts of my case that led to that.
I'm sorry if you're a shitty criminal,
again,
but you tried a crime, you're
He's
still
trying to-
accountable
I'm not
for
gonna use my
trying
colleagues'
to
words of pin someone
crime.
down. I'm just
And
really
if
trying to
if it's
understand.
found that there's not enough evidence
Just
to
wanna get to
convict
the
any
truth.
of these people of the actual crime, well, then let the jury decide.
The vice president
That's what we
of
do
the
in this
United
country.
States,
I'm sorry if they're white
risk
and
or the
rich,
possibility
and
of
maybe
him
that
not following the
doesn't feel
law
convenient,
is what
but I don't
gives
give a shit
rise
because they're subject to the same laws as
to
everybody
these
else in this
charges
country.
being brought, correct?
So I'm sorry if you just did a
Well, it's not
shitty
only-
job
it's
of
not
your
only
criming,
him.
but
So,
let
no,
the
no,
jury
that's not
decide,
correct.
because
Okay,
right now
tell
it
me
looks
why.
like you were a
So,
little complicit. Okay,
There was an
babes?
effort to,
Okay?
going back to
Otherwise
my
you'd be with
investigation and
Renner,
having some time to think
who
about it.
isn't
that
complicit
these
apparently
votes would
because he's
also
really, really
impact
dumb. I don't know.
Our state legislature's decision on whether or not.
He's just
that
the guy
they
that works
would
at the Jiffy
act
Lube and
and
somebody
say,
said, call that guy. He'll
we're
show
not
up.
gonna accept, because there's so much controversy here, we're not gonna accept this. And there was pressure put on those legislatures to make a decision to say that they were gonna determine. So before we get.
This
to
guy should stop
Pence,
this. He
there's-
should
there's
stop
also
going so
something
far
going on at the
afield.
state
He
level
should
as
just say,
well.
listen, they
And we'll get to the
purported to
state
be
level.
something they were not.
just take a look
Let
at
the
the federal
jury
level right
decide.
Yes.
Okay. The individual to count the votes, the electoral votes, is the vice president, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And for those votes of the state of Michigan that are official to not be counted, the vice president would need to have ignored or not followed the law that we went through, right?
Yes.
So
Well, guess what? He
you're
almost
telling
did.
me
Okay?
that you would still bring these charges, correct me if I'm
Fucking
wrong,
Dan Quayle stopped
But you
him,
would
of all
still-
fucking people.
ask that these charges be authorized, even if there's no risk whatsoever that vice president would not count the votes.
That's what happened.
So you recognize, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you just said a second ago, that one word. Vice president, he essentially just counted regular votes that needed to be counted from the state of Michigan, the official votes, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And even though there's no way he could have counted the votes of these Republican electors if he followed the law,
Well, that's not technically
these
correct.
charges would still be appropriate.
Yes, because there's
Yes.
more to it.
And now I want to get to that second thing, because I
Okay.
believe you want to talk about things happening here in the state of Michigan, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
But-
we're going to
but-
go from DC. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, there's other things going on, and
No, don't talk about that stuff.
other
You
things
don't
going on in
want to
DC
bring all
at
that.
the
Oh,
time, too,
Jesus
and whether
Christ.
there's discussion of whether he's going to count the votes as well. And then there's an effort to serve those votes to him, to get him to ignore the legitimate votes.
Well, let's stay in DC for another minute or two.
Okay.
Can't hurt anything, right? Okay. So I do want to talk about the things here at the state capitol annex. But are you telling me that Vice President Pence, if he followed the law, could still legally count the Republican
That's
certificate
not
of
what he
vote
said.
if
That's
it
not
were
what he
in
said.
his hand?
God damn it.
If he legally followed all of
No,
the
that's
particular
not what
provisions?
he said.
No, we just talked about that.
Right, okay. So now I want to take a look at the state of Michigan.
Oh,
And I believe I will not be like
God.
as detailed as my elaborate or esteemed colleague, I should say. He also elaborates
Shut
too.
up.
That question you about, the uttering and publishing and walking over to the state capitol.
Yes.
I can't.
But again, we're the electors, or more so that certificate of vote. Was that in, I think it's what, the Senate chamber at 2 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
What was it there at that point?
No.
No. That certificate of vote, by the way, that you think that they attempted to deliver, because I believe you said earlier that You have a belief that the certificate of vote was in that envelope, but you don't know for sure. Did you ever recover that envelope?
No, sir.
Did you attempt to recover that envelope?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me how you attempted to recover that envelope?
By contacting Ian Norton.
And when it comes to, is it Northam or Northen?
Owen.
Owen, Northen.
Northun.
Northun.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So when it comes to Mr. Northen, you contacted him, and what did you ask him?
He refused to speak.
Okay, he refused.
Yeah, he has counsel.
Oh, whoopsie.
Did you attempt to?
I don't think these defense
through
lawyers have done
a
any
legal
actual
process, such
research.
as search warrant,
Or didn't
subpoena,
read their
or
discovery.
otherwise attempt to get that particular envelope from him?
No,
Why?
I didn't have enough probable cause to know where that document was at. So if I was gonna put together a search warrant and I would have to have knowledge of where it's at, where is it being kept at? You know, where did he take it from? Where did it go?
Oh my God,
And
that's
things
the
like that.
justice system at work right there, folks. If he doesn't
In
have
that
enough for a
video,
subpoena,
and
he
again,
can't get
I'm sorry, I
one.
don't have
Hello.
the exhibits memorized, but them walking
Bingo.
over to the Capitol. I'll just maybe leave it there. I don't have to play it. But to the best of your recall or recollection, who was holding that envelope?
Ian Norton was
Your
holding it
client.
at one point.
Okay.
I don't remember all the particulars,
That's fine. I understand.
but he was holding it, yeah.
But reviewing that footage, was Mr. Northen the last individual to possess or to hold the envelope in the footage that you have?
Yes.
Wouldn't that give rise to probable cause in your mind to issue a search warrant to say, hey, you're the
Hey,
last person seen
listen,
with this
guess
envelope.
what? You're
I
not
wanna
his
see what's in that
boss, all
envelope."
right? The dude's bosses basically said, I guess you don't have enough for a
It would give
subpoena.
rise for
Oh,
me
well.
to call him up and to find out that information. But again, are you suggesting that that would give me enough probable cause to get a search warrant on anything? On his home or what? I don't know the lines, what were your?
Well, if the court may permit me a little bit of latitude just for a minute. I mean, if an item were stolen, and given your experience as a law enforcement officer, it changed hands a few times. And then you know the last person to have had that item, but then you don't know where the item is, that wouldn't give you rise or to issue a search warrant to say that there's probable cause, like, you know what, there's like a 20% chance or more that this guy has it. That doesn't give rise?
It's part of it, yeah.
I guess not.
But I don't think you have enough to target somebody's home or I need so I guess what I'm trying to say is I need some more information.
So if I may, and I'm trying to be charitable here and also judicious with the court's time.
You know what? You're not
Can you
actually by saying
explain
that.
to me why that issuing a search warrant, subpoena, or any other lawful demand for that particular document, the seminal document in this case, why that's not appropriate, doesn't give rise to probable cause. But when it comes to the donors and going to give send go, that is giving rise to
No,
probable
it is
cause during your
no.
investigation.
Oh my
Can you please help
Lord.
me to
Oh
understand?
So
my
the
God.
envelope, as we know, was mailed off at the East Lansing Post Office. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So
He didn't know
he may
where
have
the
taken it,
envelope could have
handed it
been.
off, and I'm speculating here, of course. It may have been gone. So in my search warrant and putting that kind of information into my search warrant, the envelope, of course I have to be truthful, right? So I believe.
And I want you to be always
that
truthful.
that it went from here at the State Capitol Annex to being mailed off. So, you know, that's where likely it went. So that's why I'm saying that I didn't have the probable cause to go after his house or anything like that, because I know that
That happens.
an envelope proportionate in size was mailed off, or
But-
two, I should say.
Let me ask you this. Again, if the people would like me to look up the exact exhibit number, I will, and maybe we'll have to refresh your recollection. But first, can you please describe from your memory the color, the shape, the orientation of the envelope that Mr. Norton was carrying with him to the Capitol Annex?
Those shape would be like a rectangle.
Yeah.
It's brown or tan.
And I believe from the National Archives, you received a copy of the envelope purported to transmit the certificate of votes, correct?
Yes.
And can you please describe that envelope?
Knew you were gonna ask that.
Well, I'm glad I'm predictable.
I'm trying to recall what that one looked like, but I believe that it was more of a packaging envelope that would typically be sent through the mail. So like a FedEx or UPS.
Yeah, we're gonna get to
He's
that.
got it over there. So yeah, so it's typically like, and I don't.
Actually, you know
This is
what? I
Exhibit
think I
11, if
might
I may
actually
approach
put
the
this on
witness.
hold, frankly.
Oh, I'm sorry. What
Whoops.
exhibit? Thank you.
Okay, you know what? I can't take it. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the Eric Prince stuff. Hold on. I can't do it. I can't do it. Hold on. Yeah, I know. You have something you need to say. Whatevers. Okay, here we go. Oh, she's so beautiful. I'm sorry. I love Stormy Daniels. Okay, so let me go ahead and this is the link that Gal put in the chat. So take a look at it. Members include the man who gave Stormy Daniels' cell phone number to Trump. Prince invited RFK Jr. to join, but he says convincingly he never saw it and doesn't know Prince or why he sent it. That makes sense. All right, here we go. Identifying the roughly 400 plus members of Off Leash, the secret WhatsApp group that Blackwater founder and MAGA World Insider Eric Prince created last December, was a long and laborious process. For reasons too complicated to go into here, I initially had the phone numbers but not the names of the people Prince invited to join the group chat, which I exposed yesterday in the New Republic. Hi, Dragon. How are you? I also obtained extensive... Let me just make this a little tiny bit bigger. There we go. I also obtained extensive excerpts of Off Leash's discussions, but many of the posters used a handle, which sometimes was only a single letter or two. Fortunately, a number of those people gave themselves up in their post into the group chat due to extraordinarily bad OPSEC. To cite one example, I was extremely eager to identify a poster with the handle PH because the opinions he expressed made clear his sympathies lay with flat-out fascism, unlike centrist and radical communist members in the context of Off Leash anyway, where the spectrum ranges from ultra-conservative on the left to clinically insane and crypto-Nazi on the right of the group chat. The globalists want to control the entire planet, land, and the only chance to get rid of them is a spark from the great power, the USA, PH wrote in one post, which I cited in the New Republic story. Surely there will be a strong man like Eric who will initiate it. Otherwise, there is no chance of regaining our freedom. Oh, end quote. I didn't know who PH was until he responded to a post directed to him by another group chat participant by writing, "Hi, yes, I'm here, Potra H." It was short work from there to determine that this was Horatio Potra, a Romanian mercenary who, like Prince, had had recent dealings in mineral-rich, conflict-plagued Democratic Republic of the Congo. Ugh. Yeah, how many had dogs? By now, I've positively ID'd almost all of the people who've participated in the group chat's discussions and the majority of those Prince invited to Off Leash. The small sampling of names I provided below, a few which I disclosed in the New Republic article, include active participants and invitees. Not all of the latter have posted to the group chat, and among those, some told me they'd never seen Prince's invitation and weren't aware they were on the membership roll. And in the case of a few where I haven't seen evidence, that indicates they knew. I've listed invitees as well as participants while making clear who are among the former group and who are among the latter, because the fact Prince offered them a spot in Off Leash suggests they are part of his political and business network's trusted inner circle. In most cases, I found independent confirmation of that. That's not true of everyone in the group chat, but everyone Prince invited is in the contacts of the cell phone he used when he established the WhatsApp group, and that cell phone appears to be one where he keeps the names of particularly intimate associates. That in itself is interesting because it means Prince either discussed political, social, or professional matters with them in the past, or got their numbers because he hoped to in the future. A third reason I listed the names of invitees as well as active members is that quite a few have had noteworthy roles in government or, like Prince, are influential political and national security insiders. Some had positions when Donald Trump was president and could be appointed to important jobs in his second administration if he wins the November presidential election, which he's as likely to do today as he was yesterday before the ruling at the Stormy Daniels hush money trial. There are some exceptions when it comes to possible employment in a Trump II administration. The most obvious of that is the first person I'll mention below, who, in addition to being a Democrat, is so toxic that the chances of his ever finding another job in government are near zero. Stuart Saldowitz. A former acting director of the National Security Council's South Asia Directorate under President Barack Obama and deputy director of the State Department's Office of Israel and Palestinian Affairs, Seldowitz was arrested last November for serially harassing an Egyptian-born New York City food vendor for 2 weeks, during which time he called him a, quote, terrorist and said, quote, if we killed 4,000 Palestinian kids, it wasn't enough, end quote. Most recently, Seldowitz was a senior consultant with GDC, a New Jersey-based logistics company owned by Israeli-American businessman Moti Kahana, a close friend and business associate of Prince. Whether or not that's how he ended up in the group chat, he clearly knows Prince because he greeted him in one of his 2 posts in 2 off-leash that I'm aware of. Last year looks to have closed in brutal fashion for him, as would be expected under the circumstances. Quote, Merry Christmas to all from a Packer bar in Hell's Kitchen, he wrote in the second post on the afternoon of December 24th during a Green Bay Carolina Panthers football game. It's not clear if Seldowitz was alone, drunk, and weeping into a glass of cheap bourbon at the time, but hey, dreams cost nothing. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There's no question Prince invited him to the group, but RFK Jr. told me via text message he didn't see the invitation, had no idea he is included on the list of group chat members, which he was until at least a few days ago, and doesn't know Prince. I have found no reason to doubt him, so I'm taking him at his word and assuming he received an invitation because, as appears to be the case with at least a few others, Prince didn't carefully vet the names of all the people he sent one. However, it still begs the question, though it's fundamentally about Prince, not RFK Jr., as to why the former had the independent presidential candidate's phone number in the first place. Among the possibilities are the 2 men had a passing encounter or brief conversations RFK Jr. forgot about, or, more likely, Prince got his phone number because he thought it might be useful to have in the future. I also distinctly remember RFK Jr. recently standing in a photo with Roger Stone et al., so I can only imagine that his phone number is all over the place. Keith Schiller, body man. A former NYPD detective who was hired by Trump to be Trump's bodyguard in 1999 and director of security for the Trump Organization 5 years later, Schiller was named deputy assistant to the president and director of Oval Office operations in 2017. CNN described him as, quote, one of Trump's most loyal and trusted aides. Soon after resigning his position in September of 2017, the Republican National Committee awarded his company, KS Global Group, LLC, a $15,000 per month contract, allegedly to provide security consultation in preparation for the GOP's 2020 presidential convention, though possibly for other reasons that rapidly spring to mind. During the 2016 campaign, Trump reportedly used Schiller's cell phone to call his unofficial campaign advisor and longtime black bag operative Roger Stone because he didn't want anyone other than his closest advisors to know he was talking to him. Prince was regularly in touch with Stone. Oh, my goodness. That's where we're at. During the same period, including about sensitive campaign operations such as a payload the latter was awaiting shortly before ballots were cast, which apparently was a reference to WikiLeaks' imminent release of Hillary Clinton's hideously embarrassing emails. Stone was later found guilty of obstruction of a congressional investigation, witness tampering, and making false statements to Congress about his contacts with WikiLeaks. And then he was pardoned. In November of 2017, 2 months after he stepped down from the White House job, Schiller told the House Intelligence Committee during its investigation into Russiagate, that would be the Mueller report, I believe, or actually after, or whatever. Anyway, associated with that part of the thing, not the most recent one, is what I'm trying to say. That an unnamed Russian offered to send 5 women to Trump's hotel room during their 2013 trip to Moscow for the Miss Universe pageant, but the offer was rejected. When Prince was asked if he knew Schiller when he testified before the Congress about Russiagate, he replied, "I don't know who that is." He just pulled a Mariah Carey. I don't know her. That's curious for many reasons. One being that Schiller wasn't called to testify at the Stormy Daniels trial, despite having obtained her phone number for Trump and inviting her to dinner with him. But the last 4 digits of his own cell phone number were revealed during the proceedings because she had it. They're the same last 4 digits of the number Prince sent Schiller's off-leash invitation to, so it's all but certain it's identical to the number Stormy had. Keith Trump. Oh boy. That's from the recent case. That's Stormy's phone. Nice. The only possible conclusions are that Prince met or got the number for Schiller, who hasn't participated in off-leash as far as I can tell, after he testified before Congress, that he completely forgot he knew Schiller or he lied to Congress. I have no way of knowing which of those 3 is true, but unless I'm missing something, one of them must be. Miguel Correa. Retired General Correa served on Trump's National Security Council as senior director for the Middle East and worked closely with the president's senior advisor and first son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Correa has close relations with the ruling monarchy in the United Arab Emirates and led secret talks between Kushner and its government that resulted in a deal to sell F-35 stealth fighters to the UAE that was signed on Trump's last full day as president, but subsequently blocked by the Biden administration. After Biden took office, Kushner made Correa an advisor on geostrategy, in quotes, at his private equity firm Affinity Partners. In that role, Correa helped Affinity land hundreds of millions of dollars in investments from the UAE and Qatar. Oh my God. Lou Bremer, a former Navy SEAL, investment banker, and longtime private equity specialist. Bremer, until last year, was a senior executive at Cerberus, I think it's Cerberus is how you say it, Capital Management, whose CEO, Steven Feinberg, is a Trump mega donor. Oh my goodness, what a coinkydink. Trump nominated Bremer to a top special operations position at the Pentagon, but that was derailed when it emerged that 4 of the 7 Saudis who assassinated Jamal Khashoggi in Istanbul in 2018 received paramilitary training at Tier 1. An Arkansas headquartered private military firm that's owned by Cerberus. Oh, Cerberus. Yeah, Cerberus, like the star. Cerberus, where Bremer had a seat on the board. Oh, coinkydinks abound. The training began during the Obama administration, but continued after Trump's inauguration. Before he withdrew his name from consideration for the Pentagon post, Bremer acknowledged that Tier 1 trained Saudi nationals, but denied knowledge that they included Khashoggi's killers. I only saw one off-leash post by Bremer, which was entirely innocuous, but shows he accepted Prince's invitation to join the group chat. The 3-headed dog at the gate to Hades. Yeah. Oh, right. Cerberus. Okay, I'm going to get it. I just haven't said it in a long time, right? How often do you say that word? Not that often. Okay, thank you very much. Jack Pussy Bitch. Okay, the prominent alt-right activist and conspiracy theorist, Pussy Bitch was a special projects director for Citizens for Trump, which was formed to support his 2016 campaign. Pussy Bitch gave the welcoming speech at the February CPAC, which caused a stir. "Welcome to the end of democracy," he said. "We didn't get all the way there on January 6th, but we will endeavor to get rid of it." We all remember that. We watched it. Despite his crackpottery, Pussy Bitch is influential in the outer fringes of MAGA world. I wouldn't even say outer fringes. I think he's pretty influential inside. He's the most brazen person in right-wing media. Will Summer, an editor at The Hill, said of Pussy Bitch in 2017. Oh, yeah, whatever. To make stuff up relentlessly. There's no one at that level. Yeah, he was part of the Q drops, okay? So he was Comet Pizza. Come on now. Stop it. Stop acting like he's some fucking side character. Will Summer. Give me a fucking break. Prince and Pussy Bitch were headliners at the New York Young Republicans Club's 107th annual gala in 2019. 2 years later, the pair were interviewed by Bannon for a War Room special. I didn't see any posts in the group chat by Pussy Bitch, so it's possible he didn't see it or opted not to join. That could have happened. Oh, good old Vishbura. Vishbura called me, Vishbura like went deep and pulled like 4 pictures of me from my Twitter just to insult me and tell me that I was ugly. But they're pictures I put up of myself, so clearly I don't think they're ugly. So I was really grateful that he shared my pictures with his huge audience. So thank you, Fish Burrito. A leader of the New York Young Republicans Club, a once staid organization, now controlled by Trump diehards. Oh, I was going to say dicks. But anyway, diehards. Burrow was Congressman George Santos, director of operations during the latter's short, checkered congressional career. During an interview with House Ethics Committee staff, Derek Myers, a legislative assistant with Santos, said he paid Burra more than $1,000 when he was trying to get a job on the congressman's staff. He paid Burra more than $1,000. I don't really get it. Okay. Oh, Derek Myers paid Burra more than $1,000. Okay, so he paid a bribe to get on the staff. Okay. Burra once worked as a producer of Steve Bannon's War Room podcast and as special operations coordinator for Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz. Wow, Fish Burrito has the weirdest friends, who hired him in 2021 to run damage control after he was reported to be under federal investigation for having sex with an underage girl, an allegation that has not yet been proven. I don't want to say has never been proven. Has not yet. Hasn't had the light of day yet. Along with that duo and Rudy Giuliani, Burra facilitated the journey of Hunter Biden's laptop from a laptop repair shop in Delaware to the American people, as Gaetz put it in a press release when he interviewed him in 2022 for Firebrand, the congressman's stupid podcast. In 2019, Prince was at a headliner at the New York Young Republicans Club 107th Gala at the Yale Club. A photo taken at the event shows Prince with an arm on Burra's shoulder. Oh, look at that. That's so cute. Burra's sole post to the group chat, at least when I saw, was a Christmas greeting to the off-leash crew from Staten Island. Mark Randazza. Randazza is a lawyer whose clients have included Andrew Anglin, the founder of the neo-Nazi Daily Stormer website, and Alex Jones of InfoWars, where he has provided occasional legal commentary. After he was retained on a pro bono basis by the Satanic Temple, which was founded to, quote, fight a perceived intrusion of Christian values on American politics, the Los Angeles chapter seceded, saying Randazza was a Twitter troll and an agent of the alt-right. Mark Corallo. A former PR advisor for Blackwater and Prince, Corallo is I'm probably not saying that right, is a longtime GOP operative who was the spokesman for Trump's private legal team during the Russiagate investigation. He previously headed the Republican National Committee's Opposition Research Unit and during President George W. Bush's administration. Corallo was Attorney General, John Ashcroft's spokesman and temporarily assigned to work for White House Deputy Chief of Staff Karl Rove. It's like old home week. Oh, good old Frank. Oh, gal's favorite. Frank Gaffney, well known for his right-wing crack pottery and Islamophobia, Gaffney was one of the leading cheerleaders for the 2003 Iraq War. He had close ties to the Trump administration, is friendly with fellow crank and grifter John Bolton, who was Trump's national security advisor between 2018 and 2019. Gaffney's also Flynn's friend, by the way. Gaffney is the founder, former president, and current executive director of the Center for Security Policy think tank of mass destruction, the think tank of mass destruction, which has never seen a U.S. military operation, bombing campaign, or overseas assassination it didn't find alluring. I haven't seen any posts by Gaffney to the group chat. Well, you ain't going to see him now either. Paul Slough, I guess. I'm going to say Slough. I'm not sure. One of a number of former Blackwater executives and employees in off-leash, Slough was sentenced to prison for his role These guys. In the murders of 17 Iraqi civilians in Baghdad's Nisour Square in 2007. Yeah, Frank Gaffney is the worst. In December, there's so many though. In December of 2020, as he was seeking to remain in office by hook or by crook, Trump pardoned Sloff and the 3 other Blackwater employees involved in the massacre. Slough has posted to Off Leash at least a few times, but I haven't seen anything he wrote that was particularly notable. Coming next week, more names of Off Leash members with a focus on its overseas contingent, plus excerpts from the group chat, including discussions between 4 participants, 3 weapons brokers, and the 4th, Seldowitz's former employer, Moti Kahana, who said he could serve as intermediary with the Israeli military to supply Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government with arms for its operations in Gaza. One of those deals appears to be flatly illegal. There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you, gal. Let me get back here. Let me just get us going on this, see what's going down.
We need a 5-minute break.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't need one. Okay. Well, it looks like they probably ended pretty soon, so we'll come back, see what's the haps. What's the Habsburgs? Give me the Habsburgs. Wow, there's not going to be many minutes left. She's probably going to just adjourn.
For your response. She's far from maintenance, and she's taping.
I think you're, I mean, I think you're playing, she's sitting with their plans.
What are we doing?
Okay, well, while we're figuring this out, I was going to try to wait for the other attorney, but I do have a concern that I notified our administration that that chair was broken and needed to be repaired so that she could put it in a work order. She came and she taped off for the safety and security of not just you, but for the court, because if you fall and injure yourself now, we're at risk for liability because we are aware that that chair is now not
Oh
operable.
my God.
She did express some concerns about comments that your client made towards her that she found to be offensive, asking her if she was maintenance, and saying at least she's not carrying a mop. She's a deputy court administrator. I didn't ask for your response. She's far from maintenance, and she's taping off the chair because it's broken and doing her duties. She doesn't need your opinion as to whether or not your attorney wants to sit there or not.
I apologize, Your Honor. I meant no disrespect to the court nor your.
She was very offended. I told her I will address it
Yes,
because those comments should not have been made. They're not appropriate. She's not maintenance. And even if she was, maintenance works very hard at their jobs, whether they carry mops or not.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that team has to be taped off because it's broken and we're aware of it. You can sit in front of him, he can sit over where the other defendants are sitting. Or you can make other arrangements as you deem necessary. You just can't sit in that chair right now.
What the fuck with these white men?
Building's broken. I acknowledge.
And it continues to break more and more.
And we're not helping with all of us.
It's not, I mean, it's not your fault. We're dealt with this. We're using the accommodations that we have to the.
Understand. Well, correct. The spirit will correct. So when it came to the Capitol Annex, when Mr. Northen was attempting to enter, what is your understanding from your investigation why he was denied entry into the Capitol building along with the others here?
Just my understanding or what was said.
Only your understanding, because I cannot solicit hearsay.
That's why.
No, I appreciate
clarifying.
Right.
So, because
I got a BRB.
The Democratic electors had already been seated.
And were they the only people that were, as a group, denied entry into the Capitol, or were all other members of the public also denied entry into the Capitol building from the result of your investigation?
My understanding, everyone else was.
Okay. And again, I believe you testified, I just want to make sure I understand this, because of the Democratic electors being seated, That's why the whole entire Capitol complex, or more so the Capitol building, was closed off from public access, correct?
No, that's,
So please help me understand why was it cut off then?
well, there was some, throughout my investigation, there was mention of a bomb scare, and then there was some debate back and forth about all of this stuff. All I can say is that the Capitol was closed off, and that the Democrat, and the reason that the trooper gave was because, well, I don't want to speak for him.
No, of course, and he'll be here in a little
Yeah.
bit. But I want to talk a little bit about your understanding about this bomb scare thing. Okay, so how did you learn that there was a bomb scare contemporaneous with the time that the Capitol was shut down from public access?
There was mentions through their social media posts about it.
I'm sorry, whose posts?
I don't remember. That's where I heard that information. And I can't remember if there was some video mixed in there as well, or it may have been published in the media as well.
And I'm gonna ask, I'm sorry, I thought you finished. I'm still gonna ask that the witness identify, they said there were some possible.
That's where I was.
No,
you're good, please, go ahead.
Jumping ahead, it had to be somebody who he's referring to as they, and if you can't remember specifically, it was this person or that person, it was maybe one of the electors. Not telling them how to answer that. I think we can get a better answer as far as they.
Can you identify who they is?
I can't, Your Honor, I can't recall. I apologize.
So you don't think, or you don't know if you're talking about social media posts from one of the electors? Or are you referencing a social media post maybe from a third party?
That's what I mean. I don't.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You had experience with bomb scares when you have been working at the Beverly Hills Police Department or other law enforcement agencies in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Not going to get way into this, Your Honor, but I'm asking my witness here, or actually people's witness, a few questions about how something like this would be handled. So for a bomb scare, typically, in your experience, don't you vacate the whole building if indeed there is a bomb scare?
No.
No? Keep people inside?
It's all based upon the circumstances of the scare. So based on the information that's received, and also based on the property owner, what they want to do, what do they feel comfortable with?
Okay. So about the bomb scare, you got that from some social media post. You're not necessarily sure where or from whom, correct?
And media could have been, like I said, from other than the social media, it could have been from the media.
More names today, Dragon? That's cool.
Did you investigate this by asking the Michigan State Police or other law enforcement agencies if indeed there was a bomb scare? Or if there was a threat of a bomb or something of the like?
That was done prior to me taking this case. So there was I don't want to get.
No, it's okay. I understand. I just want you to be able to talk from your own personal knowledge of the investigation and things that you have done and reviewed. Which leads me to my last question about the bomb stuff. That is, if this was done prior to you getting on the case, which I think was December 28th, 2021, right? Or 22. Apologies. Did you see or review any notes in the investigatory file about this alleged or potential bomb scare?
And I'm not even a lawyer, but
From a
I
prior
knew it was
investigator.
22.
I did review notes. I believe there's some text messages and there was a report. I don't recall if there was mention of a bomb scare.
It's okay. And I know the captain will be here in a bit. We'll have an opportunity to ask the captain. Okay. I'm going to transition.
You'll be there
now
Monday.
and
You're
talk a
almost
little bit more
done.
Specifically about my client, Mr. Frost. And I know we're going back a few days regarding some of the things I'm going to be questioning you about. So I believe this is Exhibit 23, if I'm not mistaken. These are social media posts for Mr. Frost. Do you happen to have a copy of Exhibit 23, Candy, by chance?
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, if I may approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Wish I could be like my first chair and be like, may I reach, and just sort of. So, sir, you remember seeing this exhibit before, I believe, a day or two ago, and you solicited or gave testimony on it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to a social media post I believe that you said was made by, or purportedly made by, my client on December 14th, 2020 via Facebook. Can you find that post and let me know when you do?
Are you referring to the highlighted one, sir?
Yes.
Yes, I found it.
Okay. And can you read a social media post?
Yes. Just the summary or the comments?
His actual post, not the comments from other people, perhaps, if they're on there.
Okay. You are right, Tanya. Exclamation point. I am an elector and they refuse this entry into the Capitol. ... More to come, comma later.
Okay.
Oh.
That particular statement, through your investigation, is anything contained within that statement untrue or false?
Did you think there might be something wrong?
How's it untrue?
It's not an elector, he's an elector candidate.
So, again, let's talk about this.
No, we
When it
can,
comes
but
to being an elector,
you're just not getting it.
he was, along with the other 15,
They weren't
elected
duly
by
elected and
the
qualified.
Republican Party.
No, that's not what
Be
that part of
on
that
the slate,
document means.
Yes, sir.
That part of that document means
And then
they were
when
the
it
ones
comes
who
to
candidate
your
won, you
understanding
stupid
of how
motherfucker.
these ladies and gentlemen refer
Just because
to
you don't know how the
themselves,
electoral college works
even
doesn't
prior
mean
to
anything.
December 14th, okay, they refer to themselves as electors, correct?
Are we doing this again?
Only they would
But they
refer to
believe they
themselves
were
as
electors,
electors.
don't you? And if they believe
yeah.
they were electors, they shouldn't
So,
be okay.
understanding
It's not a
that
crime. It's not a
elector
crime.
is the common nomenclature, I guess, or terminology. Other than that particular statement about the elector, is there anything else untrue about that statement?
No, sir.
Okay. So they were rejected entry into the Capitol, correct?
Yes, sir.
They said
And
something that was
nothing
true.
was delivered to any individual, any entity
did
at
a
the Capitol or
poopy
the
job of
Capitol
that
Annex, correct?
pages, and they didn't even get to turn them into who they were supposed
No,
to turn
you're
them
fine.
into.
I talked about it,
And
my
then the
interpretation of
vice
delivery, it was
president
rejected. So that nobody received anything at the Capitol.
If a
Okay,
tree
fair
falls
enough.
in the forest and nobody's
So
there to
no
see
one
it, does it really
received
fall?
anything at the Capitol, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to social media post January 7th, 2021, I believe, via Facebook. Could you please find that within Exhibit 23, please?
Yes, sir, on there.
Thank you. And can you please read Mr. Frost's comment?
Yes. The whole thing or just the highlighted portion?
Just the highlighted portion.
Okay. The failures of our own GOP party are disgusting. I am an elector and they failed us in 19 repeatedly.
Is there anything illegal that Mr. Frost asserted by, or anything, let me phrase it this way. Is there anything illegal?
This guy's got a tough hill to climb.
Content-wise, within,
client
or being
said
asserted within that?
way too much about what happened afterwards all over his social media.
It's just a misrepresentation of elector, but we talked about what some people refer to them
gonna have
as
to do some fucking tap dancing to convince a jury that
Would
his
you
client didn't know
feel
exactly what the fuck he was doing.
or
So
adopt this point of view that apart
wouldn't
from, I
wanna be
don't want to call it
ya.
quibbling, but the debate about the term elector, that the rest of that is political speech?
Would you mind repeating that?
An
I'm sorry.
elector is an
Other
actual
than the
role.
term
It's a
elector
role. It's not
in
a
that
figure
particular
of
comment
speech.
that you read, would you characterize or would you interpret the rest of Mr. Frost's comment to be political speech?
No.
I don't know what you mean by political speech.
Sure.
Could you just?
Sure.
I just want to make sure I get it right.
So,
no, your client is inferring that something
First
didn't
Amendment to the
happen
Constitution,
that
freedom of
disappointed
speech.
him.
People are able to make statements.
What didn't happen
And
was
generally,
the
it
fucking vice
protects
president didn't
lots of
count
different
the
things, including political
fucking
speech.
Trump electors.
So people can comment about political affairs and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
It's called
great.
part of his
So
investigation.
my question is, when it comes to the remainder of that comment, and I'm sort of ostracizing or taking out that term elector right now, would
Yeah.
you characterize the rest of his comment as political speech?
And I think I'm going to object to the statement not being taken as a whole.
I'm only taking a look at the highlighted portion that came from the prosecutor. This is their own exhibit.
Yeah, but elector is in that highlighted portion. What I'm saying is that sentence, those two sentences either need to be taken as a whole.
Okay, oh, I see what you're saying. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have a copy, so I don't see what you're saying, but if you see it, that's fine.
Right. So including the word elector, that's fine.
Gosh, not a great prophet.
Do you view that as political speech?
MAGA kind of prophet.
View it as political speech.
MAGA kind of
Please
sort of
tell me why.
prophet.
Because I don't understand what political speech would mean, you know. tying
Because
it
he's
to
not a
this.
First Amendment lawyer.
Okay, could you give me an example of political, what you would consider political speech?
Let me rephrase a little bit because I have no problem giving an example.
He's not
I
a
just wanna make
constitutional
sure I
lawyer.
Keep everyone happy generally and not take too
Yeah,
long. Okay.
I understand.
So do you believe that when it comes to Mr. Frost's statement, he's expressing a political opinion?
And at this point, I'm going to object. This
He's
question's been
describing an
asked
outcome.
Several times the witnesses understand political speech. And at this point, I believe the statement speaks for itself and the court is free to infer or not infer whatever she wishes from that statement.
My brief response is that this is not looking to play gotcha, and we're taking a look at the, I guess, totality.
Well,
or
that's
everything
good
being
because it
complete,
doesn't.
The whole statement. I just want to know if he, as an investigator, would characterize that as Mr. Frost expressing a political opinion, either
No,
yes or no.
I wouldn't.
Okay, is that,
I would not.
he previously said that he didn't understand or he didn't know what political speech was, and you're defining it as a political statement,
A political opinion, yes.
a political opinion. And
I
you're-
said,
Well,
no. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, we don't know if you need to give an answer to this yet, because we're adjusting the objection.
Oh.
Your objection is to him still answering after him. He has
After
told him
the
that it
witnesses
was.
said he doesn't understand what the term political speech is, constantly asking him to define this statement by using a term he doesn't understand.
Right.
It's just going in circles.
So that's why I said expressing a political
He's
opinion.
changed it to political opinion, so does that still present an objection for you?
Yes.
And what is the objection now then?
The objection is, it doesn't matter what this witness thinks the statement is as a category. The statement speaks for itself and it only matters what the
The
court.
statement
wants
refers to an
categorize.
action taken or not taken. It is
Sure,
part of an
I'll be brief.
investigation.
We're taking a look at really how this particular statement
Am I wrong?
influenced and directed
Am I wrong?
his
Am I wrong?
investigation.
Am I wrong?
I want to know.
Am I wrong? Because
since
I
he
feel
got these
like
returns and since they were
that
provided
is-
as Exhibit 23 highlighted portions, what these mean.
Indicated
so he
that
previously read these out
he
loud.
was
I'm
aware
trying to
that there
figure
was an
out
action
exactly
taken or
what
not
they
taken
mean
by
in
the
context
GOP
of the
in that
investigation.
he was let down. So as an investigator,
I have a problem with asking.
he
the
would
witness
say,
his
oh, well,
opinion.
that's a
Now,
statement
he wants to
indicating
ask
some
him
knowledge of what
the
steps were going to be
significance of the
taken.
statements is
Why
in
isn't
the
anyone
context of the
arguing this?
investigation.
Am I
That's a different
wrong?
question.
I
He
could
doesn't
be
have to
wrong.
ask this questions that way, because that's an open-ended question. He can ask it the way he's asking. Do you think this is?
Well, no,
this?
I'm
Do you
only,
think this is that?
I'm only objecting
Yeah.
to the opinion question. But
Well,
the
he's asking, he's rephrased it to
yes,
hopefully explain what he means now, which is, do you think that the contents of this post is a political opinion? I think that provides better clarity for Agent Shock as to what he means, and I think he can answer that question. So objections overruled.
So To answer your question, no, I don't think this
It's
is.
either yes or no. I'm sorry, I'm
No,
not trying to be
no,
rude.
no.
No, so you don't think this is a political opinion?
That's
No.
the answer.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm gonna move on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Exhibit 25, may I have a copy of that, please?
No.
No? We're doing so. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
You may.
Sir, I'm giving you People's Exhibit 25. Do you recall seeing this a few days ago?
Yes, sir.
Can you please, without, having to read anything, but can you just summarize what is the document contained within Exhibit 25?
So there's,
Or documents,
I
I
was
should
gonna
say.
say, there's 3 documents here labeled A, B, and C contained within Exhibit 25. There's an email exchange here between Mr. Chesbro and Mrs. Sheridan, and then there's attachments with that as well.
Okay. The email communications with Mr. Chesbro, do you see anywhere within that particular communication any explicit reference to Mr. Clifford Frost, my client?
Is this guy auditioning for Trump to be his next defense, his next disbarred attorney?
Yes.
There is?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me where?
It's, well, his name's on here on the 4th, 5th page. His name's right there.
Oh, and can you please identify what that is?
It's, his name is listed with the line above it. And it says in witness whereof, we undersign. It's part of the documents.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the signature, proposed signature page, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But within the actual email communications, not necessarily attachments or
Oh,
whatnot, okay?
Okay.
Fair enough. Do you see any explicit mention of Mr. Clifford Frost? No. And these email communications, was he a sender or a recipient?
No, sir.
Okay. What electors were senders or recipients within that particular set of email communications? I believe Kathy Burnham was one.
In this group, I think it was just Marion Sheridan as the senders and recipients.
Is Maddock in there too?
No, hang on one second.
Counselor, don't you know the answer to your own question before
one
you
of the
ask it?
Emails is addressed to
got
Mrs.
it.
Burden. Her email address.
And please don't state that out loud or anyone's.
No,
email
I
address.
wasn't
Okay.
going to, but it seems to be that part looks like it's missing, but and then Mrs. Sharon. You asked me about Mrs. Maddock too?
Yeah, is she in there?
I believe so.
I may be thinking about some other discovery, but nevertheless.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm sorry to
see
interrupt.
it.
But nevertheless, Mr. Frost is not mentioned at all in any of those communications, correct?
No, yes, that's correct, sir.
So prior counsel that was doing a cross-examination was asking you about this concept loosely referred to as unindicted co-conspirators, correct? You recall that testimony or exchange?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Cheese bro.
And do you recall testimony or an exchange of words regarding unindicted co-conspirators at the first preliminary examination?
Yes.
Okay. And can you please tell me who you believe these unindicted co-conspirators are?
We have 68 viewers on Twitter, a total of 75, 8 here on YouTube. Come on over and chat with us, Real Lolo. And one on Twitch.
Ian Norton. That's all that I have for you right now.
What about anyone affiliated with President Trump or the Trump campaign or any other officials?
I think it was kind of Chadwell. Did I say that?
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe
Yeah.
you said that earlier,
Yeah.
so he's another one.
Okay.
But what about President Donald Trump himself?
Yes, I said that before.
So he's also an unindicted co-conspirator.
Yeah.
So we had Cheesebro, the former president,
Yes,
and we have Sean Flynn and Ian Norton, correct?
yes. There's
Anyone else?
Boris Epstein,
Mike Roman?
John Eastman, John
Whoop,
Black.
whoop.
What was the last name?
John Black.
John Black. Who's that?
But to clarify, when you say
And I think I
indicted,
know where you're going. I'm gonna sort of do that. Okay. It's the
Okay.
next thing. I think you're
Okay.
reading my mind, which is great.
okay,
So you yourself utilized the terminology at the first preliminary examination, I believe, of unindicted co-conspirator. So
no, that wasn't my turn.
it was not your term?
No.
That was brought up by someone else, other counsel, correct?
Other counsel, yeah.
Okay, so you responded to that question, you gave those same names, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm asking you, what is your understanding of an unindicted co-conspirator? What is that?
Well, somebody who hasn't been charged, but somebody who conspired in the act.
So these are people that, while not charged, could be charged, correct?
Yeah.
Why does he keep disappearing?
Yes.
No, go ahead if you have
No.
anything more.
That's it.
Okay, so then the question I have is regarding the individuals that you listed. Ian Norton, Sean Flynn, President Trump, and then you had Boris Johnson and a few other people, or Boris something.
No, Mike Roman. Mike
Sorry,
Roman.
yeah, not Boris Johnson. But anyway, so all of these individuals, and I would like you to go through them one by one. And let's start with President Trump, or former President Trump, I should say. Why did you not recommend charges
Steve
against
Harper,
the
sorry,
former
yes.
president?
I don't have, I presented all the information that I have. So, you know, I don't have, when you have enough to charge somebody, then or when I've gathered enough facts that I believe is sufficient to charge somebody with, then the prosecutors make that decision. I don't make that decision. So I present the facts of the case. And so, can I say that, you know, throughout my investigation, all these people, through the people that I've talked to and the totality of my investigation were involved in some degree of this case? Yeah.
Gal dropping the justice.
If you're asking me why aren't indicted, I don't do the indicting or charging.
And I understand you don't make the charging decision, but you make recommendations about who would be worthy of getting criminal charges, correct?
Yes.
And that's my question. So when it comes to former President Donald Trump, and given what your testimony earlier of what an unindicted co-conspirator is, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I'm just trying to paraphrase, not charged, but could be. My question is, why was, and I'm not talking about anyone else right now, we're going to go through them one by one. Why was Mr. Trump not charged?
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
He's not the one who makes the charging decisions.
Well, the relevance is we're taking a look at this conspiracy where he actually talks about unindicted co-conspirators. And I want to figure out why these individuals are not charged. More so,
Then I guess
not
you should
charged,
ask
but why he
the other
didn't put forward a
people. Check email.
recommendation
Okay.
if there's sufficient evidence. I want to see the disparate treatment, perhaps, that may exist between all these other people and then the remaining criminal defendants here that were charged. I'm just trying to figure that out.
The decision to charge or not charge has no relevance We're talking about whether there's probable cause that the charged defendants committed a crime, or that a crime was
Is that
committed
the
and that
Tillerson
charged
thing?
defendants committed a crime. That is a decision that is handled outside the scope of what we're here for today.
I would agree.
I can't play Warthog defense stuff because they'll
judges-
strike me, but
Yeah, I don't
the
see
last
how,
one.
I
I'll
don't
take
see
a
how,
look.
how that has any bearing on these defendants before the court now.
So-
I understand your concern, but I don't think it's relevant to what we're here for.
And if I may, Your Honor, when it comes to the objection that was brought up, it's absolutely relevant because we need to see why certain people were charged and others were not. And I'm not even really caring, as I believe how I worded the question. It wasn't the decision to charge, but the decision as an investigator to recommend charges. He doesn't authorize them, but he recommends them. So I'm asking him regarding the conclusion of his expansive thousands of pages investigation that he did, why he did not feel that, certain people were not worthy of charges. That's all I'm doing. I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole.
I think it's relevant to the extent that these are alleged co-conspirators. The witnesses said these are even co-conspirators. We already have one co-conspirator that was charged, but his
But I can drop the
Case was
link in the
dismissed.
chat, Dragon.
if we know who these other co-conspirators are, I want to know if they have been recommended for charges. If not, specifically, why is there evidence out there that exculpates those individuals that doesn't apply to ours, or is there evidence that does exculpate those co-conspirators and could exculpate ours? So it's absolutely relevant.
And if I may add one more
Exculpate?
thing, Your Honor,
Is that the way you
disparate
say
treatment
that?
goes to the possibility of
Mhm.
malicious prosecution, and that's an affirmative defense. So I'm entitled, I believe, to ask him these questions
So
about his
you're joining the
recommendation.
defense object, or you're joining in the support of why this question should be relevant, is what you're saying?
No, I'm joining, why it is relevant.
Okay, it was
So-
her objection though.
No, I'm saying arguing why it is.
I put the
relevant.
Dragon, I put the link in the chat.
And I'm gonna support
Thank you
that,
for
'cause
that.
That was part of my argument.
Okay, sounds good. You want to show me
Sorry,
proof
I
that
had
you
to
had
open
your
it on my
argument written
phone.
down? Okay, so your objection is as to relevance. I think that I tend to agree with Attorney Gilbert's argument as to whether or not there is information as to why they were charged that would, because they were somehow exonerated or found to be not culpable versus these individuals, since they're considered co-conspirators that are not indicted.
May I respond?
Yes.
This witness has previously testified that this is an ongoing investigation. That being said, witnesses that, well, not witnesses, persons that have been identified as unindicted co-conspirators, this process, what we are here for is to determine if a crime was committed and if these defendants committed it. It is not a discovery process for what is left out there as far as the pending investigation. That is not what we are here for.
I
And
agree.
it's taken us down a rabbit hole that is not relevant.
But he
for
gave a
these
legitimate reason as to why this question is not for that purpose.
Then you would
Well,
say that any exculpatory
the purpose he said
information
is
per
for
Brady would be
exoneration,
handed
which
over in due
identifying
time,
them as an
in
unindicted
time with the
co-conspirator
way
does
it's
not
collected.
exonerate them. They wouldn't be named as unindicted co-conspirators if
That's
they were.
not necessarily what he
exonerated.
said.
Okay.
You can repeat what you were gonna say.
No, but to further for her argument, she's just admitted that this is an ongoing investigation. I don't want to move to dismiss because their investigation is incomplete, but quite frankly, with that admission, their charges are premature because she has admitted it's an ongoing investigation because there are co-conspirators.
She said that there was previous testimony that this was an ongoing investigation, which there was, I think, in the first iteration of exams that was stated on the record.
Wasn't involved with that.
Agreed, but
It was on this record. as well.
okay, but that this was an ongoing investigation, that doesn't mean, that statement in and of itself doesn't necessarily mean that the investigation as to your client or your co-counsel's clients or have not been completed. It could, we don't know, mean
It's up
that
to her.
the
This
investigation
is what the
as to
court
these
is deciding.
non-indicted people are still pending. I don't know because none of you have asked, but
I'm sorry.
oh, that's you chiming in.
That's
I'm
me.
like,
I'm
who's in my waiting
sorry.
room?
You're like, who's
Okay.
talking?
No, the mere fact that they're co-conspirators in this scheme indicates that if they have not been indicted because it's an ongoing investigation, does conclusively mean that because they think they've got enough to charge person A, but not enough to charge person
That's
B
not
yet,
true. That's not
they're
true.
continuing
You're
the
building a
investigation,
case.
even though the
You're
conspiracy is still
building a
involved.
case. You still have cooperating
They may
witnesses. You still have
uncover
cooperating
something that's
witnesses.
exculpatory after we're
They
past
apparently
scrutiny.
know.
So this has now become
They apparently know
absolutely
enough to
premature.
charge your client, you stupid motherfucker, so sit the fuck down.
We're allowed to charge who we believe we have probable cause to charge and then charge people later.
That's right. Why,
There's
this is
nothing that
not
says
a
that they all
relevant
have to be
argument
charged or
that
no
goes
one
to
gets
the
charged.
Then
innocence
there's
of their
also nothing that says
clients.
that they have to stop an investigation after they charge people. They commonly continue investigations after charges have been issued.
But respectfully, Your Honor.
It's conspiracy,
I actually
stupid.
don't disagree with those two first assertions, but I also say that it is mandatory that if there is exculpatory evidence.
Right, and that's why
that
we have
could
Grady, and that's what
perhaps benefit
happens.
my
I don't
defendant
know.
or
Yeah,
any
when
other
does Trump hold
defendants
his
that I'm allowed to explore that.
Madison
I
Square
agree.
Garden?
That was
No,
not
sorry.
the
I mean,
question
this
that
Well,
land.
it was.
Oh, my God.
The question that was asked was why were the unindicted co-conspirators not, why he didn't submit
Specifically,
charges.
Donald Trump was the question. Why wasn't Donald Trump charged?
And I'm exploring perhaps any type of exculpatory evidence that could
All
perhaps
right, well,
emerge where.
I have a feeling that if there is
disparate
exculpatory
treatment. So
evidence
that's
that
what
in
I'm really
line
trying
with
to get at.
Brady, it would be turned over.
To
Sir?
the extent that you're trying to discover exculpatory evidence, I'm going to allow your question. So the objections are ruled.
Thank you very much.
What?
Sir, can you please go ahead and answer the question?
Yes, sir. So since the case was charged in July of 2023, everything has become public information. As part of an ongoing investigation, it makes it extremely difficult that every part of my investigation, every new lead is now shared with the media, is shared with people. It actually counteracts what I'm trying to do and further my investigation. So it makes it difficult when you're looking at bits and pieces of information. For example, the Kenneth Cheswell files, and you're looking at these individuals and everything is shared for the last year on, as I'm trying to follow up on leads and things like that. It's very difficult to do. A search warrant that's, where a guy had an envelope 3 years ago and, trying to get a search warrant for a guy that had an envelope 3 years ago, it's not reasonable. I don't have enough probable cause to do that. So and I can keep going on and on, but I think you get the point.
I understand, the difficulties of an investigation, not that I've ever been an investigator, but, attorneys would kind of do investigations here and there, not to the same level, perhaps professionalism or the tools that professional law enforcement has. But my question is, when it comes to, again, Donald Trump.
Your question is there any exculpatory evidence? Well, that's not
Just
really the
explain
question.
that I'm trying to obtain evidence, but that evidence is constantly being
Sure. So you're attempting, and I don't mean to cut you off, even though I am, but
Go ahead.
unless you want to
No,
complete your thought.
Counselor, go ahead.
I understand that you're attempting to conduct your ongoing investigation. But isn't it true that, again, not just right now, but previously, you have identified Donald Trump as an unindicted co-conspirator, and your understanding, what you just articulated, is that an unindicted co-conspirator is an individual that very well could be charged, but is not. So that's what I'm kind of
could
curious
be in
about.
future, okay? Could be in future. Oh my God, I hate this place.
I'm not saying that.
Sorry, did you break another chair?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I gave him my chair, so now I think I need a new chair.
I nearly reached over to pick up a napkin off the floor and now I'm seating back.
I really
There's
want
no-
to eat some lunch, so let's
I didn't ask
move
if it was intentionally
along,
broken. I just want to know if it's
counselors.
broken. It sounds broken.
It isn't.
I need a Snickers.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Give me a heart attack. I'm only 42. All right. So again, when it comes to the president, he's an unindicted co-conspirator, as you said, I believe, right?
Well, yes, co-conspirator, unindicted, he just hasn't been charged yet. Is that?
Right.
Yes.
But he could be charged, right?
Well, that would be based on sufficient evidence, and I don't make the charging decision.
Okay, so my point being, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, and it might change things a bit, and that's fine, you believe you don't have enough evidence to charge Donald Trump. Am I hearing you correctly at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Therefore, he wouldn't really be an unindicted co-conspirator.
Which I guess
Well,
means
he's
that
not indicted,
it's not
but yet
really over, is it?
But he's under investigation, but you don't have
he's under
sufficient evidence.
investigation.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know if we're playing
So he's
with
under
words here.
investigation.
Not trying.
And I'm not
to.
accusing you of
It's
doing
an
that,
active
but
investigation. No, I am. I'll accuse him of it.
He's part of the investigation, but he hasn't been charged with the crime yet. No, to answer your question, no.
Okay, so just to put a fine point on it, and I hope I don't get it asked and answered, all right, but you don't have enough to charge him with today, right?
Yeah.
Or recommend charges, I should
Correct.
say. Okay, good. Now let's take a look at the others. Sean Flynn. Do you have enough evidence at present to recommend charges for Mr. Flynn?
No.
And can you refresh my recollection how Mr. Flynn is important or germane to this alleged conspiracy for the certificate of vote? How is he relevant? How is he a player?
He was there at the GOP headquarters, from what I've learned, and circumstantial evidence shows that he likely mailed off the document.
So, Mr. Flynn, you have circumstantial evidence that he mailed
No
the
relation to
document,
Mike Flynn.
but do you have any other evidence to show that any of the electors charged mailed the document, or is it just Mr. Flynn?
It's just Mr. Flynn.
Okay. So I would think, not the investigator here, just a lawyer, but I'm like, uttering and publishing. That sounds like Mr. Flynn perhaps very well could have been charged with that. And if you don't, and if you know that the others, the other electors, I mean, did not send the envelope, I'm just looking for an explanation why you think Mr. Flynn should not have charges being recommended to be issued against him if he's the one that you believe put the envelope in the mail.
Because there's additional information to gather.
But
I have other leads to follow up on.
Sure. Then why is it appropriate to charge 16, now 15 electors with uttering and publishing if they were the individuals that did not put the envelope in the US postal system?
Because they affixed their signature and, oh my God.
They still tried to, well, they signed the document. They still professed
When
that
you
they
sign
were
it, you're basically doing it. Thanks,
Go ahead
Badger.
and
We'll
finish,
be
I'm sorry,
quiet.
but I'm just
Go
trying to be,
ahead.
I'm trying to be expedient here.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead.
Operative phrase.
So again,
trying to be-
I don't do the charging.
No,
So
I
I gather
know,
the
I know.
facts. So I can't explain, why.
Okay. So
Are
I
people,
don't
I
remember
know
the
people in
exact
Michigan are just like
numbers,
super
not
nice.
necessarily perhaps germane or relevant
Oh,
right now,
sorry
but
about that. Yeah,
there
all right.
was
Oh, that's probably you
forgery,
saying that,
there
Badger.
was
Yeah, I
uttering
don't
and
know why,
publishing, then there were various
why this
conspiracy
is
charges,
so
right?
Yes.
It sounds like you're saying, correct
tiresome.
me if I'm wrong, that you believe that there's evidence to charge everyone with conspiracy to utter and publish, right?
Yes.
But it also sounds like at the same time, there isn't evidence for the electors to appropriately have charges recommended against them for
Coming
uttering
up
and
on
publishing
7
since they,
hours live.
as
Whoop,
using your
whoop,
words, didn't put
whoop,
the
whoop. Yeah, I'll
envelope in
try
the
not
mail.
to. Well, I know what you mean now. Yeah, I get you.
They
I get
signed
you.
the document and they tried to serve the document.
It's one thing if someone says something on a document, even assuming arguendo it's forgery. Do you agree that that's different than putting the document or transmitting it or basically publishing it or trying to transmit it? Do you believe there's a distinction between the two?
I don't want to play anymore.
Okay.
I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. I want to go home.
And Your Honor, if I may inquire, is there a possibility, because I want to be friendly, but I also want to be thorough, if we could break here with Detective Shock and then bring in Captain Green? And we can resume Mr. Shock on Monday. I don't mind continuing, but then again, I don't want to be the most hated person.
Oh my
Another hour.
God,
I
you
don't think we're getting through,
motherfucker.
Detective Green today. It's 4 o'clock.
So
I think even if we start him, he's gonna have to
Yeah,
come
you
back.
fucked up. So there you go.
We probably take her 30 minutes minimum to get through.
Yeah.
her
So you know
questions.
what? You guys
make
are the
that
ones
face,
who
you don't
ruined
know
this.
what objections could come.
You
I defer to
fucking,
Sister Counsel. How long do you think perhaps you're?
you fucking don't know. Stop.
Okay. Well, then he's still gotta be crossed.
Is the
He
court
still
really
does have to
thinking
be
about
crossed.
keeping us till 7:30 today? Okay.
Thank you.
They taped off my chair, so we don't know.
Well, I don't know if another chair breaks. Yeah,
that's
who
right.
knows? Yeah,
I
you're
know,
thinking it's gonna be
right?
how
My
long?
cat has a little thing
With-
outside
with,
too.
Detective Green. Probably do it in 15 minutes. And then we have Cross. Same with the snacks.
Depending on brethren's questions, mine, I've got maybe 5 questions. I'm not gonna say quick because the minute I do that, it'll be 2 hours.
Looks like we could be done by 5:30 then.
Yes, we could be with Captain Green, I believe.
Okay, well, we'll take a break and we will let you pick up with Agent Shock on Monday.
I appreciate that very much. I'm not the most
Okay.
hated person.
Wow. So this was something that we could have done this morning and not wasted 30 minutes talking about.
But you know, I need to boost my voice here so you can hear me over them. Oh no, I don't.
No, I don't. Yeah, so that, oh my God, these guys are killing me. Cause listen, what am I gonna do? I need to take a break I need to actually clean up my kitchen before tonight's show. I think actually I'm going to go ahead and end it here because we're coming up on 7 hours and I need to kind of get my shit together for tonight's show. I'm not really that much of a stamina girl, so I better take a minute. But this is available on, as you can see, what is it? Honorable Judge Simmons. I should probably put that in there. Hold on. Honorable Judge Kristen D. Simmons. That is her YouTube channel. She's not too hard to find. So I highly recommend. Actually, I might have it in the. Oh, I guess I don't have it in the description. The thing is it's a long story as to why it's not as easy for me to drop a link as one might think. But it doesn't matter. You don't need to know that. You're my customer. You don't need to know that. Let me find it for you. All right, I'm going to drop the link of this into the chat. And then I'm going to take a nap and get the kitchen cleaned up so that I can make some crepes tonight and do some trivia with the lounge. So let me get the link. Copy the link, 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 wink. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's me singing. I'm like, why is that so loud? Oh, yeah, it's you stupid. Okay. That is Kristen D. Simmons' courtroom in the chatty chat below. It's hopping up there. So, I will... Gosh, I really hope I see you guys tonight. Oh, my God. I hope you come back tonight. I'll be well rested. I'll do my hair. I'll do some fun makeup. I'll be in the kitchen. We're making crepes. I haven't made crepes in probably 20 years. and I probably wasn't that good at it when I started. So I don't expect myself to be that good at it. So tune in for fun. Tune in for tons of fun and lots of batter everywhere and tons of laughs, and end your week with me. Okay, let's celebrate, because we should soak in justice when it happens. It's like a toilet. Don't pass a toilet without using it when you're in a rural area, because you never know when you're going to encounter another toilet again. So that's just the same with justice. Savor your justice right now, because you might not get some for a minute. But I think you will. That's all right. Go Biden. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much for my amazing, the super chat you gave. That was so cute. Remember, for Kathy, we gave her this, where is it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Make sure you smoke a sufficient number of joints per day. Make sure you smoke a sufficient number of joints per day.
That's for Kathy.
Make sure you.
All right. So I will see you tonight. I really hope. I'm gonna be looking for you. All right. Thanks again for coming. I really appreciate everyone on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Join us on YouTube, the most wonderful chat in the most amazing world, in all universes, here, there, and otherwise. It is Lolo's Lounge and the Loungers. They are the most amazing. All right, that's it for Daily Down Lolo today. I'll see you tonight at the lounge. Bye.
We'll make you laugh and think. We bring the drink, no censorship, no missing it with attitude and sass. We shake up the status quo. Daily Down Low. The comedy news you gotta know. Daily Down Low. Breaking all the rules, spreading laughing like a bunch of crazy fools. We're punk rock rebels, turning heads in the beast.